Chapter 34. Jun Changshao wanted to personally teach the disciples, but he was only at the 10th stage of the meridian opening realm. His understanding of the martial Tao was only that of a small novice. He had no experience in the martial Tao, and his cultivation was not high. He could only rely on the most powerful Sect system. Unfortunately, there was a damned restriction that prevented him from buying insight talismans. Sigh. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged in his room and rubbed his temples. I can only let the eldest and second disciples teach the disciples first. When I can buy insight talismans, I'll personally teach them. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Li Qingyang led the male disciples to the martial arts practice field and began to practice. Since their cultivation was at the 2nd or 3rd stage, most of them were practicing the basics. Not long after, Lu Qianqian arrived with 20 female disciples. She was dressed in white and looked like an otherworldly fairy. Because the color of her clothes had changed, the frost on her face had weakened a bit. The daily training was handed over to the 2 disciples. Sect leader Jun sat in the hall and opened the system panel out of boredom. Seeing that the Sect mission was still not available, he said gloomily, "System, when will this damned mission be released?" "Wait," the system panel replied cleanly. Jun Changshao was speechless. He could only operate the meditation technique and absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to condense it. He still had 50 contribution points. He did not consider exchanging them for experience points, nor did he consider exchanging them for goods. He planned to use them in an emergency. Sect leader. After a while, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Does our sect have a unique heart technique?" "Yes, the qi condensation technique." Jun Changshao replied. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. The qi condensation technique is an unorthodox heart technique. How can we let the disciples practice it? That's true. Jun Changshao began to think. Should he write down the meditation technique and let the disciples practice it? No. This was the heart technique practiced by the elders of the Tsang Mountain sect. It was not appropriate to use it as the sect's heart technique. Shua. Jun Changshao pulled open the system panel, opened the beginner's store, and thought to himself, the store has a martial technique like the 9-stage collapsing fist. There should also be a mental cultivation method, right? Unfortunately, when he opened the beginner's store, other than the 9-stage collapsing fist, there wasn't a single mental cultivation technique manual. What should I do? Jun Changshao suddenly felt depressed. The system reminded, the host can pull down the menu and the old goods will be replaced by the new goods. There's a refresh function. Jun Changshao was overjoyed and was about to use his mind to pull down the item panel. The system reminded, the next time you scroll down, 10 sect contribution points will be automatically deducted. Please consider carefully. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. No wonder it reminded him out of goodwill. It was a paid function. What to do? Pull it down or not? Jun Changshao was troubled by the fact that there were many good products out there. For example, the basic grade insight talisman and aptitude modification elixir. Once they were replaced with new products, it would be impossible to buy them anymore. The system said, "Host, please rest assured. All purchased items will be stored in the purchased goods inventory. Even if the store refreshes, you can continue to purchase them." Is that so? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Of course, he understood that the system's careful explanation had only one purpose, and that was to encourage him to spend contribution points. As you wish. Jun Changshao's thoughts moved, and he pulled down the store's panel. He saw that the old goods had disappeared from the grid and were replaced by new ones. Ding! Sect contribution points for 0100. Jun Changshao had not only spent 10 contribution points, but the Purchase Goods button had also appeared on the right side of the beginner's store. He clicked on it and saw that the beginner's healing pills and other items that he had previously purchased were all listed there. However, most of them were grayed out. It could be seen that although the items were refreshed, the time limit for purchasing them would not be refreshed. Jun Changshao retrieved the purchase goods panel and began to examine the beginner's store. After the refresh, there was a wide variety of new goods. However, almost all of them started with the beginner's store. The exchange price was also generally 10 contribution points. Jun Changshao's heart grew colder as he continued to drag down the list of goods. This was because among the refreshed goods, there wasn't even a single fist technique manual. It's over. 10 contribution points have been wasted in vain. If he had known that this would be the result, he might as well have exchanged for a beginner's cold-edged sword. Jun Changshao continued to scroll down the list. He found a grid where there was a yellowed ancient book with the words Yi Jin Jing written on it. There's such a thing? As far as he knew, Yi Jin Jing was one of the best Shaolin martial arts books in the world. It was simply inconceivable that it was being sold in the store. It would be even more awesome if it could be replaced with a 98K. His mind moved, and he clicked on the item's introduction. Item, Yi Jin Jing. Description: one of the 2 scriptures left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma when he was facing the wall at Mount Song. Function: strengthens the muscles and bones, unclogs the meridians, tempers the willpower, and tempers the body. Advantage: suitable for channel opening stage martial artists. After successful practice, not only can it improve the body, but it can also increase the success rate of breaking through the channels by 50%. Disadvantage: only suitable for channel opening stage martial artists. Price: 10 contribution points. Grade: Beginner's Divine Level Mental Cultivation Method. Looking at the last grade introduction, Jun Changshao was stunned. He subconsciously slapped his face and said in disbelief, "This Yi Jin Jing is a beginner's divine level mental cultivation method?" He thought he saw wrongly. In fact, it was indeed a beginner's divine level. According to the Falling Star Continent's classification of martial skills, Yi Jin Jing was only a beginner's divine level mental cultivation method. F***CK. After confirming that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, Jun Changshao directly jumped up from his chair. 10 contribution points for a low-grade, divine grade body metamorphose scripture cultivation method. This was absolutely a terrifying thing. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore, saying, "Host's luck is really good. The probability of this kind of divine level mental cultivation method being refreshed in the beginner store is less than 1%. Ha. Jun Changshao threw his head back and laughed loudly, roaring in his heart. This luck? I'm definitely going to enter Europe. What was he waiting for? Definitely buy. Sect leader Jun clicked on Yi Jin Jing and bought it without hesitation. Ding! Host spent 10 contribution points and obtained Yi Jin Jing X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 30100. Jun Changshao hurriedly entered the spatial ring and held the Yi Jin Jing manual in his hand, excitedly saying, "Success in cultivation," increasing the success rate of opening channels by 50%. This is definitely a divine level mental cultivation method. What was the most difficult thing in the Falling Star Continent's early stages of martial arts? Of course, it was to open the channels. The original owner of this body, after entering the 2nd level of the channel opening stage, challenged the 3rd level of the channel opening stage. In the end, he failed every attempt and failed until his death. As long as one succeeded in cultivating Yi Jin Jing, even if one's aptitude was lacking, there was still a 50% chance of opening the channels. Sect leader Jun couldn't wait to succeed in cultivating Yi Jin Jing. That way, he wouldn't have to rely on contribution points to exchange for experience points, and could use spiritual energy to open the channels. Chapter 35. Jun Changshao spent 10 contribution points to refresh the beginner's store. He had indeed found a treasure, because the divine grade Yi Jin Jing could be cultivated as long as one was at the channel opening stage. What was even better was that Yi Jing not only provided a 50% success rate in breaking through the channels, it could also strengthen the tendons and bones, clear the meridians, temper the will, and temper the body. Jun Changshao thought. The introduction said that this is one of the 2 scriptures left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma when he was facing the wall. Could it be that there is also cleansing marrow scripture? Shua. He continued to scroll down, but he didn't see the words cleansing marrow scripture at the end. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's already very lucky to get a divine grade mental cultivation method. How could there be another scripture at the same time?" Ding. Host has exchanged for a mental cultivation method. The Sect's cultivation method function has been automatically activated. The system's voice rang in his ears. Jun Changshao was startled and hurriedly opened the strongest Sect system's attribute panel. Sect name, Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changshao. Sect level, 9th rate. Sect construction, level 1. Sect cultivation method, Yi Jing, divine grade beginner level. Sect members, 99100. Sect contribution points, 30,100. Sect achievement value, 0 out of 100. Sect mission, none. Sect main mission, within 100 years. Omitted here. Sect cultivation method. Host Su has the system to exchange for a cultivation method. It will automatically match and become the Sect's cultivation method. What's the use? With the Sect's cultivation method, any disciple, including the Sect leader, can cultivate it. Without a matching Sect's cultivation method, I can't cultivate it. Yes, the system added, the Sect's cultivation method is only limited to the Sect leader and disciples. Outsiders cannot cultivate or steal it. If a disciple is expelled, betrayed, or abandoned, told, or revealed to others, the cultivation method's memory will also be forcefully erased. So it's like that. Jun Changshao was still considering whether to give the divine grade Yi Jing to his disciple to cultivate, but thinking that the level was too high if others knew, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so he gave up on the idea. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. He understood this principle. Now that the system had explained that outsiders were not allowed to cultivate or steal it, and the disciples were not allowed to tell or reveal it to others, he had nothing to worry about. Sect Master, are you all right? Li Qingyang waved his hand in front of Jun Chang's eyes. For no reason at all, the Sect leader was conflicted, slapped himself in the face, and even jumped up and laughed foolishly. He must be worried. Jun Changshao got down from the chair and said seriously, It's fine. That, after thinking for a while, he said, let me continue to cultivate the basics first. As for the matter of the Sect's mental cultivation method, I need to consider it carefully. Yes, Li Qingyang retreated. Jun Changshao thought for a while and decided, let's use Yi Jing as our Sect's unique mental cultivation method for now. The system said the host can click on the Sect's cultivation method and copy it to the disciple for cultivation. Copy? Jun Changshao clicked on the Sect's cultivation method and a separate data panel appeared. The first column wrote Yi Jing, divine grade early level, and below it was a copy button. Clicking on the button, a small box appeared. The content was, please fill in the number of copies of the secret manual. Including myself, there are only 99 people in the Sect. Let's copy 99 first. Jun Changshao's heart moved. He filled in the number 99 and then confirmed to submit. Ding! The host has spent 10 contribution points to copy Yi Jing Secret Manual X99. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 20100. Jun Changshao was startled. He immediately roared, copying a secret manual and still fucking spending contribution points. The system said, what else? Jun Changshao continued to roar. if I knew that I had to spend contribution points, even if I, Jun Changshao, had to copy them one by one or jump off a mountain outside, I still wouldn't exchange them. The system said, no one can copy a cultivation method purchased from the store, including the host. So it's like that. Jun Changshao sat down, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, so fragrant. Out of 50 contribution points, he spent 30 points to obtain a divine grade I Ching Jing and 99 copies. Overall, it was quite profitable. Next, Jun Changshao murmured, let the disciples each have a copy and quickly comprehend I Ching Jing so that they can open up more meridians. If the martial artists of the various sects knew that a divine grade cultivation method was in the hands of everyone in the 9th rate sects, they would definitely be envious. The next day, Jun Changshao once again gathered the disciples in the training field and announced, after painstaking research, I have finally created a unique cultivation method suitable for my Iron Bone Jung sect. Ga. The disciples were dumbfounded. The sect leader created a cultivation method? Nonsense again, Lu Qianqian whispered. It was true that the cultivation methods of the Falling Star continent were created by people. But which one of them wasn't a martial Dao master? With his cultivation, it was difficult to create an unrated fist technique, let alone a cultivation method. The other disciples didn't think so. They had seen the sect leader guide the martial artists of the various sects, so they recognized his experience in martial arts. Come, come. Jun Changshao waved his hand and placed 99 copies of I Ching Jing on the table in front of him, saying, 1 copy each. Take it and cultivate. Yes. The disciples went forward in an orderly manner and returned to their original positions after receiving the books. They couldn't wait to flip through them. Li Qingyang also opened it, but after studying it according to the incantation written on it, his face suddenly changed, and his hand that was holding the secret book began to tremble. The incantation seemed mysterious, but it was easy to understand when comprehending it. Combining Xian and Yi perfectly, this I Ching Jing cultivation method was definitely not comparable to the middle grade cultivation method that his father spent a lot of money to buy for him. Could it be? Li Qingyang held his breath and tried to stop his hands from trembling. He was secretly surprised. Could it be a high-grade cultivation method? The other disciples didn't have his high-grade spiritual root, so it was difficult for them to notice the mystery of I Ching Jing. But since it was created by the sect leader, it must be good, so they all treated it as a treasure. Lu Qianqian was the last to come up. She held the secret book in her hand and said lightly, Sect leader, if the cultivation method you created is not as good as the one I'm cultivating, can I not learn it? Jun Changshao lowered his head and whispered, if the cultivation method you're cultivating reaches the divine grade, you can choose not to learn it. This guy was very close to her, and the tip of his nose was almost touching her earlobe. The fragrance of her body hit him, making his mind move. Lu Qianqian's starry eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment, and she hurried down. Although she left, the fragrance was still there. Looking at the woman, who fled in panic, Jun Changshao touched his nose and shook his head. Are you shy? Looks like you're not cold enough. Lu Qianqian returned to her original position. Although she was expressionless, there was a faint feeling of heat on her face. Phew! She took a deep breath and calmed her mind. Looking at the secret book, she thought, sect leader's words just now, could it be that this I Ching Jing is a divine grade cultivation method? Nonsense again, Lu Qianqian muttered and opened the secret book out of boredom. Then she couldn't read it. Her expression was the same as Li Qingyang's. After a long time, she looked at Jun Changshao and asked doubtfully, was this cultivation method really created by sect leader? Do you think there's a need for me to lie? Jun Changshao could stand in front of his disciple and shamelessly say that he created this cultivation method from the system store. It was really shameless. Lu Qianqian didn't speak, but her heart was in turmoil. She said, "A meridian opening martial artist can create a divine grade cultivation method?" Chapter 36. Lu Qianqian simply flipped through I Ching Jing and confirmed that although the mental cultivation method seemed easy to understand, it was actually mysterious and unpredictable. It was definitely a genuine divine grade mental cultivation method. The sect leader created it. She did not believe that a meridian opening stage martial artist could create a divine grade mental cultivation method. After all, it was too shocking. Lu Qianqian did not pursue the matter because the sect leader did not want to tell the truth. He must have his reasons. Thus, she quickly returned to her residence and began to study it carefully. Li Qingyang also returned to his room to comprehend the mental cultivation method. The two of them comprehended I Ching Jing at about the same time. Sometimes they were silent, sometimes they were ecstatic. Their expressions changed every second. This I Ching Jing is much stronger than the clear heart technique that I cultivate. It can completely replace it. Father, I rejected Blue Mountain Sect and joined Ironbone Clan. What a wise choice I made. Li Qingyang was sure that the Five Streams Blue Mountain Sect would not have such a magical mental cultivation method. Huff! He took a deep breath to calm his mind and began to cultivate according to the mnemonic. The I Ching Jing secret manual that the system exchanged for had the advantage of being easy to understand, even though it seemed mysterious. With Li Qingyang's talent, he entered the state of cultivation after a few circulations. Lu Qianqian was even faster. She had already circulated I Ching Jing several times. The more she cultivated, the happier she was. This mental cultivation method focuses on tempering the body. It does not conflict with my Taishan ice heart technique. We can cultivate it together. How could the sect leader have a divine grade mental cultivation method? It's even a rare body tempering mental cultivation method. Could it be that Ironbone Clan is really a declining ancient sect? Divine grade mental cultivation methods were rare in the Falling Star continent. They only existed in the super sections. She did not think that Jun Changshao could casually pick it up or buy it. The only possibility was that it had been passed down since ancient times. It seems that I have underestimated Ironbone Clan and the sect leader. Lu Qianqian clenched her fist. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "With a divine grade mental cultivation method, perhaps it can help me take revenge." The first and second disciples were focused on cultivating the I Ching Jing. The great sect Master Jun was pacing back and forth in the bedroom. He was on the verge of collapse as he said, "I've been meditating for half an hour, but there's not even the slightest reaction. Is this a fake?" The host's spiritual root aptitude is too poor. Even though the Tendon Metamorphosis scripture is easy to understand, it is still more difficult for you to cultivate than others. You mean if I don't have the system, I'm nothing? The system was silent for a long time before it said, "The host's ability to understand is very special, but you can indeed say so." Ah. Jun Changshao hugged his head and roared, "Lu Qianqian attacked me and the system attacked me as well. How am I supposed to live?" No. I'm going to waste my energy on I Ching Jing. If 2 hours wasn't enough, then a day. If a day wasn't enough, then a year. If a year wasn't enough, then a lifetime. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to cultivate it without external help. Jun Changxiao's temper flared up. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began meditating. He meditated for the whole night until dawn. He lay down on the bed and said tiredly, "I can finally revolve the big and small circulations." Being able to revolve the qi didn't mean that the cultivation would be successful. He then handed over the affairs of the sect to Li Qingyang and devoted himself to cultivation. Hard work pays off. 2 days later, Jun Changshao finally mastered the I Ching Jing. He could easily revolve the big and small circulations as long as he calmed his heart down and achieved an endless cycle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Heaven rewards the diligent. The reward is 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Diligence makes up for stupidity. The reward is 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Earn your own living. The reward is 10 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 50100. The contribution points increased by another 30 points. However, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It seems that the system doesn't want me to rely on it too much. That's why it left such a hidden task. It's just that, first, it's to get rid of evil for the people. Now, it's to reward the diligent and earn your own living." Could it be that the hidden task is related to the forward idiom? The I Jing Jing Jing's effect was to refine the body, but it was also a mental cultivation technique. After Jun Changshao cultivated for another day, he realized that the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than the meditation art. As expected, a divine grade mental cultivation technique is better. At this speed, even if I only have mortal grade aptitude, I can condense enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians in a few days. Jun Changshao, who had tasted the sweetness, focused even more on cultivation. Even with his mortal grade aptitude, he could achieve success through hard work. Naturally, other disciples with mortal grade aptitude would also succeed. It was a little tragic for disciples with low aptitude. Because of a lower grade, they were separated by a mountain. They could only barely comprehend it after 7 or 8 days of hard work. 10 days later, all the disciples of the unyielding Iron Bone sect had gained a preliminary understanding of the I Jing Jing. During this period of time, Li Qingyang did not manage the sect on behalf of the sect. This was because the juniors were so immersed in cultivation that they sometimes did not eat for the entire day. "Junior brother, how's your comprehension these 2 days?" "Senior brother, it's all right. I've already condensed enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians." "Ha ha ha, I've also condensed enough." Our unique mental cultivation technique is really powerful. If it was in the past, I would need at least 2 to 3 months to condense enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians. Now I only need 3 to 5 days. When the sect disciples were not cultivating, they would gather together to discuss the I Jing Jing. If they knew that mental cultivation techniques could increase the success rate of breaking through their meridians, they would definitely be excited. The next day, one after another, disciples began to attempt to break through their meridians. I succeeded just like that. A disciple at the 4th stage of the channel opening realm sat cross-legged on his bed. He could feel the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. His expression gradually froze. His aptitude was only of the common grade, and he had been stuck at the 3rd stage of the channel opening realm for a year. During this time, he had failed many times. This time, when he had just started, he heard a pop sound and the blocked meridians were opened. The disciple swore to himself that he had not even used any strength, and the thick and heavy wall of meridians had already collapsed. "Ha ha ha! I've opened the 3rd meridian. I've opened the 3rd meridian." He laughed and shouted in ecstasy. His eyes were filled with tears. This kind of situation played out in the inner courtrooms one after another, regardless of the aptitude of the disciples. As long as they relied on the I Jing Jing to condense spiritual energy to break through their meridians, there would be people who successfully broke through. The next day, Li Qingyang stood in the hall and reported. From the 2nd stage of the channel opening realm to the 3rd stage, 9 people succeeded and 8 failed. From the 3rd stage of the channel opening realm to the 4th stage, 5 people succeeded and 6 failed. From the 4th stage of the channel opening realm to the 5th stage, 1 person succeeded and 1 failed. After reporting, he took a deep breath. The shock in his heart was still difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Li Qingyang, who lived in a clan, knew that opening meridians was extremely difficult. For example, if 3 to 5 young clansmen succeeded in opening their meridians in a year, the entire clan would be happy. But now, just yesterday alone, 30 junior brothers had broken through their meridians. This number was extremely terrifying. Li Qingyang did not even dare to think about it. What was even more terrifying was that 15 out of the 30 disciples had successfully broken through their meridians. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's all right." "It's all right?" The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched violently. He said, "Sect Master, 10 junior brothers successfully broke through their meridians on the same day. How shocking is that?" "Qingyang." Jun Changshao walked down and patted his shoulder. "This kind of thing will be very common in the future. As the second disciple, you have to learn to adapt." Looking at the departing figure of the sect master, Li Qingyang said in a daze, "This kind of thing will be very common in the future." Chapter 37. After returning to his residence, Jun Changshao danced with joy. With so many disciples successfully opening their meridians, it's only a matter of time before Iron Bone Upright Sect becomes strong. He wanted Li Qingyang to learn how to adapt, but he was the one who was so excited. Speaking of which, why was he so excited? Wasn't it because if the disciples were strong, the sect would be strong? If the sect was strong, they could follow the main quest until it was completed and the soul bomb could be removed. If not for the damned main quest and the bomb restriction, Jun Changshao would not be able to focus on developing Iron Bone Upright Sect. It would be better for him to go out and cultivate alone. If I cultivate for another night, I should be able to condense enough spirit energy to open my meridians. I hope I can break through to the 11th stage. He sat down cross-legged again and continued to cultivate. 50 contribution points. Jun Changshao had no intention of exchanging them for goods. First, he did not need them. Second, he wanted to rely on himself to open his meridians. More importantly, his intuition told him that if he relied on himself to open a meridian, he might be able to complete the hidden quest and obtain a certain amount of contribution points. A night of cultivation. Jun Changshao condensed enough spirit energy and began to open his meridians. The next morning, he walked out of his room, dejectedly. He took a deep breath and said, "Even with such a high success rate, I still failed. Am I going to leave Europe again? It's fine, it's fine. Your understanding of tendon-changing scripture is already quite good. Condensing spirit energy only took 2 or 3 days. You'll definitely succeed next time." Jun Changshao comforted him and entered the main hall. After a while, Li Qingyang walked over and said excitedly, "Sect leader, I've broken through to the 11th stage." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao said, "Not bad." He held in his heart, "A high spirit root is really enviable." Li Qingyang reported the statistics of the disciples opening their meridians yesterday. There were a total of 20 people. 12 of them succeeded and 8 failed. Perhaps it was because of the sect leader's words yesterday, but he was quite used to it. Jun Changshao said, "Tell the disciples who failed to open their meridians that a temporary failure does not mean they will fail forever. As long as they work hard, they will definitely succeed." Why did these words sound more like he was comforting himself? A few days later, the disciples who cultivated tendon-changing scripture broke through a level from their original foundation, improving the entire sect. This is great. I never dreamed that opening a meridian would be so easy. Sect leader is a god to create such a cultivation method. The disciples who had successfully broken through the pulse opening stage were so excited that they had already prostrated themselves in worship of Jun Changshao. However, sect leader Jun was very depressed because his second attempt at breaking through his meridians had failed again. He sat dejectedly on his chair and said, "I failed twice in a row with a 50% success rate. It seems like I've used up all my luck in this lifetime to obtain a divine grade Ijinjing." Although he had failed twice in a row, there were still benefits. June Changxiao's meridians, muscles, and internal organs had all been thoroughly tempered, and his frail body was clearly much stronger than before. Of the two, Sect leader. Li Qingyang walked over and said, I've contacted the craftsmen. When do you want to rebuild the inner courtyard? Today. Yes. After the inner courtyard was renovated, June Changxiao stayed in the main hall. Dong dong. Lu Qianqian walked over. Her white boots made rhythmic sounds on the floor. Because she cultivated tendon-changing scripture, her legs were even more slender and round. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Her figure and appearance were impeccable. She was like a nephrite that was carefully carved. If she was in June Changxiao's previous world, she would definitely beat all the supermodels and popular female celebrities. June Changxiao propped up his chin and said in appreciation, captivating the birds and wild geese, outshining the moon and shaming the flowers. Lu Qianqian stopped and found that he was sizing her up. She frowned and said, Do you men care about a woman's appearance? I do, June Changxiao said honestly. As a man with the correct gender orientation, it was hypocritical to not care about a woman's appearance. Lu Qianqian was silent. She didn't expect that the sect leader wouldn't even try to hide it. Qianqian. June Changxiao said, You and I are about the same age. Are you interested in dating? Such a beautiful woman was definitely the best choice to be his girlfriend. Sect leader June also wanted to leave the ranks of single dogs as soon as possible. He wanted to spread dog food to the readers. Dating? What do you mean? It means dating. No. In the words of the Falling Star Continent, our relationship can go further. You're talking about love. Yes, it means dating. Before he could finish the word love, Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. June Changxiao shuddered and swallowed the last word he was about to say. Then he said in all seriousness, Speak. Why have you come looking for this king? Lu Qianqian restrained her killing intent and said indifferently, Sect leader, you haven't broken through yet? She touched the pot that didn't boil. June Changxiao clutched his chest and said with a pained expression, Qianqian, are you deliberately attacking this king? Lu Qianqian said, You are the sect leader and the leader of the Ironbone clan. If your cultivation can't increase, how can you lead the disciples who are stronger than you? Don't worry. June Changxiao said, If I want to increase my cultivation, it's just a matter of seconds. He wasn't bragging. As long as he used his contribution points to exchange for cultivation points, even if he didn't break through to martial disciple, it would be easy for him to open the 12th stage of his meridians. Lu Qianqian was used to his shameless boasting and said, If you can't do it, you can consider giving the position to me. I will let the Ironbone clan dominate the Azure Sun County in a short period of time. He knew that this woman wanted to spy on the sect leader. June Changxiao stood up and walked down. He stopped 1 meter in front of her and looked into her eyes. He smiled and said, Dominate the Azure Sun County? That's a small goal. I want to dominate the entire Falling Star Continent. Because of the distance, the fragrance wafted over and stirred his heart. TSK. Lu Qianqian snorted coldly. However, she deliberately turned her head and didn't look into his eyes. She said, Do you think it's enough to develop the sect with just a divine mental cultivation technique? Otherwise, a strong sect needs a perfect cultivation system, excellent elders to teach, and various resources related to martial arts, such as martial techniques and pills. Does the sect leader have these? No. June Changxiao said seriously, But you will have them in the future. I hope so. Lu Qianqian said, I'll go and lead the disciples to cultivate first. Phew! After walking out of the hall, she let out a breath and gradually calmed down. She thought to herself, The sect leader's realm is obviously not as high as mine. Why do I feel nervous when I get close to him? It seems that my understanding of the Taishan ice heart technique is far from enough. I can't truly be as still as water. Chapter 38. Inside the main hall, Jun Changshao sat on a wooden chair and remained silent for a long time. Lu Qianqian's words made him realize that his cultivation was not good enough. The sect only had the I Jing Jing and nothing else. How could he make the Iron Bone clan stronger and dominate the continent? Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and opened the beginner's shop. As he flipped through the pages, he saw a type of medicinal pill called Qi Amassing Pill. Out of habit, he clicked on the detailed introduction. Item: Qi Gathering Pill. Effect: after a martial artist takes it, they can condense spiritual energy 5 times faster. Note: only available to the head of the sect. Duration: 24 hours. Price: 10 contribution points. Junchang smiled and said, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy by 5 times. This is a good thing for cultivation. With his mortal level aptitude, it would take him 2 days to absorb enough spiritual energy to open his meridians. If it was 5 times faster, the time needed would be greatly reduced. Buy. Jun Changshao bought without hesitation. Ding. The host has spent 10 contribution points. Qi Gathering Pill X1 has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points for 0100. Before the notification ended, Jun Changshao took out the bottle with the words Qi Gathering Pill written on it and poured out a red jujube-sized pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth and integrated into his body, making him feel refreshed. He could clearly feel that each of his pores had expanded infinitely. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged on a chair and began to operate the I Jing Jing. However, as soon as he completed a cycle, the spiritual energy in the hall swarmed over and fought to be absorbed. Yesterday you ignored me. Today I will make you unworthy. Although he was arrogant, Jun Changshao began to absorb the spiritual energy crazily. In just over 8 hours, he had condensed enough spiritual energy to open his meridians. It used to take him 2 days, but now it took him less than 10 hours. The effect of the Qi Gathering Pill was really formidable. Open. Jun Changshao said. The result was a failure for the 3rd time. Again, after condensing for several more hours, he continued to break through his meridians. However, he failed again on his 4th attempt. Only on his 5th attempt did he successfully break through his 11th meridian. Jun Changshao was not in the mood to feel the increase in strength brought about by the meridian opening. He slumped on the chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A 50% success rate, and it took me 5 tries to succeed. How dark is my face? Jun Changshao had said that he would not use the system and would rely on his own efforts to open his meridians. In the end, with the help of the energy gathering pill, he broke through to the 11th stage of the meridian opening realm. He had really persevered before, but since the heavens had given him the system, and there were items that could help him quickly increase his cultivation base, there would definitely be a problem if he didn't use his brain. After comforting himself, Jun Changshao immediately felt refreshed. In fact, it was Lu Qianqian's words that urged him to use the items in the store. After all, he was not a rogue cultivator, but a sect leader. He did not have that much time to cultivate. He had to become stronger as soon as possible to lead the entire sect. As for hard work, it was necessary to have good moral character, but it also depended on the situation. Jun Changshao opened the beginner's store again. As expected, the energy gathering pill had turned gray, and the words limited to 1 purchase per month appeared. He shook his head and said, "If I could buy it without limit and absorb 5 times the spiritual energy every day to cultivate, even a pig could break through to the martial emperor realm." Martial emperor. Mother asterisk her, is this a humiliation? Speaking of which, Jun Chang Shao held his chin and said, the note on the effect says that it can only be used by the sect leader. Does this mean that there are pills suitable for disciples? He continued to browse the items in the store and soon found a rather interesting item called the Beginner Disciple Spirit Array. He clicked on the detailed introduction. Item: Beginner Disciple Spirit Array. Effect: when inserted into the ground, it can condense a 10 square meter spirit array. The attribute of the internal spiritual energy is twice that of the outside world. Duration: use immediately upon opening. Price: 10 contribution points. Note: only available to sect disciples. After activating the array, 1 contribution point will be consumed. Lasts for 24 hours. Seeing the content of the note, Jun Changshao said, 1 point can only be used for 1 day. This is too much of a waste of contribution points. 1 point for a day was not much, but he only had 40 contribution points. After buying it, if he used all of them to activate the array, it could only last for 30 days at most. Only available to disciples. It doesn't make sense to change it. Jun Changshao did not intend to exchange for the Beginner Disciple Spirit Array. The system prompted, when the disciples become stronger, the sect will become stronger. The host is recommended to purchase it at 5 stars. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, You're not recommending me to buy it. You're recommending me to spend contribution points, right? The system said, the system's mission is to assist the host. All right. Jun Changshao hesitated for a moment and said, I'll trust you this time. Ding. The host has spent 10 contribution points and obtained the Beginner Disciple Spirit Array X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points. 30100. A bag with many small flags appeared out of thin air in the space ring. Inside, there was a manual for setting up the array. Jun Changshao was speechless and said, Damn, why isn't there a warranty? Sect Master. Just as he was about to take out the spirit array to study, a disciple hurriedly ran in and said while panting, There's someone here to cause trouble. What? Jun Changshao slapped the armrest and stood up angrily. Who the hell has the guts to cause trouble in my Iron Bone clan? Beat him. Beat him hard. In front of the vermilion-painted Iron Bone clan's gate, a young master in embroidered clothes angrily said. Several subordinates of level 4 or level 5 meridian opening were punching and kicking a youth on the ground. The youth's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a beggar. Damn it! A stinky beggar dares to steal our Chui family's pills. His guts are really fat. One of the servants cursed as he hit him. The young master in embroidered clothes said with a cold face, Don't look at his weak cultivation. He runs pretty fast. If he didn't barge into this barren mountain and have nowhere to go, it would be really hard to catch him. Continue beating him. Beat him to death. The subordinates received the order and kicked him madly. Their strength was very strong. In just a short while, the youth was covered in bruises and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Stop! At this moment, a loud and clear voice was heard. The servants who were punching and kicking stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw Jun Changshao leading a group of disciples out of the gate. The young master in embroidered clothes looked at the plaque on the gate and said with a smile, So this nameless barren mountain is Iron Bone Clan's mountain. His smile and tone were full of disdain. Jun Changshao glanced at him and then glanced at the youth who was being beaten madly by the crowd. He said calmly, This is Iron Bone Clan's territory. If you want to fight, then get out and fight. So it wasn't that someone came to cause trouble in the sect, but that someone was fighting at the gate. It was a group of people beating one person. The young master in embroidered clothes was stunned. You want me to get out? He looked at the servant and grinned. This little Iron Bone Clan dares to ask me to get out? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Bang! A leg kicked over and landed directly on his face. His muscles instantly caved in and his entire body was lifted off the ground. He flew out gorgeously with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Plop! The young master in embroidered clothes flew more than 10 meters and fell in front of the stone steps that led down the mountain. If he went any closer, he would have rolled down the mountain. Damn it. Jun Changshao retracted his leg and said, "You talk too much." Chapter 39. The great Sect Master Jun's kick had been very sudden and fast. The young Master Hua Li fell to the ground, and the group of servants slowly regained their senses. "Young master!" They ran over in panic and helped their master up. Seeing the big footprint on the right side of his face, they knew that the kick was not light. The young master covered his face and said in disbelief, You dared to hit me! Boy, you're in big trouble. My master is the third young master of the AI family. Hitting him is equivalent to hitting the AI family. Your iron bone sect. Wait for your sect to be destroyed. A few of his subordinates shouted angrily. However, they quickly shut their mouths because the iron bone disciples came out of the gate and stood behind Jun Changshao, glaring at him. The so-called third young master of the AI family only had a few subordinates. Facing Jun Mo Xie's 100 disciples, he immediately admitted defeat. It had to be said that having a group of disciples was very good, at least in this kind of situation. He didn't need to make a move himself. You can't compare strength. You can compare numbers. You can't compare. AI family? Jun Changshao crossed his arms and laughed. Is it very powerful? You dare to destroy my Ironbone clan? Li Qingyang leaned over and whispered, Sect leader, the AI family is a famous clan in Huyang City. Huyang City? Jun Changshao had heard of it before. It was one of the 8 major cities in Qingyang County. Its status was second only to Qingyang City. It had a large population and many clans and sections. Li Qingyang said, the AI family has been in the pill business for generations in Huyang City. They are a supplier of pills to many sections. They have strong financial resources and a wide range of connections. They are much stronger than my family. So you're selling pills? Jun Changshao rubbed his nose. Li Qingyang said, this person is called AIG. He is the third son of the AI family. He relies on his family to commit all kinds of outrages in the city. He is a famous playboy in Qingyang County. AIG? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the name sounds like it's used to get beaten up. Li Qingyang was speechless. He had said so much to the sect leader, but the main point was not whether he would be beaten up or not. It was because this kid's family was not simple and was not to be trifled with. AI Tua endured the burning pain on his face and said angrily, Kid, hurry up and call the Ironbone sect leader out. Ask him to apologize to me immediately. Jun Changshao said, no need to shout, the sect leader is right here. As he spoke, he swung his sleeves confidently and stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest. Very stylish, very stylish. Here. AI Tong was stunned. He looked at Li Qingyang and said angrily, so you are the sect master. Quickly apologize to me. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched, and he quickly took 2 steps back. He glanced at Jun Changshao and used his gaze to tell him that this was the sect leader of Ironbone Righteous Sect. Am I not? Seeing him retreat, AI Tong realized that he had guessed wrongly. He glanced at the disciples behind him and could not confirm who was the sect leader. He shouted angrily, Sect leader Ironbone, do you think I will let you go just because you are hiding in the dark? Li Qingyang, all the disciples, they all thought, is this guy an idiot? Jun Changshao, who had already put on the look of a sect leader, changed his expression again and again. In the end, he could not help but scold. Are you AF * king idiot? I am standing in front of you and almost poking your eyes blind. Can't you tell? Thud, thud. As he spoke, he walked over angrily. A few servants hurriedly stood in front of the young master. One of them raised his fists and got into position. He stammered, "I warn you, don't, get lost." Jun Changshao kicked the servant with the big tongue out and stopped in front of Ai Tong. He grabbed the servant's collar and pulled him over. With a cold gaze, he said, "Listen carefully, kid. I am the sect leader of Ironbone Clan." His voice was low and murderous. Ai Tong was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He did not dare to sweat. The few Ai family servants who were supporting him by the side were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Jun Changshao had killed many mountain bandits. Once he was enraged, the murderous look in his eyes and aura was very scary. How could a hedonistic disciple like Ai Tong take it? "Did you hear that?" Jun Changshao roared angrily. His voice was very loud, and Li Qingyang and the other disciples behind him were caught off guard. The sudden sound of these 3 words was like a clap of thunder in Ai Shua's ears. He was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. His face gradually twisted, and his mouth slowly opened. He was about to cry as he said, I heard it." Jun Changshao pointed at the stairs below and said coldly, "Get lost." Swoosh, swoosh. The few Ai family servants seemed to have opened up their conception and governor vessels in an instant. They carried Ai Tong and disappeared the fastest speed. They did not even leave behind a harsh word. Jun Changxiao's murderous look had not dissipated. He turned around. The disciples looked at him. Their hair stood on end and they took a step back. "Sect leader," Li Qingyang asked weakly, "are you okay?" Jun Changxiao walked over. His murderous look slowly dissipated. He placed one hand on Ai Tong's shoulder and rested his head on the back of his hand. He said with a sobbing tone, "Am I so unlike a sect leader?" Li Qingyang expressed his sympathy. The disciples expressed that they could understand the sect leader's sadness. "Don't cry." Lu Qianqian leaned against a tree and glanced at the young man lying on the ground. She said lightly, "This person was badly beaten. If he is not treated quickly, he will die at any time." Ironbone Sect Medical Pavilion. There was no medical equipment or medicine inside. There was only a simple bed. Even the medical pavilion was built by Jun Changshao after he carried the injured young man over. A sect must not only have an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. Naturally, it must also have a medical pavilion, Wu-Tang training pavilion, martial skills pavilion, and so on. Don't rush. You have to take one step at a time. Things have to be done one by one. If you take too big a step, you will easily pull your balls. Sect leader. After a round of examination, Li Qingyang said 8 of his ribs are broken. He also has serious internal injuries. His situation is very bad. He needs to be treated immediately. Jun Changshao said, "Can we go to the town and get a doctor in time?" Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "His injuries are too serious. It will be difficult for a normal doctor to treat him unless what? Unless we use the pills passed down from ancient times in our sect. He will be safe." This person's injuries were not as serious as his. Li Qingyang was sure that if the sect leader took out a healing pill, it would definitely be easy to treat him. This, Jun Changshao muttered to himself. Lu Qianqian leaned her back against the door and said calmly, "Do you think that kind of elixir that can heal injuries in an instant is like candy?" "That's true." Li Qingyang looked at the young man whose face was covered in dirt and shook his head. He said, "Sect leader, he can hold on for 4 hours at most." Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "I do have a ready-made healing pill right now. Do you think we should use it to save him or not?" "Save him? No." Chapter 40. Li Qingyang said to save him, but Lu Qianqian said not to. The two of them had different personalities, so their thoughts were definitely different. "Senior sister," Li Qingyang said seriously, Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Jun Changshao was speechless. He had said the same thing when he saved him. But that woman looked at him as if he was an idiot. Tisk, Lu Qianqian said lightly. Many people die in the Falling Star continent every day. Can you save them all? Li Qingyang was silent. Lu Qianqian continued. We are a sect, not a clinic that saves the dying and helps the injured. The sect leader doesn't have many such pills. Instead of using it on an outsider who has nothing to do with us, we might as well keep it for ourselves. Li Qingyang was even more speechless. Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, Qingyang, you have a kind heart which is commendable, but sometimes reality is cruel. Sect master, Li Qingyang wanted to say something, but stopped. Jun Changshao said, I didn't know that the pills passed down from ancient times would be so effective, so I gave them to you. Now that I know the effects, I naturally understand the preciousness of the pills, so I will be extra careful when using them. I won't casually use them to save strangers. Lu Qianqian said lightly, You're finally enlightened. Li Qingyang said bitterly, Sect master, are you regretting giving me that healing pill? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Because I saved you, you were able to join the Iron Bone sect and become the second disciple. If I didn't save you at that time, it would be too late for me to regret it. Li Qingyang heard this and felt much better. Walking to the unconscious teenager, Jun Changshao murmured, A healing pill allowed me to take in a talented disciple. I hope there will be unexpected gains this time. Lu Qianqian was stunned. You want to save him? A disciple died earlier. Saving him will make up for the vacancy, Jun Changshao said. Lu Qianqian did not say anything, although they hadn't known each other for long. She knew that the sect leader's decision wouldn't change. Ding! The host has spent 1 contribution point and received a beginner healing pill X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 29100. It had already been a month and a few days since he had rescued Li Qingyang. If not for the mention of medicinal pills, Jun Changshao would have forgotten to exchange for them. 1 contribution point to exchange for a healing pill that could heal injuries quickly. As long as there was no time limit, he would definitely buy it without hesitation. Jun Changshao took out a healing pill and threw it into the mouth of the injured youth. Lu Qianqian said coldly, Sect leader, do you really think that a genius like second junior brother can be casually saved? Maybe he's lucky. Jun Changshao shrugged. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. If he's talented, how could he be bullied like this by a few second or third stage meridian opening trash? Yes. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, Why didn't I think of that? Cough, cough. At this moment, the youth woke up from his coma after being healed by the medicinal pill. When he opened his eyes, he said in shock, I'm still alive? Yes, you're still alive, Jun Changshao said. The youth got up from the bed and brushed his messy hair. When he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately cupped his hands and said, Sect leader Jun, please let me join the Iron Bone Upright Sect. Jun Changshao said, You know me? The youth said, A month ago I met sect leader Jun at the 100 Sects recruitment. This time, I also hope to join the Iron Bone Upright Sect and learn martial arts from the sect leader. I see. Jun Changshao said, What's your name? Where do you live? The youth paused and mustered his courage to say, My name is Xiao Ziji. I'm a direct descendant of the Xiao family in Liang City. Li Qingyang said in shock, You're Xiao Ziji? Jun Changshao said, You know him? Li Qingyang said solemnly, He's a rare genius with a supreme grade spirit root. Who in the entire Qingyang County doesn't know him? Who doesn't know him? Supreme grade spirit root? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Even Lu Qianqian, who was beside her, looked at her in surprise. This youth with tattered clothes and looked like a beggar had a supreme grade spirit root aptitude higher than second junior brothers? Haha. Jun Chang Xiao laughed out loud and said, Qian, I made the right bet again. With a healing pill, he obtained Li Qingyang with a high-grade aptitude. Now he obtained a supreme-grade aptitude genius with a healing pill. What did this mean? It meant that doing good things would be rewarded. From today onwards, Jun Chang Xiao suppressed his joy and announced, You're the 99th disciple of my Iron Bone clan. Xiao Ziji cupped his hands excitedly and said, Disciple Xiao Ziji greets the sect master. N. Jun Chang Xiao nodded and said, Qingyang, go and get the entry form. Yes, Li Qingyang nodded in response. But after a little hesitation, he whispered, Sect master, this disciple needs to make it clear. This person was once a rare genius, but for some reason, his spirit root degenerated to a low-grade spirit root. His 12 main meridians were sewn up again, and his cultivation is gone. Jun Chang Xiao's facial muscles froze. You only need to make it clear now for such an important matter. Isn't it too late to go to my uncle's house? Sect Master Jun immediately regretted it, but the words spoken are like spit. Can you lick them back after spitting them out? Li Qingyang said, because his spirit root degenerated, his fiancée brought people to the Xiao clan to break off the engagement. She severely humiliated him. Later, the Xiao clan felt that it was shameful and expelled him from the clan. Jun Chang Xiao's mouth twitched. A genius degenerated into a waste, and his fiancée came to break off the engagement? Isn't this the beginning of a standard novel? Isn't this a natural protagonist? I didn't expect to meet him, and even accept him as a disciple. Li Qingyang's voice was soft, but Xiao Ziji still heard it. He slowly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth raised in a self-deprecating smile. He clenched his fists, his nails piercing into his palms, causing bursts of pain. Jun Chang Xiao caught this action and said, Go and get the entry form. Yes. Li Qingyang retreated. Lu Qianqian crossed her arms and said indifferently, Sect master, this kind of waste. Jun Chang Xiao's face became solemn. She immediately shut her mouth. Sect master. Xiao Ziji said, Are you willing to accept a waste? I'm not willing. Jun Chang Xiao said truthfully. Xiao Ziji said dejectedly, I also know that I'm not worthy to be a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. Sect Master Jun, sorry for disturbing you. He walked out of the medical pavilion with his shoulders and head lowered. Li Qingyang ran over with the entry form. Seeing Xiao Ziji dejectedly leaving, he asked puzzledly, Senior Marshal's sister, what happened to him? Lu Qianqian said indifferently he felt that he was a waste and didn't have the qualifications to join the sect, so he left on his own. Looking at the dispirited back, Li Qingyang comforted him. Young Master Xiao, you were once a rare genius. As long as you stay in the Iron Bone clan, under the guidance of the sect master, you will definitely regain everything you lost. Chapter 41. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius? The disciples who were cultivating in the training field looked over and whispered, Is he Xiao Ziji from Liang City's Xiao family? The super genius who had a supreme grade spirit root at the age of 10 and opened 12 meridians at the age of 12? He was just glorious in the past. 5 years ago, his spirit root and cultivation level regressed. In the end, he became an ordinary person. Even his fiancée came to the family to break off the engagement. The Xiao family chased him out. There was no news of him since then. I didn't expect him to become a beggar. The disciples all shook their heads regretfully. At that time, Xiao Ziji was a famous person in Qingyang County. Even Li Qingyang could not compare to him. But now, a super genius had become a good-for-nothing and became like this. It really made people sigh. Xiao Ziji, who was walking out step by step, heard the crowd's discussion. He said dejectedly, I'm just a good-for-nothing now. How can I get back everything I lost? Li Qingyang still wanted to say something. Qingyang. Jun Changshao walked out and leaned against Lu Qianqian's position. He even looks down on himself. It's useless for him to stay in Iron Bone Sect. There's no need to comfort him. Li Qingyang was silent. Xiao Ziji continued walking. His back was dispirited and depressed. Ta! He stopped on the stone steps and said without turning around, Sect Master Jun, thank you for saving me. Xiao Ziji will remember this great kindness. Jun Changshao said indifferently, if I knew that the person I saved looked down on himself, I definitely wouldn't have saved him. I would have even stabbed him and let him die quickly. Li Qingyang. Lu Qianqian flipped her black hair and said, Sect Master's words are quite hurtful. Xiao Ziji said expressionlessly, yes, I shouldn't be alive. Jun Changshao pointed outside and said indifferently, go out and turn left. There's a cliff. If you want to die, you can jump down. Maybe you'll have a fortuitous encounter and reach the peak of life. Everyone's mouth twitched. When did the sect leader become as sharp-tongued as eldest senior sister? Xiao Ziji smiled bitterly and said, from the moment I fell from genius to trash, I was destined to not have any more fortuitous encounters or opportunities. Fortuitous encounters are for those who are prepared. For a guy like you who gives up on himself, even if a pie falls from the sky, it won't fall on your head. Jun Changshao said indifferently, before you leave, I'll give you a word of advice. There are no innately strong people in this world, only innately strong people. No matter if you're a genius or a piece of trash, if you don't have the heart to be strong, you're just a piece of trash. There was no such thing as being born strong, only being born strong. Xiao Ziji's body shook slightly, and his gloomy eyes gradually lit up. Jun Changshao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, if you have already forgotten why you came to the Iron Bone clan, then get out of here. Xiao Ziji remained where he was and did not leave. Previously at the 100 Sects recruitment, he saw the scene of Jun Changshao giving pointers to the martial artists of various sects at the martial arts practice field, and his gloomy willpower was stimulated. After a period of struggle, he decided to go to the Iron Bone clan, hoping to become their disciple and recultivate martial arts. For this, he did not hesitate to go to Huyang City to steal the AI clan's pills. What pills? Pills that can temporarily increase cultivation. Xiao Ziji knew that joining the Iron Bone clan had conditions and restrictions. With his low aptitude and no cultivation, he would definitely be rejected. Stealing the pills ended in failure. He panicked and fled to this place, but was still caught by the AI clan and inevitably suffered a beating. What was all this for? Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. Jun Changshao said, your fiancé broke off the engagement. Can you bear it? Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and bit his lips. Jun Changshao said, don't you want to become strong again to tell that short-sighted woman, to tell the whole world, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't bully the young for being poor. Don't bully the young for being poor. Xiao Ziji's expression was sluggish. His heart felt as if it was stabbed by a sharp knife, piercing through that disheartened heart. His tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and scarlet blood dripped down from his fingers onto the stone floor. Stop talking. If you want to get lost, then get lost quickly. Jun Changshao said indifferently. Plop. Xiao Ziji suddenly turned around and knelt heavily on the ground. His cheeks were filled with tears, and he cried out loudly, Sect leader Jun, I want to join the Iron Bone clan. I want to become stronger. I want to get back everything I lost. At that moment, all the pain he suffered and his desire to become stronger were released in his cries. Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and even all the disciples present were looking at Xiao Ziji. No one laughed at the 7 feet tall man's cries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have received 5 Sect contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 34100. Phew! Jun Changshao heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I finally let this guy regain his confidence. It turned out that when Xiao Ziji walked out of the medical pavilion, the system issued a side quest. The content was, let the fallen genius Xiao Ziji regain his confidence in martial arts. Qingyang. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, go through the entry procedures. Remember, ask him to clean up the bloodstains in the outer courtyard. Yes. Li Qingyang hurried over. He was full of admiration for the sect leader's words just now. Jun Changshao looked at the disciples in the martial arts practice field and said in a deep voice, remember this in your hearts. There is no such thing as a genius or a trash in this world, and there is no such thing as being born strong. There is only being born strong. Yes, all the disciples shouted in unison, especially when they thought of what the sect leader said just now. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. The blood in their bodies seemed to be burning. Gulp, gulp. In the main hall, Jun Changshao picked up the teapot and drank. Then he lay back on the chair and said, to let an extremely depressed guy regain his confidence in martial arts, I really King admire my eloquence. The system said at an inappropriate time, the aptitude of the sect's disciples is generally not high. Now that we have accepted a trash, it will only drag down the sect's development. Jun Changshao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said with a smile, don't you think that nurturing them into powerhouses is a very fulfilling thing? The system was silent. Jun Changshao had helped Xiao Ziji regain his confidence in martial arts because of the side quest. As for accepting him into the sect, it was more out of sympathy. After all, a former genius had become a trash, broken off his engagement, and expelled from his family. It was really too pitiful. Sect leader. Li Qingyang walked over and handed over the entry form. Junior brother Zhao's entry form has been filled out. Jun Changshao glanced at it casually and took out the sect leader's seal and stamped it. Ding! Sect members. 100100. No contribution points. Members have already reached the upper limit. Due to death and expulsion, they will be replaced. There will not be a second contribution points. All right. Jun Changshao shook his head. Ding. The system has checked that the number of members is full and all disciples are in the sect. Sect mission activated. Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao almost vomited blood. No wonder there were no sect missions. It was because the sect members were dissatisfied and they were not in the sect. Shua. He hurriedly opened the strongest sect system's data panel and saw the sect mission's content. Sect mission, click to view details. Jun Changshao's mind moved and clicked on the details. Immediately, a small data panel appeared with many missions listed on it. The content was, help Aunt Wang of Qingyang Village clean the courtyard, recommendation index. Help Qingyang Village's Aunt Sun remove manure and water the vegetables. Help the villagers of Qingyang Village write letters, recommendation index. Help Xiao Dan of Qingyang Village find the lost Xiao Huang, recommendation index. Help the villagers of Qingyang Village get rid of the earth flame wolves that are causing trouble in the village. There were many more missions, roughly 40 to 50. Jun Changshao only looked at the first few lines and collapsed on the chair. His mouth twitched. What kind of bullshit sect missions are these? Chapter 42. After seeing the mission, Jun Changshao was speechless. Helping the villagers of Qingyang Village clean the courtyard, pick up manure, serve vegetables, write letters. Can't the sect be more serious? Can't it be more technical? The system said, if the host feels that the mission is not difficult, you can pull down the mission list and change to a new one. Should I spend contribution points? 10 points. Then forget it. Jun Changshao looked at the missions again and touched his chin. It's just sweeping the floor and picking up manure. It's not difficult at all. But There are so many missions. It will take a lot of time for me to do them alone. The system reminded him, the sect missions are done by the sect disciples. The host wants to do the main mission, side mission, hidden mission, and epic mission. I see. He had his own mission, and the disciples had their own mission. The system was quite clear about the division of labor. Jun Changshao said, the recommendation index at the back is 1 or 2 stars. Does it mean that the reward will be very generous after the mission is completed? That's right. The system added, the higher the recommendation stars, the more difficult it is to complete the mission. Understood. Jun Changshao slapped the armrest and stood up. He stretched and said, Qingyang, tell the disciples to gather at the training field. I have a mission to assign. Yes. Li Qingyang received the order, but he was puzzled. Mission? On the training field. All the disciples were lined up neatly. Xiao Ziji was also there. Not only did he take a shower, but he also changed into the Iron Bone clan's iconic uniform. This former super genius had long hair that was not tied up and was slightly fluttering behind his back. His facial features were as clear as a sculpture. He could be considered a talent. However, after 5 years of experiencing the coldness and warmth of the world, there was a touch of indifference and laziness in his eyes. He did not fit in with the disciples around him. Jun Changshao knew that his previous words only temporarily restored his confidence in martial arts. It would take some time for him to completely pull himself together. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, the disciples are all here. Cough, cough. Jun Changshao stood at the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. He said, You have joined the Ironbone clan for some time. I provided you with food, shelter, and mental cultivation methods. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, all the disciples said in unison. Not only were they satisfied with food and drinks, but they also had a powerful mental cultivation technique. Jun Changshao's expression suddenly turned serious. But I can't keep raising you all, can I? The disciples were stunned and looked at each other in dismay. Lu Qianqian said lightly, Sect leader, if you have something to say, just say it. This woman was still the same. Jun Changshao said, Since you've become a member of the Ironbone clan, you have to do your best for the construction of the clan. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the sect. The disciples shouted in unison. Jun Changshao nodded and said, Recently, the villagers of Qingyang village have met with some trouble. I have decided to send you all to help them, to show the might of my Ironbone clan. Yes, the disciples shouted in unison. Qingyang, Jun Changshao said, Most of the villagers in Qingyang village are illiterate. You can help them write letters. Ah, Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. He was from a prestigious family, so he definitely knew how to read and write. But the task that the sect leader mentioned just now was for him to write letters to the villagers? You don't want to? Of course. Li Qingyang said hurriedly. Ding. Accept the sect mission. Mission introduction. Scholar Zhao of Qingyang village is suffering from typhoid fever. The villagers need someone to replace him. Write letters for 3 days incomplete. Accepted disciple, Li Qingyang. Mission reward. After completion, the host will receive 1 achievement point and 1 contribution point. There's a reward of contribution points. Jun Changshao was delighted. He said, Qingyang, Scholar Zhao of Qingyang village, is suffering from typhoid fever. You can write letters for the villagers for 3 days on his behalf. 3 days? Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Qianqian, Jun Changshao said, Aunt Wang of Qingyang village is good to me. You can help her clean the courtyard and do some housework. Li Qingyang suddenly felt much more relaxed. Compared to senior sister's cleaning and housework task, he might as well write letters himself. I don't know, Lu Qianqian said with a cold face. Jun Chang said, If you don't know, then learn. Can I not go? You must go. This is your task and also my order. Okay. Lu Qianqian compromised. Ding. Accept the sect mission. Mission introduction. Aunt Wang of Qingyang Village needs someone to clean the courtyard and do the housework. 5 days incomplete. Accept a disciple, Lu Qianqian. Mission reward. After completion, the host will receive 1 achievement point and 1 contribution point. Jun Changshao said, help Aunt Wang with the housework for 5 days. 5 days? Lu Qianqian frowned. Jun Changshao glanced at the disciples below the stage, and his gaze fell on Xiao Ziji. He said, Zue Ji, aunt's son of Qingyang Village, can't walk. You can help her pick feces and water the vegetables. The disciples? Okay. Xiao Ziji responded. When the system sent the mission notification, Jun Changshao said, help aunt's son pick feces for 5 days first. Treat it as training. The disciples were speechless again. There are many ways to train the body, such as carrying water and firewood. Picking feces was a bit strange. Any disciple with a little background couldn't do the job of picking feces because it was dirty and smelly. However, Xiao Ziji didn't care and said, Sect Master, I understand. Su Xiaoma. Jun Changshao said, go and help Little Egg of Qingyang Village find the lost little yellow. Su Xiaoma was the 3rd disciple after Li Qingyang. Although he was skinny and not tall, he was smart and agile. He was definitely the most suitable person to go find things. Yes, Su Xiaoma obeyed. After receiving the system's notification, Jun Changshao added, Little Yellow is a dog. It has been missing for 2 days. If you can't find it in the village, you can go to the mountains. Yes. Sect Master Jun continued to assign missions to the other disciples. Strangely enough, the missions on the interface were all in Qingyang Village. There was only 1 mission with 3 stars, and the others were only 1 or 2 stars. Not long after, Jun Changshao assigned 20 missions. Only the missions with the recommendation index of 3 stars were left behind. Killing the Earth Flame Wolf should be a bit difficult. He planned to do the simple missions first, and then let the disciples do this. Clap. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, the disciples who have accepted the missions can set off. The disciples who haven't accepted the missions can continue to cultivate in the sect. Yes, the disciples replied in unison. Sinful self, come to the main hall. When the disciples left, Jun Changshao called out to Xiao Ziji. The 2 entered the main hall one after the other. Do you have any objections to the missions I assigned? Jun Changshao sat on the wooden chair and asked. Xiao Ziji replied, no objections. Jun Changshao rested his chin on his hand and said, although the work is a bit dirty, you must remember that when the heavens give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his mind suffer and his muscles and bones tired. This disciple will remember. Xiao Ziji said. Jun Changshao threw the I Jing Jing to him and said, this is our sect's divine grade mental cultivation technique. Take it and cultivate. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me or the other senior brothers. Divine grade mental cultivation technique? Xiao Ziji caught the secret manual. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Remember, this is our sect's unique mental cultivation technique. You must not leak it to others. This disciple understands. Go to Qingyang Village and help Auntie's son carry feces. Yes. When Xiao Ziji walked out of the main hall and saw the 3 words I Jing Jing written on the secret manual, he couldn't remain calm and said, is this really a divine grade mental cultivation technique? Chapter 43. Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and the other disciples went to Qingyang Village after receiving the sect's mission. They began to look for targets to complete the mission. Iron Bone Clan's disciples. Dog. Jun Changshao, that brat, when did he take in so many disciples? Under the big banyan tree, a young man who looks like a young lady said that he was ordered by the sect leader to write a letter for us on behalf of Scholar Zhao. The villagers of Qingyang village gathered at the entrance of the village and discussed. Li Qingyang, who was sitting under the big tree, felt hurt when he heard them describe him as a young lady. In fact, he was quite handsome and masculine. The reason why he was called a young lady was because of his bright sect uniform. Soon, a white-haired old woman with a walking stick walked over slowly. Li Qingyang said, "Granny, do you want to write a letter?" The old woman tilted her ear and said, "Kid, what did you just say?" "I said, are you here to write a letter?" Li Qingyang raised his voice. The old woman still did not hear him clearly. She shook her skinny hand and pointed at her ear. "I'm old. My ears are hard of hearing. I can't hear clearly." Li Qingyang had no choice but to write, "Are you here to write a letter?" on a piece of paper. Coincidentally, Xiao Ziji, who was carrying 2 buckets of dung, walked over from a small path. When he saw second senior brother holding a piece of paper for the old woman to read, he almost fell to the ground. Li Qingyang heard the noise and looked over. "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Ziji forced himself to steady himself so that the 2 buckets of dung would not fall. He broke down and said, "Senior brother, do you think she can read?" Li Qingyang slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot. Most of the villagers in Qingyang village are illiterate. Even if I write, they won't understand." He channeled his dantian and shouted, "Are you here to write a letter?" The old woman heard him this time, but she knocked her walking stick and said, "Kid, can't you lower your voice? My ears are going deaf." Plop! Li Qingyang collapsed on the table, in a courtyard full of fallen leaves. Lu Qianchan, who was dressed in white, stood gracefully like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her soft little hands were filled with faint spiritual power. Shwa! She raised her wrist gently. However, the bamboo broom in his hand was unable to withstand the force and shattered. Lu Qianchan frowned. "Why is it broken again?" Looking around, there were already 3 broken brooms under their feet. They had died miserably. Miss. Andy Wong, who was hiding in the distance and using a bamboo basket to protect herself, said in fear and trepidation, Are you here to sweep the floor or to kill people?" "Humph." Lu Qianchan threw the broken broom to the ground and said angrily, "I already said I don't know how to do it, but sect leader still let me do it." Sect leader? Auntie Wong thought of Jun Changshao. He cursed in his heart. "Bastard, what do you mean by this?" Hoo! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. Auntie Wong hurriedly raised the bamboo basket, but still glanced at it. She saw the fairy-like, beautiful girl waving her hands in the air, stirring up the leaves on the ground and gathering them together. "It's much better than a broom." Lu Qianchan cast a cold gaze and said, "Hey, where do you throw this trash?" Outside. Auntie Wong hurriedly pointed outside the courtyard. Shwa! Lu Qianchan's feet moved as if she was dancing. Her tender, white, jade-like hands moved in the air, and the gathered leaves flew out of the wall. Plop! Su Xiaoma, who was looking for Little Yellow in the village, happened to pass by and was directly hit on the head by a large number of leaves and branches, making him look extremely miserable. Pahaha! The disciples who were doing their mission saw their senior brother covered in leaves and couldn't help but laugh. Move! At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was carrying feces, rushed down the slope. Because he couldn't control the carrying pole, the 2 buckets of feces swayed left and right, splashing a lot of feces on their faces. Ha! Su Xiaoma laughed out loud when she saw her 2 juniors' faces covered in chicken dung. After reaching the flat slope, Xiao Ziji finally stabilized the 2 buckets of feces. He turned around awkwardly and said, "Senior brother, sorry, huff." The 2 disciples with feces on their faces approached with red eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Ziji hurriedly picked up the carrying pole and ran away. "Don't let him run away." The 2 disciples quickly chased after him. Without caring about the feces, They directly reached into the buckets and smeared it on his face. Then they grinned and said, "We're even now." Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoma laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Bang! Another pile of leaves flew out of the wall and hit his head. He immediately rolled his eyes and fell down. There weren't many people in Qingyang village, only a few hundred. Most of the strong men went out to work, and the old, weak women and children stayed behind. Usually it was a bit boring. After the disciples of the Iron Bone sect arrived, they went from house to do tasks, and it became lively. Gradually, the villagers understood that Go Sheng sent the disciples to do voluntary work for them, and they happily accepted it. "Mr. Li, I want to write a letter." Under the banyan tree, an old man in his 70s smiled and said, "Give it to Air War in town. Tell him to put more effort into studying and not play all the time." Li Qingyang picked up the brush and started writing. In a few hours, he had already written letters for 5 villagers. Some were for his son, and some were for his relatives who were not from the village. Most of the content was about daily life. Although it was simple, it was honest. After finishing a letter, Li Qingyang said thoughtfully, "I understand now. The leader wants me to listen to their inner hearts and understand something from it." Clap, clap. In the courtyard, Lu Qianqian clapped her hands and said, "It's almost done." There was not a single leaf or dust on the ground. It was much cleaner than using a bamboo broom. Aunt Wang was paralyzed in front of the door of the central room. She wanted to cry but had no tears. The courtyard was clean and dust-free, but the few big trees that were planted were now completely bare. Even the branches had been torn off, leaving only the trunks. This was not the main point. The main point was all the vegetables in the courtyard were uprooted and thrown out. "Do you still need to clean the room?" Swoosh! Aunt Wang jumped up and guarded the door. "Miss, I'll clean the room myself. I don't need to trouble you." "No." Lu Qianqian said, "The leader said to help you with the housework." She waved her hand and pulled her out. She walked into the central room. Immediately, the sound of teacups and iron basins colliding could be heard. "Ah!" Aunt Wang held her head and cursed at the sky. "Bastard! You sent people to torture me on purpose, didn't you?" Dusk came. The hall was filled with the smell of chicken manure. Jun Changshao pinched his nose and said, "Go take a bath." Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiao Ziji and the others disappeared in an instant. Li Qingyang said, "Leader, the junior brothers have completed the mission today." Jun Changshao was stunned. "Why is your voice hoarse?" Li Qingyang almost cried when he heard that. "The clients are all old uncles and aunties. None of them can hear well. Sigh." Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." He glanced at the disciples and said, "Where's Qianqian? Why didn't she come back with you?" Boom! Boom! Suddenly the ground shook. Jun Changshao looked up and saw the dust falling from the roof beam. "Earthquake? Brat, get out here." Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the hall. "Aunt Wang?" Jun Changshao hurried out, but he suddenly stepped back. He was so scared that he put one hand on the edge of the door. On the training field, Aunt Wang held a kitchen knife in one hand and a rolling pin in the other. She was full of killing intent. Every step she took shook the ground. "Leader." Lu Qianqian stood at the corner of the door and said calmly, "She insisted on thanking you. I couldn't stop her." Gulp. Jun Changshao swallowed and said hurriedly, "Aunt Wang, I have something to say." "Ah, Aunt Wang is going to kill someone." Chapter 44. Jun Changshao didn't stay idle while his disciple was doing tasks in Qingyang village for the whole day. He took the beginner disciple's Spirit Qi Array Manual and flipped to the first page. The first thing he saw was the words "Tutorial for Dummies." How stupid is it? He continued to read and soon understood that the spirit energy array only needed to insert the 36 small flags in fixed positions. Let's give it a try. Jun Changshao walked out of the hall and came to an open space on the left side of the martial arts practice field. He inserted the 36 small flags in fixed positions, one by one, according to the layout diagram in the manual. Buzz! After the last flag was inserted into the ground, all the flags in the square trembled slightly. Blue light appeared at the base of the flag and connected with the adjacent flags. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, blue light appeared on all four sides and rose to a height of 5 meters like a water curtain until the top was sealed by the light. A small array was condensed just like that. It's really a dummy. Jun Changshao reached out and touched the boundary of the array. Half of his palm immediately sank into it, and then he stepped in. The space inside the array was very small, only 10 square meters, and the spirit energy was no different from the outside world. The manual said that the array could be activated by thoughts, but Jun Changshao didn't try it. After all, 1 contribution point would be deducted if it was activated. The spirit energy array is helpful to the disciples. I'll activate it after completing the Sect's mission and let them cultivate. And this kind of consumable array can't be activated every day. Jun Changshao thought about it and decided to activate it once every 7 days and let the disciples cultivate for a few hours in turns. Sigh. I still lack contribution points. Otherwise, I'll activate it every day and let the disciples have twice the cultivation environment. Their cultivation will definitely improve quickly. Jun Changshao walked out. When he left, the blue array disappeared. The next day, Li Qingyang, Lu Qianjian, and the others continued to go to Qingyang village to complete their mission. Jun Changshao began to cultivate Yi Jinjing, hoping to open the last meridian as soon as possible. He had browsed through the store last night, but he couldn't find anything suitable for breaking through his cultivation base, so he could only sit down and meditate. Needless to say, Jun Changshao could clearly see that the meridians in his body had expanded a lot during the time he was cultivating the muscle bone strengthening scripture. His physical body was also much stronger than before. The current me should be much stronger than a few days ago, right? He muttered. The system said, the strength testing machine in the beginner's department store can be used to test the value of one's strength. I recommend the host to purchase it with an index of 5 stars. Tisk. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, You're instigating me to spend contribution points again. The system said, the strength testing machine can be used by both the sect master and the disciples. It is an indispensable item for the sect. If it disappears due to a refresh, don't be too far away. Too far to reach? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. You want to say that it's too late for regrets, right? Is it different? What the F***CK? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and muttered. Increasing the realm is only one of the reasons. Strength is the second reason. There is a need to buy a strength testing machine to test the disciples' growth every once in a while. Schwa. He skillfully pulled the system panel, clicked on the beginner's department store, and accurately found the strength testing machine. This item requires 10 contribution points. The introduction is also very simple, only a line of words. Condense your spirit energy and blast it to accurately display your strength. I'll buy it. Ding. The host has spent 10 contribution points, received Strength Testing Machine X1, has been transferred to the Space Ring. Sect contribution points, 24100. Bang. Jun Changshao came to the outer room of the hall and summoned the Strength Testing Machine. This thing looked no different from a standing sandbag. He tried to push it, but found that he couldn't move it at all. The system said, this thing can only be summoned by the host from the space ring. No one can move it at all. So it's like that. Jun Changshao clenched his fists, shook his head, and said, let me first test how much strength I have. After a simple warm-up, he took a deep breath and clenched his right fist. 11 rays of light formed a circle around his wrist. Aha! Jun Changshao took a step forward, gathered spirit energy, and poured it into his fist. only to hear a bang sound as he punched the strength testing machine. The airflow was like a ripple on the surface of the sea. However, the strength testing machine didn't move at all. The number 1,800 gradually appeared on the top, followed by the unit of weight. 1,800 June? Jun Changshao said, not bad. The system said, the average strength of a stage 11 meridian opening martial artist in the Falling Star continent is 1,500 Jin. The host is 300 Jin higher. Only 300 Jin? Jun Changshao shook his head. If a martial artist saw his dissatisfied expression, they would definitely roar, Big brother, it's 300 Jin higher than normal. What are you still not satisfied with? The system analyzed, the host's body is weak, and his aptitude is trash. To be able to exceed 300 Jin, it should be because of the body metamorphosed scripture. Then let's continue to cultivate. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Ding! Side mission activated. The side mission came? Jun Changshao, who was used to hearing this kind of notification, opened the system panel and saw the side mission. Teach a lesson to the AI clan's elder who came to provoke him 0 to 1 elite mission. AI clan's elder? He suddenly remembered the AI clan's third young master, who was kicked away the day before. He touched his nose and laughed. I beat up that playboy. The AI clan will definitely not let this go. Elite mission. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and said, this is a big fish. Elder Wei, who completed the elite mission in Qinyang City, gave him 20 contribution points, which made him eagerly wait for the AI clan's elder to come find trouble and earn more contribution points. Sect Master. A disciple staggered in from outside, looking flustered. There's someone outside who claims to be an elder of the AI clan shouting. The day before yesterday, he came today. This speed is really fast. The rice delivery guy is here. Jun Changshao stood up and left. The disciple scratched his head and said with a confused face, that's not right. These rice vats were just bought yesterday. Outside the red door of the Iron-Bone Sect, a middle-aged man wearing a long robe stood with his hands behind his back. His deep eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. His name was AI Shanka, an elder of the AI clan. From his bulging temples, one could guess that he was a martial disciple. Aya. Jun Changshao walked out and cupped his hands. You must be an elder of the AI clan. I didn't come out to greet you. Please forgive me. Forgive me. AI Shanka glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said indifferently, You're the Iron-Bone Sect Master, Jun Changshao. That's right, Jun Changshao said. Previously, AI Shanka didn't recognize him as the Sect Master, but now that the AI clan's elder guessed it, he felt very comfortable. AI Shanka said, Sect Master Jun, my clan's direct descendant was bullied by your sect's disciple. Please hand over the culprit. Don't worry, for the sake of the 100 Sect Alliance, I will only break the culprit's arm and leg, I won't take his life. AI Shanka's attitude was very arrogant. Jun Changshao said awkwardly, Elder AI, to be honest, your clan's direct descendant caused trouble in front of my sect, but the one who taught him a lesson was not my disciple, but me. What? AI Shanka said in shock, you beat him. Chapter 45. That's right. Jun Changshao said, I was the one who beat up your family's direct descendant. AI Shanka's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger. He had been out of town for the past 2 days. Last night, he received a messenger pigeon from his family saying that AI Sher was beaten up, so he hurried over. He didn't know much about the details. If it was an Iron-Bone disciple who beat him up, AI Shanka could understand. After all, young people were hot-blooded and conflicts were inevitable. But a sect leader, wasn't he afraid of losing his status? That's right. A sect leader of a trash sect, as lowly as dust, it would be strange if he cared about his status. Thinking of this, the disdain in AI Shanka's eyes deepened. Sect leader Jun. As a sect leader, you beat up my AI family's direct descendant. Isn't that a bit too much? Jun Changshao shrugged. Your family's direct descendant brought people to beat up my sect's disciple, and they even came to my doorstep. How is it too much for me to teach them a lesson? The person who stole my AI family's pills is your iron-bone disciple? AI Shang Ku's face darkened. Jun Changshao said, that's right. AI Shang Ku said coldly, Sect leader Jun, your family's disciple stole my family's pills, and my direct descendant was beaten up by you. That's 2 debts. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Elder AI, are you here to settle your debts? Jun Changshao's face was still smiling, looking a bit like he was asking for a beating. If there weren't any side missions, he might have tried to reason with the other party and resolve their grudges. But now he could only accept life and death, and fight if he didn't accept it. AI Shang said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, you hurt my family's direct descendant and stole my pills. You have to give me an explanation. Sure. Jun Changshao threw a tail of silver. This is your compensation, and the grudges between my sect and your family are settled. AI Shang didn't catch it, letting the silver fall to his feet. His eyes were cold. Sect leader Jun, are you humiliating me and my AI family? A tael of silver was not a small amount for the poor, but the AI family's elders didn't care about it. Jun Changshao throwing it over was a naked humiliation. I am sincerely giving you an explanation. If you insist on feeling humiliated, then there's nothing I can do. Jun Changshao spread out his hands to express his helplessness. He looked even more annoying than before. AI Shanka could no longer suppress his anger and said coldly, for the sake of the 100 Sect Alliance, I will call you Sect Master. Jun, don't think too highly of yourself. Cut the crap. Jun Changshao said faintly, do you want to fight? AI Shang Ku was, after all, an elder of the AI family. He cupped his fists gracefully and said, I've heard that Sect Master Jun had defeated an elder of the Spirit Spring Sect in Green Sun City. I, AI Shang Ku, would really like to experience it. Come on then, Jun Changshao said. AI Shanka smiled faintly and said, this is not a place to spar. Why don't we enter your sect's training ground and compete? Is this guy trying to teach me a lesson in front of the sect disciples? Jun Changshao guessed his thoughts, but he still turned to the side and raised his hand, saying, please. So he didn't want that tail of silver? On the training ground, Jun Changshao and AI Shang stood 10 feet apart, staring at each other. The atmosphere was tense. That guy is an elder of the AI family? From the aura he's emitting, he should be a martial disciple. Outside the training ground, the disciples who didn't do any missions were discussing in low voices, their eyes filled with fear. Although martial disciple is only the 2nd stage of the falling star continent, it's nothing in front of stronger cultivators. But in the eyes of those in the channel opening stage, it's a colossus. Can Sect Master defeat him? The bandits of the Black Mountain, along with the martial disciple leader, were all killed by Sect Master. Defeating him is definitely not a problem. Not bad, not bad. Everyone was relieved. AI Shang heard their discussion and said with a startled expression, the bandits of the Black Mountain were killed by you. Is there a problem? Jun Changshao said, there's a problem, a big problem. A while ago, the government and the martial artists of the various sects gathered their forces and decided to attack the Black Wind stronghold again. The result? When they went up, they found that the stronghold was burned to ashes. The training ground was littered with over 200 rotting corpses. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After a long time, they realized that the Black Wind stronghold had been completely destroyed. In a short time, the news of the bandits' annihilation spread throughout the Azure Sun County, causing a huge commotion. The people of various cities and towns all rushed to spread the news and celebrated on the streets. It could be said that the whole world was celebrating. Everyone was also competing to discuss who eliminated the Black Wind stronghold that had been a disaster for many years. Some martial artists guessed that it might be a big power, But they rejected it in the end because the government and the various sects had verified that no large number of people had appeared in the vicinity of the Black Mountain in the past few months. Whether it was done by one person or a few people, it was all concluded. In just a few days, there were many versions of rumors. For example, a powerful cultivator passed by the Black Mountain and killed all the bandits with thought. Another said that the Black Wind stronghold had done many evil things and angered the heavens, so they sent immortals down to the mortal world to kill them. Various versions of the news spread wildly in the Azure Sun County, becoming the topic of conversation for many martial artists and ordinary people. After the Azure Sun City Lord learned that the bandits had been annihilated, he spread out a notice, hoping that the righteous person who helped the people would appear and receive 1,000 taels of gold as a gift. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. Many martial artists were blinded by money and took the risk of pretending to be righteous to claim the reward. In the end, they were all seen through and thrown into jail. The news of the Black Wind stronghold being annihilated was very big. Naturally, Ai Shanka had heard of it and even discussed it with the elders of the tribe. He believed that the person who could kill his way into the Black Wind stronghold and annihilate it must be at least a martial master. But now, the Ironbone disciples actually said that their sect master was the one who annihilated it? Humph. Ai Shanka said indifferently, "Sect Master June, you really dare to say that you did something like annihilating the bandits? Could it be that you also have the intention of falsely claiming the reward of 1,000 taels of gold?" As long as one had a normal mind, they would not believe that Jun Changshao, who was only at the meridian opening realm, could annihilate the Black Wind stronghold, which was easy to defend and hard to attack. Falsely claiming 1,000 taels of gold? Jun Changshao said, "What do you mean?" Ai Shanka said indifferently, "Sect Master Jun, we are all sensible people. You don't have to pretend." Jun Changshao was speechless. What the hell am I pretending for? However, as smart as he was, he quickly guessed that the news of annihilating the bandits must have spread. The so-called 1,000 taels of gold might be the reward given by the government. I have to find time to go to Qingyang City and take a look. Jun Changshao needed to develop the sect. Although the system could provide a lot of help, money was also important. The more, the better. Shwa! Ai Shanka waved his hand and a 3 feet long sword appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "I heard that Sect Master Jun has a high-quality sword. I would like to see it for myself." The body of his sword was engraved with a lifelike dragon beast. The blade emitted a sharp aura. With one look, one could tell that the quality was not low. "As you wish." Jun Changshao waved his hand and a low-grade cold edge sword appeared. A faint chill immediately spread through the martial arts field. "Good sword. Not as cheap as you." Chapter 46. Ai Shanka was also a sword cultivator. He could tell at a glance that the quality of Jun Changshao's cold-edged sword was extraordinary. So he said lightly, "It's really a waste for this sword to be in your hands. Give it to me and we'll forget about it." Ai Shanka thought it was okay to let go of iron bone for a sword. "Give it to you." Jun Changshao said, "Is there something wrong with your head?" Ai Shanka's deep eyes flashed a trace of coldness, and a white wave of air suddenly appeared around him. After becoming a martial disciple, a warrior would gather spiritual energy in his dantian. Once it was stimulated, it would explode with momentum, which was called spiritual power. Feeling it at a close distance, Jun Changshao said to himself, "This guy is much stronger than that bandit leader. It's a bit tricky." He had killed Zhou Tianba, who was a martial disciple, with the help of hard to stop. Now that his weapon was sealed again, it seemed very difficult to kill him with only the elementary cold-edged sword. What's more, the opponent's weapon was obviously stronger than Wei Yinu's. His cultivation was not as good as his, and his equipment was not good enough. How could he fight? Should he use the system? Forget it, forget it. I only have 24 contribution points. I'd better use them sparingly. Jun Changxiao's mind went into the space ring and summoned the speed talisman given by the novice gift package. He said to himself, among all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. I should be able to deal with him. Crack! The talisman was crushed. In an instant, a special energy flowed into Jun Changxiao's legs, giving him the urge to run away. He smiled and said, I feel the power of the wind, boy. AI Shanka said coldly, Are you ready? Jun Changxiao raised his sword and said, Come on. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, AI Shanka stepped forward and waved his right wrist. The 3-foot-long sword cut through the void, forming a stream of sword chi, close to the ground to disturb. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword momentum filled the air. The iron-bone disciples in the distance were shocked when they saw this. Everyone looked at Jun Changxiao, but they saw that he was still standing in the same place with a calm smile on his face. Could it be that the sect leader was going to use the golden bell shield and iron skin technique? Aren't you going to dodge? AI Shanka sneered. Although this sword strike was played down, the force behind it was still several thousand kilograms. If he didn't dodge it, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Swish! At this moment, the sword chi that shot out directly slashed through Jun Changxiao's body, cutting him in half. Sect leader! The disciples exclaimed in unison. AI Shanka was also dumbfounded. His casual attack had split the iron-bone sect's leader in half? What a piece of trash! You can't even take a single strike from my sword. No, no! His body had been slashed open, but why was there no blood spurting out? The iron-bone disciples also realized this problem. Soon, they realized that the sect leader's body was suddenly distorted and then gradually disappeared. What was going on? Phantom. Aisheng frowned. Hey. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. I'm here. Shua. AI Shanka hurriedly turned around and saw Jun Changxiao standing behind him with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. He couldn't calm down and exclaimed, How did you get there? The iron-bone disciples saw that their sect leader was safe and sound and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were puzzled. He was clearly standing in front. So how did he run to the back in the blink of an eye? I walked over. Jun Changxiao said. Impossible. AI Shanka said. You must have used some kind of evil illusion. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and smiled. Open your eyes wider. I'll walk again to show you. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood still in the same place, but a voice came from behind. Did you see it clearly? AI Shanka hurriedly turned around and found that Jun Changxiao had appeared in the same position as before, and his expression was completely frozen. Oh my God! The iron-bone disciples' eyes widened. In their vision, they saw 2 identical sect leaders standing on the left and right, sandwiching the AI family elder in the middle. After a while, the one on the left gradually dissipated. AI Shanka said in shock, what kind of sorcery did you use? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, This is not a sorcery, it's a footwork called phantom steps. Phantom steps? AI Shanka had never heard of it before, but from the name, he seemed to remember something and said in disbelief, The illusion just now was because the speed was too fast. Smart. Jun Changxiao said. Although he said so, he was also shocked in his heart. This speed talisman is too fast, so fast that even if I change my position, my figure won't be able to dissipate in time. Impossible, impossible. AI Shanka couldn't believe it. After all, it was so fast that he couldn't see it. So fast that it was an illusion. This was simply too shocking. Swish! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Jun Changxiao stood in front of him, and there were still illusions behind him, and said, Did you see it clearly this time? How did sect leader go over? I can't see it at all. The speed is too fast, so fast that we can't even catch the movement with our eyes. Sect leader is mighty. All the disciples shouted in admiration. Damn it! AI Shanka angrily slashed with his sword, but it still hit the illusion. Jun Changshao was already standing on the right side. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. However, when it reached his level, it was completely beyond the comprehension of a martial disciple. Swish, swish, swish. Jun Changshao kept changing his position, and in a breath's time, more than 10 illusions appeared in AI Shanka's vision. Obviously, the appearance of each illusion meant that Jun Changshao had been here and stayed for a short time. As for the process, he couldn't see it at all. The bald head of the Black Wind stronghold practiced the 7-step shadow transformation, but when he used it, he could still see the shadow and roughly grasp the position. The muscles on AI Shanka's face gradually stiffened, and the hand holding the sword began to tremble. If he couldn't even see the person clearly, how could he fight? Bang! Suddenly, Jun Changshao appeared behind him and kicked his butt. This kick contained at least 1,000 pounds of force, and AI Shanka, who was caught off guard, staggered a few steps forward and almost fell to the ground. Pahaha! The disciples couldn't help but laugh. After all, he was an elder, and being kicked in the butt by the sect leader was really funny. Damn it! AI Shanka stabilized his body, feeling ashamed and angry. He then raised his sword and slashed in the air, instantly forming a powerful sword chi. Swish! Swish! Jun Changshao calmly stepped forward, dodging from the left and the right, and illusions appeared one after another. Under the support of the speed talisman, the powerful sword chi seemed to have slowed down. Even if it covered the entire martial arts field and formed an inescapable net, he could still easily avoid it. Bang! Jun Changshao kicked from behind again, hitting AI Shanka's other butt. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage, it made the opponent go crazy. Ah! He roared loudly. Hiss! Suddenly, the robe on his body was torn, and he was only left with a pair of white underpants. Jun Changshao stood in front of him, the tip of his sword holding a lock of hair, and smiled. Elder AI, do you think it's necessary to continue fighting? Chapter 47. Jun Changshao's speed was too fast, so fast that AI Shanka's clothes were cut open without him noticing. With a roar, his muscles expanded and exploded. Even worse, there was a strand of hair on Hanfeng's sword. What did this mean? It meant that if he wanted to kill, he would have slashed AI Shanka's neck. AI Shanka's cultivation was strong, but it was not strong enough to fight against a sword with his body. Moreover, Jun Changshao's strength was not weak either. Taking AI Shanka's head with his high speed would be child's play. AI Shanka stood in place in his white underpants. His face was stiff and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with fear. The moment a strand of hair was cut off, he felt the aura of death. It was very real and very terrifying. If AI Shanka wanted to kill him, his head would have been separated from his body. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. AI Shanka's hand loosened, and the sword with a dragon pattern fell on the stone floor. Hey, Jun Changshao asked, do you still want to fight? AI Shanka's hands trembled. He suppressed his fear and said, no. With such unimaginable speed, even if he had 10 guts, he would not dare to fight. Ding! Side mission completed. Host receives 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 74,100. 50 points. Jun Changshao was flabbergasted. So much? The system said the AI clan elder is a 5th grade martial disciple. Host defeating him will naturally give you a lot of contribution points. Jun Changshao thought, so he is a 5th grade martial disciple. After the meridian opening stage, there was a more detailed division. From low to high, there was a 9th grade, and after the 9th grade was the peak. For example, Song Mountain Sect's Elder Ma was a peak martial master. With one more step, he would break through to Wuzong. Another example was the leader of Gang who was killed. He was only a second-grade martial disciple. The AI clan was not a traditional martial arts family. They mainly sold pills in Huyang City. AI Shang being a fifth-grade martial disciple was already very good. Elder AI, Jun Changshao said, "You should have spare clothes in your spatial ring, right?" Ace Hank, who had gradually calmed down, only then did he realize that he was still naked. His old face turned red as he hurriedly took out a set of clothes and put them on. He then put away his sword and cupped his fists. Many thanks to Sect Master Jun for showing mercy. The arrogance and disdain in his eyes had completely vanished. Jun Changshao said, "Elder AI, my disciple stole your medicinal pills. As the leader of a sect, I am also at fault." The mission had been completed, and the contribution points had been obtained. Naturally, there was a need to ease the atmosphere. After all, the sect was still developing, and there was no benefit in making enemies everywhere. But Jun Changshao said, "My disciple was also beaten half to death by the AI family's young master. In my opinion, why don't we turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing?" As the victor, he took the initiative to ask for peace, giving AI Shanka a way out. AI Shanka also went with the flow and said, "Young people are hot-blooded. Fighting is normal. My AI family won't mind." After being beaten up, his attitude immediately changed. This was the true portrayal of a hard fist. Jun Changshao said, "Elder AI came from afar, so I will naturally be a good host. Please come to the main hall and have a seat." His clothes were torn. How could he have the face to stay? AI Shanka cupped his hands and said, "I still have things to deal with. I will visit another day." Jun Changshao didn't say anything and personally sent him to the door. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder AI, I will see you here." "Goodbye." AI Shanka left. However, on the way down the mountain, he was still in shock and said, "I didn't expect the Ironbone Sect Master to be so secretive. I have to go back and tell the family head not to provoke him easily." AI Shanka didn't doubt that with Jun Changshao's terrifying speed just now, killing a martial master would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Sect Master, you are too powerful. The phantom steps you used just now was simply amazing. Sect Master, is this the same as the I Jin Jing? It is also a divine martial skill." When Jun Changshao returned to the sect, the disciples swarmed around him, especially when they thought of the scene of him beating Elder AI just now. Their eyes were filled with worship. Jun Changshao said, "Cultivate well. In the future, I will teach you this kind of footwork one by one." Wow, the sect master will teach us the phantom steps. We must work hard to become stronger and not disappoint the sect master. Let's go, and cultivate. The disciples were enthusiastic, and the blood in their bodies was burning. To be honest, in just a short month, Jun Changshao had an irreplaceable position in their hearts. If an outsider came to rope them in, they wouldn't betray him even if they joined a higher sect. This was what Jun Changshao was most happy to see, because he didn't care about the aptitude of the disciples. He only cared about being loyal to himself and the sect. In the main hall, Jun Changshao sat on a chair, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, "I earned 50 contribution points. My whole body feels good." Ding! Su Xiaoma has found the lost Xiaohuang. The sect's mission has been completed. Ding! Sect achievement points, 2,100. Sect contribution points, 76100. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao's smile became even wider. Not bad, to be able to complete the mission so quickly. I didn't misjudge you." Ding! Sect mission completed. Disciples' contribution points have been unlocked. Jun Changshao said, "Disciples also have contribution points." Opening the Sect system data panel, he saw Sect members, 100,100, followed by the words "click on details." He clicked on it, A small data panel appeared. On it were the names of many disciples. Only Su Xiaoma's name was written with the words 2 contribution points. Jun Changshao said, "What does this mean?" The system said, "Disciple will receive the corresponding contribution points after completing the Sect's mission. Host can use them to buy items in the store." Hearing this, Jun Changshao jumped up and said with joy, "There's such a good thing." He would receive contribution points for completing the Sect's mission, and the disciple would also receive contribution points for completing the Sect's mission. Wasn't this a double benefit? The system said, "Disciples' contribution points can only be used by disciples. The host can only buy for them." Hearing this, Sect leader Jun collapsed on the chair and said, "Please, next time can you finish the sentence?" "Yes." The system said. Jun Changshao said, "You mean to say that disciples and I can use the Sect store?" "It can't be used." The system said, "Disciple has a dedicated store. Host can open it to check." Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the store. Sure enough, under the beginner's store, there was a disciple store button. Opening it, he found that there were many items. Most of them were beginner level, and the price was basically 1 contribution point. F***CK. Jun Changshao collapsed. Why are the items in the disciple store cheaper than mine? The system said, "Because you are the host, there are many ways to obtain contribution points, but disciples can only obtain them by completing Sect missions." So it's like that. Jun Changshao understood. He randomly selected an item to look at, but from the introduction, he didn't find anything special. Compared to his own store, it was obviously a few grades worse. The system said, "The items in the disciple store are mostly support items. Host store is a collection of great achievements." Chapter 48. Although the goods in the newly opened disciples' marketplace were cheaper than those in the beginner's marketplace, their effects were not as satisfactory. For example, there was an item called Qi Gathering Elixir, which was only 1 word different from Qi Gathering Elixir, but it only provided twice the absorption effect and lasted for 12 hours. So many of them have been castrated. Jun Changshao shook his head and continued to look at the goods. Soon he found a weapon called Beginner Grade Wooden Sword and was speechless. Wooden sword? That's too shabby. However, when he thought of the strength of the beginner grade cold-edged sword, he concluded that although this sword was made of wood, its power should be comparable to the low-grade and mid-grade weapons of the Falling Star continent. Jun Changshao looked at a few more goods and found that most of them were useless, so he bought the Qi Gathering Elixir and the beginner grade wooden sword. When the items appeared in the space ring, Su Xiaoma's contribution points were instantly cleared to 0. Why is there no notification sound? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, "The disciples' purchase notifications are blocked by default if the host likes to hear the ding-ding sound. It can be activated. Continue to block it by default." Jun Changshao naturally did not want to have to receive notifications for everything. It would be very annoying. Right. Can I block the notification sound of my purchase? The host does not have a blocking function for now. For now? Jun Changshao asked, "What do you mean?" The system said, "The higher the host's realm and the level of the Sect's construction, the more functions the system will have." Jun Changshao said, "If I become stronger, you will become stronger too." You can think of it that way. The system said. Jun Changshao thought carefully and said fearfully, "If I fatten you up, you won't plot against me one day, right?" The system said, "If the host dies, the system dies." I see. Jun Changshao relaxed and said, "How much effect of the haste talisman left?" 45 minutes. The system said. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "I can use the remaining time to go to Qingyang City and see the so-called reward of 1,000 taels of gold." Tianqi. Present. I'm going out for a trip. Train them well. Yes. There wasn't much time left for the speed talisman, so Jun Changshao didn't waste any time. He walked out of the Iron Bone Sect's gate and stood still. After a while, his figure gradually disappeared. This guy's speed was really fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the foot of the mountain. It's simply a must-have item for traveling as a monk. It's a pity that the store doesn't sell them. Otherwise, I'd buy a few more for backup. While speaking, Jun Changshao had already disappeared from where he stood, rushing towards the direction of Green Sun City. In the wilderness, a woman leaned against a tree and said shyly, "Brotherly, don't mess around. What if someone sees us?" The young man called Brotherly leaned over and touched her face with one hand. He smiled and said, "Mimi, there's no one around here. We won't be discovered. I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much that I can't eat." "Ah." The woman lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Me too." The two couples gradually hugged each other and kissed passionately. It was as if time had stopped. However, the girl called Mimi inadvertently glanced up and suddenly saw a young man squatting on the tree, grinning at her. "Ah!" A scream came from the wilderness. "Mimi, what's wrong?" Brotherly hurriedly asked. The younger sister pointed at the tree and said in a panic, There's someone on the tree." Brotherly hurriedly looked and immediately saw the young man. Jun Changshao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry to disturb you too." Brotherly said angrily, "Who are you? When did you come?" Before he could finish, the person on the tree gradually disappeared. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and said in horror, "Oh my God, there's a ghost." Without caring about anything else, he pulled Mimi and ran to the village in a panic. Jun Changshao stopped outside the wilderness. Seeing that the man did not forget to pull the woman away in fright, he said, "You two should be a couple who truly love each other. I wish you two to be united forever and grow old together." Sigh. Thinking that she was still single, she couldn't help but feel sad. "I'll be 18 in a month. When can I stop being single?" Coming to a different world, developing a sect was a boring process. It would be good to experience the feeling of love. Lu Qianqian. Forget it. This woman has a story. It's better not to ask for a rebuff. Qingyang City. Jun Changshao stopped in front of the city gate. It only took him 5 minutes to get here from Ironbone City, and this was because he was greedy for the scenery on the way. Otherwise, it would have been faster at full speed. Why is there another person? It's sect leader Ironbone. Why is he here? The martial artists coming in and out of the city gate recognized Jun Changshao at a glance. Sect leader Jun, a martial artist, hurried over and said with a smile, "I have a martial arts problem. I'm willing to pay 200 taels. I hope no time." Jun Changshao stepped into the city. It has to be said that since the recruitment of numerous sects, he has become a little famous in Qingyang City. After entering the city, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Jun Changshao ignored them and locked his eyes on the sign at the crossroads. His eyes suddenly lit up. The words written above were in classical Chinese. The translated meaning was that the city lord was very grateful to the righteous man for destroying the Black Wind stronghold. He was willing to give 1,000 taels of gold and go to the city lord's mansion to receive the reward. TSK Tisk. Jun Changshao said, "I didn't expect that after destroying the Black Wind stronghold, there would be a reward of 1,000 taels of gold." Ga. The street was silent. Jun Changshao felt that something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw that the nearby vendors, passers-by, and martial artists were all looking at him with a look of disbelief. A martial artist was the first to recover. Sect leader Jun, did you destroy the Black Wind stronghold? Yes. Jun Changshao said truthfully. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Previously, in the martial arts arena, the martial artists in the city believed that the Ironbone sect leader was relying on the high quality of his weapon. Destroy the Black Wind stronghold? Absolute nonsense. Hey, Jun Changshao said, where is the city lord's mansion? The martial artist said weakly, "Sect leader June is going to receive the reward." Jun Chang Shao pointed to the sign. "Doesn't it say that whoever destroys the Black Wind stronghold can receive the reward?" The martial artist lowered his voice. "Sect leader Jun, pretending to be a righteous man to receive the reward, the lightest punishment is being thrown into prison. The heaviest punishment is losing your head." "Pretend my ass." Jun Chang Shao said, "The Black Wind stronghold was destroyed by this king." Sigh. The martial artist shook his head. Another one blinded by money. The passers-by and common people around also shook their heads. They believed that the iron-boned sect leader must be crazy for money, so he took the risk to pretend to be a righteous man. Jun Chang Shao was speechless. It seemed that he had done something for the sake of the people. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. They were still too weak. If it were the Blue Mountain sect leader, as long as he stood in front of the sign, everyone would believe that he was the one who destroyed the Black Wind stronghold. "Sect leader June?" A shout came from the left, and Li Qingyang's father, patriarchally, walked over. He smiled and cupped his hands. "How come you have time to come to Blue Sun City?" After not seeing him for a month, Patriarch Li's aura had changed. He must have benefited from the guidance, and his realm had improved a lot. Jun Chang Shao said, "Patriarch Li, you came at the right time. Take me to the city, Lord's mansion." Patriarch Li was stunned. "Sect leader Jun, why are you going to the city, Lord's mansion?" "To receive the reward." Jun Chang Shao said, "Ga." The smile on Patriarch Li's face froze. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Sect leader Jun, don't tell me that the Black Wind stronghold is—" "That's right," Jun Chang Shao said angrily. "The Black Wind stronghold was destroyed by this king. Whether you believe it or not, take me to the city, Lord's mansion first. P.S. Children's boots. Don't forget to vote for me after you read it." Chapter 49. Sect leader Jun, you can't speak carelessly. You can't just pretend to be a righteous person. Sect leader Jun, there have been many people pretending to be righteous people these days. Without exception, they were all investigated and locked up in jail. Some even lost their heads. Sect leader Jun, listen to my advice. Go back and don't go to the city, Lord's mansion anymore. Ta. Jun Chang Shao stopped and said in a deep voice, "Li family head, I will repeat myself. I was the one who destroyed the Black Wind stockade." Li family head said, "Let's not talk about the strength of the Black Wind stockade's leader. How could sect leader Jun kill his way in?" Jun Chang Shao was silent. No matter how he explained, he wouldn't be convinced. Why waste his breath? Li family head said, "Sect leader Jun, if you want to get 1,000 taels of gold, you must show proof that you destroyed the Black Wind stockade. Otherwise, if you go to the city, Lord's mansion rashly, it will be very disadvantageous for you." This was a sincere attempt to persuade him. Moreover, he received news that the city lord was in a bad mood because of people pretending to be him. If sect leader Jun went there, he would definitely be in trouble. Yes. How can I prove that I destroyed it? Jun Chang Shao thought. After a while, his eyes gradually lit up and he said, "Li family head, I will show you the evidence." "What evidence?" "Don't ask, just lead the way." Seeing him so confident, Li family head hesitated and thought, could it be that he really destroyed the Black Wind stockade? Impossible, impossible, this is too inconceivable. The city lord's mansion was actually at the east end of the largest main street in Qingyang City. It was quite a magnificent mansion. There were 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right of the gate. "Sect leader Jun, let's go back." Li family head brought Jun Chang Shao over and tried to persuade him. Jun Chang Shao was too lazy to pay attention to him and strode towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. "Stop." A guard with a sword raised his hand and shouted, "Who are you?" Jun Chang Shao stood with his hands behind his back and said, Please report to the city master that the leader of the Iron Bone Upright sect has come to visit. Li family head, who was standing in the distance, was relieved when he heard Jun Moc's words. Sect leader Jun didn't say anything about the reward. It seems that he was just joking. That's right. He had never insisted on pretending to be the leader of a sect. This was not only cheating, but also lowering his status. Are you the Iron Bone sect leader? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the guard's mouth. He said, The city lord has a rule that he will not meet any sects below the 8th rate unless there is a summons. Jun Changshao frowned slightly. Even a gatekeeper was so arrogant. The world was really cruel. Shua. He unfolded the notice and said indifferently, Tell the city lord that Jun is here to collect his reward. The Li family head asked in shock, When did Sect Master Jun take down the notice? He didn't see it, and neither did the martial artists at the crossroads. It was only after Jun Changshao left that they realized that the notice was gone. The guard said in disbelief, You destroyed the Black Wind stockade. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao said indifferently, Hurry up and report it. The guard sneered, Kid, you have to think carefully. If I report it, you will be imprisoned. Don't worry about it. Jun Changshao said indifferently. The guard shook his head and said, It's pardonable for a cat or a dog to pretend to be a sect leader. A dignified sect leader would do such a thing. You must be possessed. As he spoke, he had already walked into the mansion. After a long time, he came out and said, Go in. Jun Changshao strode forward. When he brushed past him, he whispered, Do you know what a watchdog is? It's looking down on people with a pair of dog eyes. You. The guard glared at him. Jun Changshao waved his sleeves and said, Why do you have to be a watchdog? Why do you have to be a watchdog? Despicable guy. The guard was furious, but he immediately sneered. A guy who is about to be imprisoned still has the mood to mock me. Jun Changshao walked into the mansion. The outer courtyard of the city, Lord's mansion, was much larger than the Iron Bone sect. The slabs under his feet were neatly arranged. At first glance, it was obvious that they were made of high-quality stone. There was a martial arts practice field in front of him. On both sides of the room, it was magnificent. Jun Changshao touched his nose and whispered, When I have money, I must expand the sect to be more magnificent than the city, Lord's mansion. Ambitious. In front of the main hall, a middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an imposing appearance. His whole body exuded the aura of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. On the way, Jun Changshao learned about the appearance of the city lord from the Li family head. He cupped his hands and said, Jun Changshao of the Iron Bone sect greets city Lord Xia. Ha! City Lord Xia laughed heartily. This city lord heard a little about the recruitment of the 100 sects a month ago. Unfortunately, I was in seclusion at that time and was unable to invite Master Jun to my mansion. It is quite a pity. Seemingly easygoing, but it brought pressure to Jun Changshao, so he secretly said, How strong is he? The system said, Higher than the elders of the Tsang Mountain sect. Wuzong? Jun Changshao secretly said, No wonder there is so much pressure. Master Jun! City Lord Xia turned sideways and smiled. Please come in. Jun Changshao walked into the main hall. Before he could stand still, he felt 2 cold eyes staring at him. Looking around, he saw 2 similar-looking middle-aged men sitting on the left and right side chairs. Master Jun, City Lord Xia introduced. These 2 are the elders of the Spirit Spring sect. The one on the right is Wei Yai, the one on the left is Wei Yile. Damn. Jun Changshao secretly said, cupped his hands and smiled. It turned out to be the 2 elders of the Spirit Spring sect. I have heard a lot about you. Humph. Wei Yile and Wei Yai coldly snorted. Their 4th brother had one of his arms cut off by this brat, so they naturally wouldn't give him a good face. Jun Changshao didn't mind, found a seat and sat down. Lightly tapping the armrest, he secretly said, "Enemies don't meet." Wei Yile and Wei Yai hated him, and Master Jun also hated the Spirit Spring Sect. After all, they were the ones who secretly instigated the Haifeng stronghold to kidnap the disciples. "Master Jun," City Lord Xie smiled, "I heard from the guards that you are here to receive a reward." "That's right." Jun Chang Shao took out the notice. "Humph," Wei Yai lightly said. "With Master Jun's ability to destroy the Haifeng stronghold, isn't it a bit of a fool's dream?" "In my opinion, Master Jun should be short of money, so you are here to cheat money." Wei Yile smiled, looking like a smiling tiger. "You want to provoke me?" Jun Chang Shao was about to return the favor when City Lord Xie said, "Master Jun, how can you prove that you were the one who destroyed the Haifeng stronghold?" Jun Chang Shao said, "I won't hide it from City Lord Xie. Jun went up the mountain alone and destroyed the Haifeng stronghold's leader and 200 bandits. There were no witnesses." City Lord Xie's face darkened. Every martial artist who came to receive a reward would say the same thing, but after he investigated them one by one, they were all fakes. No one saw it, so there is no way to prove it. Wei Yai cupped his hands. "Yes, City Lord Xie, in my opinion, he is here to cheat money." Ai Yile also added, "As the leader of a sect doing such a despicable thing, he is a disgrace to our 100-sect alliance." "Two idiots," Jun Chang Shao whispered. "Pa!" Wei Yai and Wei Yile angrily slapped their armrests. "Brat, I dare you to say that again." Jun Chang Shao ignored the two and smiled. "City Lord Xie, although Jun can't prove it, I can take out an item to prove it." "What item?" City Lord Xie asked. Jun Chang Shao snapped his fingers, and a heavy saber appeared out of thin air in front of him. A lifelike cyan dragon was engraved on the surface of the saber. Seeing this, City Lord Xie was shocked. Zhou Tianba's green dragon slash. Chapter 50. After Jun Chang Shao destroyed the Black Wind stronghold, he took away Zhou Tianba's green dragon biscuit. He planned to use it for himself, but he didn't expect to use it as proof. When Wei Yilu and Wei Yai saw the green dragon biscuit, they looked at each other. They had been to Black Mountain and met Zhou Tianba before, so they naturally recognized the long saber in front of the tiger skin chair. Was he really the one who destroyed the Black Wind stronghold? Impossible. Impossible. A Pulse opening stage rookie couldn't have done it. There must be something else. Jun Chang Shao said, "Since City Lord Xie knows that this saber belongs to Zhou Tianba, can Jun use it as proof?" City Lord Xie pondered. He found it hard to believe that this Iron Bone sect leader could destroy the Black Wind stronghold. But according to the investigation, there was nothing left in the stronghold except corpses. Now that he took out the green dragon biscuit, there were only two possibilities. First, he went to Black Mountain. First, after the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed. Second, he was there when the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed, but someone else did it. Sect leader Jun, City Lord Xie, said, "Can you tell me the process of destroying the Black Wind stronghold?" Ding! Side quest triggered. Here it comes again. Jun Chang Shao opened the status panel. The side quest was, "Let City Lord Xie believe that the host was the one who destroyed the Black Mountain stronghold." It seems that the green dragon biscuit can't convince him. Sect leader Jun was silent for a while, then said, "City Lord Xie, in fact, it's impossible for Jun to destroy so many bandits by himself." City Lord Xie said, "Someone helped." Jun Chang Shao shook his head. "Not a person, but a spirit." "Spirit?" City Lord Xie was confused. Jun Chang Shao said seriously, "To be exact, a heroic spirit." "Heroic spirit?" City Lord Xie was even more confused. Jun Chang Shao said, "City Lord Xie, do you know that the Iron Bone sect used to be an ancient sect?" "I've heard of it." City Lord Xie had heard of it long ago. However, after learning that the iron bone was created in the eastern sea's ally countries, Ironbone Mountain. The only comment he gave was nonsense. Jun Changshao said, "Although our Iron Bone Upright sect has lost its former glory, the spirits of our ancestors are still here. When we are in danger, they will possess Jun's body and provide us with great power." City Lord Xia was surprised. "There's such an existence in this world?" "Yes." "You mean to say that the spirit of the ancestor possessed your body, and then destroyed the Black Wind stockade in one fell swoop? Not bad." Jun Changshao nodded. He was just a meridian opening stage newbie. Annihilating the Black Wind stronghold would be too shocking, so he pulled out an ancestor's spirit. In any case, they had no way of verifying it. TSK, City Lord Xia said, "It's really mysterious." Wei Yai said, "City Lord Xia, this brat is just spouting nonsense. Don't believe him." Wei Yai said with a smile, "Sect Leader Jun, I would like to ask, since Iron Bone can be possessed by an ancestor spirit, how did it end up in the 9th class?" Jun Changshao said indifferently, "The first sect leader of our sect once went against the heavens and was later suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. The sect was cursed by the heavens, which is why it ended up like this. If I can't even cover up my lie, then what's the point of bragging? Speaking of which, Sect Leader Jun gave Ironbone a historical breast enhancement. His shamelessness was comparable to a small country in East Asia. Full of nonsense. He's misleading the public with his lies." No matter how much Jun Changshao bragged, Wei Yile and his brother still didn't believe him, because it involved enmity. City Lord Xia smiled. "Sect Leader Jun, can you demonstrate the spirit possession?" Jun Changshao said helplessly, "The spirit possession of an ancestor's spirit can only be found by chance. Forgive Jun for not being able to demonstrate it." "Humph," Wei Yai said, "after talking for so long, it's still a lie." Wei Yixiao added, "The so-called heroic spirit possession is complete nonsense. How could City Lord Xia be deceived by a brat like you?" Jun Changshao ignored the two and said, "City Lord Xia, this is the process of destroying Heifeng's stronghold. The tyrant of Zhou is also here. Whether you believe it or not, I won't say anything." "Why isn't it done yet?" "It seems that City Lord Xia is a bit hard to fool. The system said he's a city lord after all. He's eaten more roads than you've walked on rice. He definitely won't believe it so easily." "That's true." "Wait a minute. Eaten roads, walked on rice? My system. Can you not speak nonsense when you're uncultured? My head is about to explode because of you." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You've received 10 sect contribution points. Ding. Contribution points 86100. System. Jun Changshao. City Lord Xia smiled. "The matter that has puzzled me for many days has finally been solved. Sect Master Jun." He stood up and cupped his fists. "I'm here to thank you on behalf of the people of Azure Sun County for eradicating the Heifeng stronghold that has been a disaster for many years." Wei Yile and Wei Yi were stunned. How could the city lord believe such nonsense? Jun Changshao was also stunned, but he said seriously, "As a member of Azure Sun County, it's only right for me to uphold justice. As the leader of a sect, it's only right for me to get rid of evil for the people." Upholding justice. What a good getting rid of evil for the people. City Lord Xia's eyes were filled with admiration. He waved his hand, and 1,000 taels of gold appeared on the table. "I've never mistreated the righteous. Sect Master Jun, take it." Jun Changshao kept the gold in his spatial ring and cupped his fists. "Thank you." He didn't even decline. This guy's skin was really thick. "Thank you, City Lord." Wei Yai came out to cause trouble again. 1,000 taels of gold is a huge sum. Please consider it carefully so that it won't be taken away by some people for no reason. That's right. Wei Yao smiled and said, "Who knows if that saber is real or not? Mayor, please reconsider." "Damn it. Did I give you face?" Jun Changshao said coldly, "The two elders have been targeting me since I came in. Aren't you bullying me?" Wei Yao smiled. "Sect Master Jun, don't misunderstand. We're just talking about the facts." "Talking about the facts?" Jun Changshao gripped the hilt of his saber and said, "Whether it is genuine or not, this king will fight with you. Won't we find out?" "Sure," Wei Yao said straightforwardly. On the martial arts field, Jun Changshao held the Azure Dragon saber and thought, "How long until the haste talisman ends?" The system said, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. The corners of Jun Changshao's mouth rose into a smile. "Taking care of these two fellows won't delay our return to the sect." "Pa." Wei Yao took out his 9-section whip and looked at City Lord Xia. "Sabers and swords have no eyes. If anything happens, City Lord Xia will bear witness. This guy wasn't interested in testing the saber." "Okay." City Lord Xia seemed to be enjoying the show. "I'll bear witness. Sabers and swords have no eyes." After getting the answer, Wei Yao looked at Jun Changshao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Sect Master Jun, are you ready? Come." Jun Changshao said. "Show." Wei Yao poured his martial disciple level spirit energy into the 9-section whip and suddenly waved it. Suddenly, it attacked like a long snake. The attack was very strong and the angle was tricky. Obviously, he planned to seriously injure or kill the target. "He's really heavy-handed." City Lord Xia shook his head. He had heard of the grudge between the two sects in the martial arts field, but he didn't expect the Spirit Spring sect elder to be so ruthless. Can that guy dodge? While thinking, he saw Jun Changshao in his field of vision, taking a step forward, dragging a shadow and dodging the attack at an extremely fast speed. This, City Lord Xia was stunned. "Shua!" At this time, Jun Changshao circled behind Wei Yao. His eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. He waved his saber and slashed out. "Puchi!" The sound of something being cut was heard. Wei Yao's head flew out. Jun Changshao stood behind the corpse, maintaining his slashing motion. He said expressionlessly, "Elder Wei, is this saber real or not?" Chapter 51. Plop. Wei Yao's head rolled outside the martial arts practice field. There was a smile on his face, but there was also some surprise. The smile was innate. The surprise came when he saw Jun Changshao pulling afterimages to avoid his attack. A Meridian opening realm martial artist had such fast speed. Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? This was the thought that came to Wei Yao's mind before he died. His head was chopped off and his thoughts were obliterated. He died without much pain. The most annoying thing was, after Jun Changshao killed him, he asked, "Elder Wei, is this blade real?" The blade was very real. Unfortunately, Wei Yao, who was completely dead, could no longer hear him and could no longer give him an answer. Plop! The headless corpse first knelt on the ground and then fell down. Blood splattered, forming a small pool of blood. "Third brother!" Wei Yai screamed at the top of his lungs. His thoughts were instantly controlled by anger. He took out his spear and stabbed forward. Whoosh, whoosh! The spearhead was filled with spirit energy. It was like a hot knife through butter. Jun Changshao smiled coldly. He stepped around and once again dragged out layers of afterimages. He had obviously slowed down. In fact, when he killed Wei Yao, he did not fully release his speed. Because City Lord Xia was present, it would be shocking if he was seen. More importantly, if his performance was too exaggerated, the other person would not have the guts to kill him. Die. Jun Changshao, who had dodged the attack, had not yet stabilized his body. Wei Yai's spear thrust forward like a dragon. The spirit energy gathered at the spearhead was quite explosive. If it pierced his chest, it would definitely be a big hole. Jun Changxiao's footsteps shifted as he controlled his speed within a controllable range. He circled to the left and abruptly swept out with his azure dragon biscuit. Bang! Wei Yai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He held the spear in front of him, but the handle was directly cut off. He did not have time to feel sorry for his weapon. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and barely avoided the sweep of the blade. Now he asked Wei Yai if the azure dragon biscuit was real. He would definitely tell the truth. After all, the quality of the spear was extraordinary, and it was supported by spiritual power. In the end, it was still cut in half. Jun Changxiao did not let him off. He took a step forward and waved his arms fiercely. The blade cut diagonally from the bottom to the top, once again dragging out a saber shadow. Not good. Wei Yai had a bad feeling. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, a heart-wrenching pain came from his neck, and his head flew out from his body. This was, of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. Plop! Wei Yai's head fell to the ground, and the position was just close to Wei Yai's. His face was hideous, and it was obvious that he had experienced a short period of pain before his death. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the headless body, his blood-stained saber sticking to the ground. He said coldly, "Those who kill me, I will kill them." These simple words, coupled with his murderous aura, could be said to be abnormally sinister. Standing in front of the main hall, City Lord Xie's expression froze. Obviously, he did not expect that the two martial disciple elders of the Spirit Spring Sect would be killed by Jun Changxiao. City Lord, according to my investigation, the cause of death of Zhou Tianba and the 200 bandits were mostly beheaded by a sharp blade. This was the report of his subordinate's previous investigation. Now that he thought about it, City Lord Xie could not help but secretly say, could it be that he really destroyed the Black Wind Sect? Plop! Wei Yai's headless body fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. Jun Changxiao put his saber back into the space ring and said, "Sorry, the blood of the two has dirted the martial arts field." Sect leader Jun, City Lord Xie asked curiously, "What footwork did you use just now? It was so mysterious and unfathomable." Jun Changxiao said, "Phantom steps." "Phantom steps? How come I've never heard of it?" City Lord Xie said secretly. He was completely indifferent to the death of Wei Yai and Zhou Tianba. Sabers and swords have no eyes, and they are responsible for their own deaths. He had made it clear before the battle, so he definitely wouldn't care. With the reward in hand and the enemy who wanted to kill him killed, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "City Lord Xie, the sect still has some matters to take care of. Jun will take his leave first." City Lord Xie looked at the bodies of Wei Yai and Zhou Tianba and said, "Sect leader Jun killed 2 elders of the Spirit Spring Sect. This hatred can be considered as irreconcilable. They provoked me first." Jun Changxiao said. City Lord Xie shook his head. "The Spirit Spring Sect has the support of the Holy Spring Sect. They won't reason with you." Jun Changxiao shrugged and said indifferently, "Jun is not a person who is afraid of trouble. If they dare to provoke me again, I will return the favor." As he said the words, "return the favor," his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Goodbye." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. Looking at the fading figure, City Lord Xie held his chin and said, "This kid is not a good person." From the magical footwork he used just now, if he had a high-quality weapon, it is very possible to destroy the Black Wind stronghold. Why did Jun Changxiao complete the side quest? It wasn't because City Lord Xie believed his nonsense, but after seeing the Azure Dragon biscuit, he thought for a while and came to a preliminary conclusion. City Lord Xie believed that Jun Changxiao couldn't have arrived before the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed, because no one knew that the mountain bandits were destroyed, so going there was no doubt that he would die. Then there was only the second guess left. When the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed, Jun Changshao was present, so if the person who killed the bandits was someone else, they must know him. It was City Lord Xie's guess that met the conditions for completing the side quest. Now that he saw Jun Changshao use the Phantom Steps, he firmly believed that the mountain bandits must have been destroyed by him. Little guy. City Lord Xie shook his head and smiled. In order to not expose your strength, you made up an ancestor's spirit. Do you really think this city lord is a 3-year-old child? Come to think of it, this kid has such a magical footwork, and the sect originated from the ancient times. Maybe it is not fake. Sai, if you tell too many lies, there will always be one that will be believed. You can't blame City Lord Xie for his low IQ. It was because Jun Changxiao's speed was too fast, and he made up the Phantom Steps, which made him believe that it was impossible for a sect to have this kind of footwork. Even Lu Qianqian, after practicing the I Ching Jing, also guessed that the Ironbone sect could have originated from the ancient times. No matter what, this decisive little guy, it is better not to provoke him. City Lord Xie was not afraid of Jun Changshao, but he was very curious. If the Ironbone sect was really an ancient sect, would it be able to rise again under his leadership? After Jun Changshao left the City Lord's mansion, he didn't immediately leave Qingyang City. Instead, he entered a store and exchanged all the treasures he obtained from the Black Wind stronghold for silver notes. At first, he estimated that these treasures were worth about 10,000 taels, but he didn't expect that after exchanging, he actually received 30,000 taels. And this was only the treasures. There was still a lot of gold in the spatial ring. Jun Changshao secretly said, including the reward from the city lord's mansion, I should have 50,000 taels now. 50,000 taels of silver was nothing to a big family with property, but to the poor Ironbone, it was definitely a huge sum of money. After walking out of the store, Jun Changshao stretched and said with a smile, the feeling of having money is so good. Shua. Suddenly, a petite girl rushed past him, almost bumping into him. Jun Changshao subconsciously touched his pocket and found that nothing was missing. Running so fast, are you rushing to reincarnate? Jie. The girl suddenly stopped and retreated, with a face full of joy. Sect Master Jun. Jun Changshao said, you know me? Shua. Shua. At this moment, several martial artists rushed from the intersection and quickly surrounded the two. The leader of the strong men cursed. Damn it, run for me, and you brat, if you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of here. His voice suddenly stopped, because the long sword was pressed against his shoulder. The blade was close to his neck. Jun Changshao said with a smile, Friend, it is impolite to speak vulgarities. Moreover, you must treat a lady with grace. Yes, yes. The strong man with the sword on his neck changed his angry expression and hurriedly said with a trembling smile, Be polite, be gracious. Chapter 52. When a person was in a state of extreme anger, it would be very difficult for them to calm down, and they might even do irrational things. The brawny man who suddenly rushed out from the intersection was in such a situation. He approached the girl step by step, and the flames in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. However, when the cold blade touched his shoulder and was only a finger away from his neck, the monstrous anger immediately shrunk from his Bahui acupoint to his chrysanthemum acupoint, and his smiling face trembled. His angry face suddenly turned into a smiling face, and the difficulty level was 10 stars. Brat! You're F** king, looking for death. You dare to put a blade on our boss Shang's neck. The subordinates glared at him. The brawny man who was called Boss Shang almost vomited blood. I'm being held by a blade, and you still want to scare him? If my hand slips, my head will fly out. Swoosh! Jun Changshao raised the green dragon biscuit, and the blade was only a piece of paper away from his skin. Your subordinates don't know any manners. The blade flashed with a sharp light. Boss Shang's scalp went numb when he saw it, and he said with a trembling voice, Brother! 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 I didn't teach you well. Don't lower yourself to their level. You bastards! He straightened his neck and shouted, "Hurry up and apologize to my brother!" The subordinates also realized that their boss was in danger and hurriedly said, "Brother, we were wrong." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 seconds. Scram as fast as you can." 1. As soon as he shouted, Boss Wang and his subordinates ran away in fear. Jun Changshao shook his head and put away the green spirit biscuit, saying, "They're gone, you're safe." The girl hiding behind him peeked out and confirmed that the group of fierce people had left. She tiptoed to the front and knelt down, saying gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, Sect Leader Jun." Jun Changshao said, "I just didn't want to see a group of men bullying a weak girl. There's no need to be so courteous." Hee, I knew Sect Leader Jun was a good person. The girl stood up and said with a charming smile. Jun Changshao was finally able to take a good look at her appearance. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. She was petite and her head only reached his chest. Her long black hair was messy and her big watery eyes blinked as if they could speak. Although her face was covered in dust, it could not hide her beauty. Very cute! This was Jun Changshao's first impression. The girl was also sizing him up. Then she giggled and said, "Sect Master Jun, you look much more beautiful than you look from afar." "What are you saying? Do I look ugly from afar? Also, if he was described as beautiful, did he look like a sissy?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I'm going back. You should go too." "Sect Master Jun." The girl blocked his path and asked with tears in her eyes, "Can I join the Ironbone clan?" She looked so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, my sect is temporarily not recruiting disciples." He also wanted to take in this cute girl, but the sect's member limit had been reached. If he forcefully took her in, he would be punished. The girl's tears flowed down and mixed with the mud and dust on her face. In an instant, her face was covered in tears. What the hell? She didn't even have time to think before crying. The girl raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. Her face was even more covered in tears as she said, "Whoa, Sect Master Jun, I don't have to be a disciple. I can be a servant." Although Sect Master Jun had just decisively killed the 2 elders of the Spirit Spring sect, when he saw the girl crying in front of him, he was suddenly at a loss. Hey, don't cry. Woo-woo. The girl cried even louder. Her tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom, as if she was heartbroken by something sad. "Sect Master Jun, what happened to the girl? She couldn't have been bullied by him, right? Hey, in any case, he's the leader of a sect. He even bullied a little girl. Is he still human?" The girls crying alarmed the passers-by in the distance. They gathered together and pointed at Jun Changshao. Sect Master Jun's expression changed again and again. "Woo-woo." The girl continued to cry. Jun Changshao shouted, "Don't cry!" "Jie." The girl suddenly stopped crying. She tightly pursed her thin lips and looked at Jun Changshao with red eyes. Her appearance was really delicate and pitiful. Woo-woo. She still couldn't hold it in and cried loudly again. "Sect Master Jun, you are the leader of a sect. Bullying a girl like this, doesn't your conscience hurt? She's still just a child." Jun Changshao was speechless and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. This king agrees." The girl smiled through her tears and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jun." She was clearly crying in grief just now, but after agreeing, she immediately smiled. This must be learning from Sichuan opera, changing her face as soon as she said so. AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Let's go." Okay. The girl hurriedly followed. As she walked, she introduced herself. "Sect Master Jun, my name is Lu Wanshi. My nickname is Do. You can call me Do in the future." Lu Wanshi. Jun Changshao thought to himself, such a poetic name. It really doesn't fit her. Although he had only met her for a short time, He could already tell that this young girl had a strange personality. How long does the haste talisman have left? 5 minutes. I can't reach the sect with this burden. I can only take a carriage back. Gulp. After walking a few steps, Lu Wansher's stomach rumbled with hunger. She held her stomach and said pitifully, "Sect Master June, I haven't eaten for a day. What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat Star Moon Restaurant's stir-fried gardenia, honey-flavored huafong, jujube paste cake, braised beef, and beggar's chicken." Lu Wansher said several dishes in one breath. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Just by hearing the names of the dishes, he knew that the price was not cheap. But then again, after transmigrating to another world, he either ate rice with vegetables or noodles every day. Now that he had money, he should enjoy the delicacies here. "Pa!" Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Lead the way to Star Moon Restaurant." Star Moon Restaurant. It was the most famous restaurant in Qingyang City. Their secret stir-fried gardenia and other special dishes were famous far and wide. They were known as the world's delicacies. Every year, there would be customers who would travel thousands of miles just to have a taste. At this moment, in a private room on the 3rd floor, Jun Changxiao and Lu Wansher were eating like a tornado. There was already a stack of empty plates beside them. Burp. An hour later, Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and burped. World's delicacies. Lu Wansher put one of her legs on the chair and pointed at the empty plate with a toothpick. "There is too little salt in this dish. It's a failure. The heat is not enough. It's a failure. There's too much oil in this dish. It's a failure of failures." Jun Changxiao was speechless. "I see that you also ate quite a lot." Lu Wansher pouted and said, "Sect Master, you must know that when a person is extremely hungry, they will not care about the quality of the food." Seeing her cute and serious look, Jun Changxiao teased, "As if you know how to cook." "I don't know how to cook." Lu Wansher said, "I only know how to cook." Jun Changxiao was speechless. What's the difference between cooking and cooking? The difference is huge. Lu Wansher said seriously, "Cooking is cooking. Cooking includes everything, such as stir-frying, frying, sticking, boiling, deep frying, simmering, stewing, braising, grilling. Don't say any more." Jun Changxiao hurriedly interrupted and said in surprise, "You really know how to cook?" "Of course." Lu Wansher crossed her arms and leaned on the chair. She said proudly, "If cooking is the same as martial arts talent, then I will definitely be a divine grade." "So powerful?" Jun Changxiao was doubtful. Lu Wansher smiled. "Sect Master, if you don't believe me, I can show you a thing or two when we return to the sect. I will let you know what is a real-world delicacies." Chapter 53. Jun Changxiao spent 300 taels of silver to eat at Moonstar Restaurant. He didn't feel bad. After all, he had a lot of money. It didn't matter even if he added a 0. "Sect Master, does our sect have any cooking tools, such as a pot, an iron pot, a steamer, or something like that?" After walking out of the restaurant, Lu Wansher asked. "I think so," Jun Changxiao said uncertainly. After transmigrating, he first ate at Aunt Wang's house in Qingyang Village. After numerous sect was recruited, Li Qingyang was in charge of cooking. Food is the most important thing for the people. Lu Wansher said seriously, "We can't be careless when it comes to food. Let's go to the market and buy some." "Okay." Jun Changxiao took her to the market and bought a lot of utensils and seasonings. Sect Master Jun, who was a little skeptical, saw Lu Wansher's focused look when she chose the ingredients and immediately believed that she really knew how to cook. "Does the sect have a vegetable garden?" "No." "Does the sect have a livestock pen?" "No." "Does the sect have a fish pond?" "No." Lu Wansher stopped and blinked. "There's no this and there's no that. What do the sect master and senior brothers eat all day?" Jun Changshao said, occasionally eat rice with vegetables, and occasionally eat noodles. Ah, Lu Wansher's eyes widened. After a while, she puffed up her cheeks and put her hands on her hips. People who cultivate martial arts eat this all day. Can the nutrition keep up? No, no. She circled around Jun Changshao and wagged her finger, saying, after we return to the sect, I'm going to improve your meals. Jun Changshao said, Qingyang, that brat, every time he cooks, it's either a thick pot or a salty dish. If you can improve the food, it will definitely be a great achievement. Lu Wansher thought for a while and said, let's buy some vegetable seeds and poultry first. Buy as much as you want. I'll pay. Outside Qingyang City, on the official road, a carriage galloped, and Jun Changshao, who was sitting inside, wanted to cry but had no tears. Poochie, Poochie. A few old hens flew up in the canopy, and their feathers fell on their heads. Why aren't you dodging? The carriage was filled with chickens, ducks, geese, lambs, and calves. The small canopy of the carriage was completely filled. There was nowhere to hide. Lu Wansher hugged a little white rabbit and used her small face to rub its soft fur. She smiled and said, Sect Master, we can raise these poultry first. Jun Changshao laughed dryly and then touched his forehead. Suddenly he felt sticky and knew that it must be chicken dung. Dusk came. Jun Changshao returned with Lu Wansher and a group of domestic animals. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Iron Bone, he saw a man wearing a bamboo hat and rough clothes standing proudly with a saber in his hand. Who was this person? Sect leader is back. Tianqi quickly ran out of the sect. He first glanced at Lu Wansher, then looked at the sect master. He quickly pinched his nose and said, Sect Master, you also went to Qingyang village to pick up feces. Pick your sister. Jun Changshao pointed at a pile of poultry and said, Hurry up and call someone to throw all these poultry into the inner courtyard. Yes, yes. Tianqi was about to turn and leave. Wait. Jun Changshao pointed at the man wearing a bamboo hat at the entrance and said, Who is he? Tianqi lowered his voice and said, Sect Master. He said he is called Ma Yongning, a wandering swordsman. He came here to spar with you. I've already told him that you're not in the sect. He's been standing there for about 8 hours. I reckon that he's probably asleep by now. Huff, huff. Indistinctly, the sound of snoring could be heard. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched and said, He can even fall asleep standing. Hurry up. He waved his hand and said, Go call someone. Yes. Tianqi quickly ran into the sect. After a while, all the disciples came out and quickly sent the poultry to the backyard. They were busy here, but the wandering swordsman was still standing in front of the door, snoring nonstop. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Did you come in? Lu Wansher tiptoed and happily walked into the sect. When she saw the spacious courtyard and the main hall carved with jade, she said in surprise, Sect Master, our iron-bone upright sect is so imposing. After returning, Jun Changshao took a bath first. Just as he sat on the chair in the main hall, Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and the other disciples returned from their missions. Xiao Ziji did not come in, because he went to take a bath after picking feces for the whole day. Sect Master, Su Xiaoma said, Xiao Huang has been found. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded. Lu Qianqian leaned against the door and said indifferently, If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Wait. Jun Changshao said, I went to Qingyang City today and brought back a girl. The inner courtyard is being renovated, so I will stay with you in the same room. A girl? Lu Qianqian frowned slightly. Clang! Suddenly, the 3-feet-long sword at her waist was unsheathed and placed on the neck of the person who was sneakily walking over from behind. Lu Wansher did not expect that the other party would suddenly pull out the sword. Bean-sized tears rolled down as she cried, Sister, don't kill me. I just took a bath, Qianqian. Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "Put down the sword. She is the girl I was talking about." "Oh," Lu Qianchan replied, and sheathed her sword. Lu Wanshi, who was still crying, smiled and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful, just like a fairy." Do. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Come here quickly." Lu Wanshi walked into the main hall. After taking a bath, she changed into a loose robe. Her small face was white and tender, with baby fat that had not faded, making her look even cuter. Jun Changshao said, "She is called Lu Wanshi. You can call her Du. From now on, she will be our Iron Bone Upright Sect chef, gold medal chef." Li Qingyang was overjoyed. The sect leader found a chef. He finally did not have to cook anymore. Senior brothers. Lu Wanshi bowed and said, "Please take care of me in the future." Jun Changshao said, Du, let me introduce you. The one in front of the door is the eldest disciple, Lu Qianchan. This is the second disciple, Li Qingyang. The one beside him is the third disciple, Su Xiaoma. Every time someone was introduced, Lu Wanshi would bow, looking very polite. After the introductions, Jun Changshao said, "The inner courtyard is being renovated. You and Qianchan can stay in the same room." Lu Wanshi nodded and smiled brightly. Li Qingyang said, sect leader, "The sky is getting dark. Shouldn't we cook?" Lu Wanshi raised her small hand and volunteered, "Let me do it." On the left side of the main hall was the kitchen. After Li Qingyang's renovation, it looked quite decent. Lu Wanshi tied her apron and picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board. Sect leader, Li Qingyang, who was standing outside and watching, whispered, Du is so young, can he really cook?" Jun Changshao said, "From the way he holds the knife, he should be more professional than you." Li Qingyang was very hurt in his heart. Lu Wanshi's expression turned serious, and she waved the kitchen knife. Suddenly, a knife light appeared, dazzling everyone who saw it. "Expert!" Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang exclaimed in unison. After a while, the knife light dissipated, and Lu Wanshi nailed the kitchen knife on the chopping board. The scallions, ginger, and garlic that were placed on top were still intact. "Expert, an expert!" Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang widened their eyes. The scallions, ginger, and garlic seemed to be intact, but they were actually cut into pieces. It was just that they were too close to see clearly. This knife skill, amazing. Lu Wanshi started to cook and said, "It's too late. I'll fry the leftover rice for you guys." And then, Jun Changshao said, after the pot was heated up, Lu Wanshi added oil, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings and finally threw in the rice. She picked up a big spoon and stir-fried it. The whole process was smooth. After a while, the smell of fried rice rippled out from the kitchen. Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang raised their noses and took a sniff. They immediately exclaimed, "How fragrant!" Chapter 54. "Oh my God, this is simply a delicacy in the world. I've never eaten such delicious fried rice. Give me another bowl. No, give me 2 bowls." Du's culinary skills and second senior brothers are like heaven and earth. In the sect's cafeteria, the disciples were wolfing down the fried rice while praising it. They were not even willing to waste a single grain of rice. They could no longer use words to describe such delicious fried rice. Even Lu Qianchan, who had a cold personality, was sitting alone at a table in the corner and eating slowly. Li Qingyang was even more so. After eating the fried rice, he could only use the word trash to describe his culinary skills. Xiao Ziji tasted every grain of rice carefully. His expression changed again and again. He secretly exclaimed, "A delicacy in the world!" Jun Changshao ate 2 bowls. He put down his bowl and chopsticks as if he had not had enough. He leaned on the chair and burped. Lu Wanshi, who was sitting opposite him, held her cheeks with both hands. She blinked her eyes and smiled. "Sect leader, how is my culinary skills?" Jun Changshao praised, much better than the Star Moon Pavilion's chef. He was really glad that she cried and pestered him to come to Ironbone Sect. Otherwise, where could he find such an awesome chef? Lu Wanshur smiled and pouted. The Star Moon Pavilion's chef is just a normal chef. I'm a high-level chef. When I comprehend a higher level, the dishes I make can provide strength for everyone. That good. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. Lu Qianqian glanced sideways at him and continued eating her fried rice. Lu Wanshur giggled and said, Sect leader, can I stay in Ironbone Sect now? Yes. Jun Changshao did not consider it at all. Lu Wanshur's fried rice made the disciples happy. They returned to their own residences and did not forget to discuss in low voices. The night came and the moon hung high in the sky. Lu Qianqian sat on the roof of the main hall. Her hands were on her knees and her chin was on her arms. She looked at the scenery of the forest outside the sect. It's already so late. If you don't go to sleep, how are you going to do the quest tomorrow? Jun Changshao jumped up from below. Lu Qianqian ignored him. Her watery eyes were fixed on the scenery in the distance. When the cold wind blew, her soft black hair fluttered in the wind. Jun Changshao sat down and kept a distance from her. He said, I feel that if you have something on your mind, you'll feel better if you find someone to talk to. Lu Qianqian said, I'm fine. Jun Changshao laughed, sitting on the roof in the middle of the night, just to look at the stars and moon. Yeah, you're in a good mood. Lu Qianqian said, Sect leader, Lu Wanshur is not simple. How is it not simple? Jun Changshao asked. Lu Qianqian said lightly, As far as I know, only the Ouyang family of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City can make meals that can improve one's strength. Heavenly Mandate Imperial City? Jun Changshao had never heard of it, but judging from the words Imperial City, it must be a very important place. Dudu's surname is not Ouyang. The name can be changed and the surname can be hidden. Like you? Lu Qianqian was silent and jumped down, looking at the graceful figure walking toward the room. Jun Changshao shouted, Lu Qianqian, remember, you will always be the eldest disciple of the Ironbone clan. Lu Qianqian stopped and said, I know. Jun Changshao's expression was solemn as he said, If you have any enemies, if you have any grudges, when the sect becomes stronger, this king will make a decision for you. Don't be reckless and don't do anything foolish. Lu Qianqian's starry eyes flashed a strange look. Then she pushed the door open, went in, and closed the door. Jun Changshao yawned and jumped down from the roof to return to the main hall. Lu Qianqian leaned against the door of the room and said lightly, You seem to know a lot. The next day, the sky had just brightened. Lu Wanshur wore an apron and started to get busy in the kitchen. Soon, the fragrance of the dishes filled the entire courtyard. The disciples who had just woken up had a great appetite. Oh, so delicious. I feel like I won't be tired after eating these dishes for the whole day. Give me a bowl of soup. In the sect's cafeteria, the disciples wolfed down the food and completely recognized Lu Wanshur's cooking skills. After eating, the disciples felt full of energy and walked to the training field to start a new day of cultivation. Qianqian, Qingyang, you guys continue with your missions. Jun Changshao bit a toothpick and walked out of the cafeteria. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, and a red door flew out from his side with a swoosh, shattering into pieces on the ground far away. My door! The toothpick in Jun Changshao's mouth fell down. He turned his head, stiffly, and looked at the door. Ta! The sword-holding martial artist from yesterday stepped in and shouted, Wandering swordsman Ma Yongning, here to experience the skills of the Ironbone clan leader. In the training field, Jun Changshao held the azure dragon biscuit, his eyes burning with anger. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he walked out happily with a toothpick in his mouth. In the end, the door was kicked out. Anyone would be angry. The swordsman, called Ma Yongning, looked at him and slowly pulled out his saber. He threw the scabbard out of the field and said, "I've confirmed with my eyes that you are the one I want to fight." "Confirm your ass." Jun Changshao stepped forward. He poured more than 2,000 pounds of strength into the azure dragon biscuit and slashed forward. Without the support of the gallop talisman, although his slash looked cold, it was far from the elegance and confidence when he killed the Spirit Spring Sect elder. Ding! Ma Yongning blocked with his saber and said in surprise, "You haven't become a martial disciple yet." Shua! Jun Changshao pulled out his saber and used the same move again, but it was still blocked by Ma Yongning, who said, "I've challenged more than 30 sects in a row, but I've never seen a sect leader as weak as you. You talk too much." Jun Changshao waved his saber and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the opponent was a genuine martial disciple. He could easily receive and dodge the attack. Ma Yongning defended a few moves and retreated to the edge of the field, saying, "Kid, your strength is too weak. I don't even want to make a move." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao threw out the azure dragon biscuit and took out the low-grade cold-edge sword, saying, "Do you dare to take my sword?" Ma Yongning glanced at the slightly cold sword and determined that it was not ordinary. He said indifferently, "Do you think the gap between us can be made up with high-quality weapons?" He took a step forward and took a stance to receive the attack. Shua! 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 Jun Changshao waved his sword and used the first move of the 9 overlapping wave sword. 2 moves, 3 moves. Until the 8th move, he rose into the air and slashed out the 9th move among the layers of waves. He, who had opened 11 meridians and cultivated the I Jing Jing, once again used a sword move. The power was far stronger than before. Xiao! The sword Qi gathered into the 9 overlapping waves and slashed down with unparalleled force. Ma Yongning sneered. He held the saber with both hands and placed it horizontally in front of his shoulders. He poured his spirit energy into the saber. Clearly, he wanted to take the 9th move of the 9 overlapping waves sword head-on. Ding! The sword Qi directly hit the saber from top to bottom. The cold sword force spread out and blew away the dust on the floor. Kacha! In the next second, the sound of a weapon shattering could be heard. The saber infused with spirit energy was cut in half by the sword Qi. The remaining power didn't decrease as it slashed down close to Ma Yongning's shoulder. Bang! The sword Qi of the 9 overlapping waves sword exploded on the ground, leaving a half-meter long sword mark. The broken saber was also inserted into the stone floor. Ma Yongning's expression was sluggish. After a while, he knelt on the ground and pulled out the broken saber with trembling hands. He raised his head and shouted, "My saber!" Chapter 55. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the other disciples continued their mission at Qingyang village. The others started their day of cultivation, but they were not at the training ground. Instead, they moved to an empty space not far away. Why? Because the wandering swordsman called Ma Yongning was still kneeling on the training ground, holding his broken sword in a daze. It was noon and the sun was shining, but he did not move at all. It was as if he had lost his soul. Ma Yongning's sword was not of high quality, but as a swordsman, he valued his sword as much as his life. Now that it was broken, it was equivalent to losing half of his life. Sect Master. Su Xiaoma said weakly, "That guy is quite pitiful. Should we hold an umbrella for him?" Jun Changshao pointed at the broken door and said, "My door is even more pitiful than his. It was perfectly fine, but it was broken by a kick." At this moment, Ma Yongning stood up with his broken sword and said in a deep voice, "I lost to you today. I am not as skilled as you, but I will challenge you again in the future. Goodbye." He put on his bamboo hat and left with his broken sword. Although the sword that he valued as much as his life was broken, he did not hold a grudge. Because he was not as skilled, he accepted his loss. Ma Yongning shouted, "Only a true swordsman can be courageous after knowing shame." Jun Chang Shao rolled his eyes and said, "Is this guy sick in the head?" Ma Yongning's appearance was just a small interlude. After he left, the disciples returned to the training ground to continue their cultivation. After eating lunch made by Lu Wansher, they suddenly felt that life was too beautiful. Beep, beep. Jun Chang Shao said, "There is an empty space in the inner courtyard. You can use it as a vegetable garden or build a livestock pen. The Sect's cafeteria will be handed over to you in the future." Lu Wansher nodded. Her big eyes shone with the luster of a heavy burden. Jun Chang Shao returned to the main hall. As he cultivated Yi Jinjing, he opened the system panel and said, 86 contribution points. How should I spend them? He opened the purchased items and realized that the limit of the primary grade insight talisman had been restored. He bought it without hesitation. This item could be used to point out inadequacies for disciples, and it could also be used to speed up their cultivation and steal other people's martial techniques. Naturally, the more the better. Jun Chang Shao murmured, "The only reward left from the big gift package is the escape talisman. If an expert comes to cause trouble, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. I have to plan ahead and buy a few talismans to protect myself." He opened the shop and looked for items. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't find any talismans. Instead, he found some goods with good names. However, they were flashy and useless. For example, there was a watertight chamber pot that cost 10 contribution points. According to the introduction, there was another space inside the chamber pot. The user did not need to empty the chamber pot. It also had a self-cleaning function and did not leave any smell. If it only cost 1 contribution point, Jun Chang Shao might consider buying it. After all, waking up at night to relieve himself and emptying the urinal was a troublesome matter. There were still many strange items in the shop, but because they were worthless, they wasted the limited space of the item column. The system said, "There are all kinds of goods in the mall. Some of them may not be helpful to your strength. If the host is not satisfied, you can refresh them all, or you can get some good stuff. Are you trying to trick me into spending contribution points again?" Jun Chang knew what it was thinking, but after some consideration, he decisively chose to respawn. Ding! Contribution points 66100. After spending 10 contribution points, a new item appeared in the beginner's mall. Jun Chang Shao only took a rough glance and saw a product called Beginner's Strength Increasing Talisman. The price was 20 contribution points. So expensive? He clicked on the details. The content was item, Beginner's Strength Increasing Talisman. Effect: after use, it can increase the user's strength by 5 times from the original foundation. Duration: 60 minutes. Weakness: the user's physical foundation must be strong. Otherwise, after the duration is over, it will hurt the muscles and bones. Price: 20 contribution points. Increase strength by 5 times. Jun Chang Shao opened his eyes wide and said, "My strength is close to 2,000 jin. After using it, doesn't it mean that I have 10,000 jin of strength? Buy." Without hesitation, he bought it. Ding! The host has spent 20 contribution points and obtained Beginner's Strength Increasing Talisman X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 46100. With 86 contribution points, he bought 2 talismans and refreshed it again. In an instant, he spent 40 contribution points. Jun Chang Shao did not care. After all, contribution points were meant to be spent. This is only beginner's talisman. There should be intermediate or advanced talismans. The increase in strength must be even more terrifying. While thinking, he clicked on the intermediate's mall. When he saw that the first item was priced at 1,000 contribution points, he immediately returned to the beginner's mall. The corner of his mouth twitched. What an unattainable existence! The system said, with the host's current cultivation base and the Sect's construction, Even if you can buy the items in the intermediate mall, you won't be able to use them. Jun Changshao ignored it and continued to browse through the beginner's mall. When he saw an item, he immediately jumped up from his seat. What did I see? He saw a handgun with the words, "Magically Modified Desert Eagle." There's really a gun. Jun Changshao's mouth was wide open. When he refreshed Yi Jingjing, he wondered if he could get a 98K. He did not expect to get a gun in the second refresh, although it was only a handgun. He clicked on the details. Item: Magically Modified Desert Eagle. Introduction: the original 357 caliber handgun from Israel. After modification, it is suitable for the world of high martial arts. It uses crystal nuclei as energy to condense bullets and fire them. Effect: fast firing rate, strong penetrating power. Duration: permanent. Weakness: although it has been modified, it has inherited the usual strong recoil of firearms. Not suitable for long-range attacks. Price: 10 contribution points. Jun Changshao murmured, "So it's not powered by bullets, but by crystal nuclei." The original owner's memory contained information related to crystal nuclei. It was the energy core that existed in the body of a beast. Even the lowest grade crystal nuclei would be worth 1,000 taels in the market. Should I buy it or not? Jun Changshao hesitated. Although the gun was modified, he could not be sure whether it was powerful or not. It would be awkward if someone caught the bullet with their bare hands. Moreover, there was no crystal nuclei to power it. After hesitating for a while, Jun Changshao still clicked on the purchase option. After all, he came from Earth and had a special feeling for guns since he was young. Ding! The host has spent 10 contribution points. Magically Modified Desert Eagle X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 36100. Before the notification ended, Jun Changshao entered the space ring and held the silver-white Desert Eagle in his hand. It's heavy. It feels better than the toy guns I used to play with. Swoosh! He held the gun with one hand and pointed at the void. He pretended to be cool and said, "Sorry, I have a gun." Pa, pa, pa. The childish Jun Changshao pretended to fire a few shots. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his ears again. Ding! Tiger who plowed 10 mu of land. Sect mission completed. Ding! Sect achievement points 3,100. Sect contribution points 37100. Chapter 56. Jun Changshao assigned more than 20 sect missions to the disciples. Except for a few that had a fixed time limit, the rest were considered completed as long as they met the requirements. This was not the case. The next day, they continued their mission to Qingyang village. Jun Changshao was in the sect, and he continued to receive mission completion notifications. His sect achievement and contribution points were slowly increasing. Because most of the mission recommendations were 1 or 2 stars, the reward for completing the mission was only 1 or 2 points. Jun Changshao did not care about the increased contribution points. What he cared about was the achievement points. As long as it was filled, he could upgrade the sect and unlock more functions. Another day passed. It was the 5th day of the disciples' mission. When evening came, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the rest returned. They had completed all 20 sect missions. The contribution points and achievement points in the system were as follows. Sect contribution points 70100. Sect achievement points 36100. After completing more than 20 sect missions, they received a total of 36 contribution points and achievement points. The disciples who completed the missions received at least 1 contribution point. Jun Changshao exchanged all the contribution points for qi-gathering elixirs. Su Xiaoma was the first to complete the mission. He also exchanged for a wooden sword and qi-gathering elixir. He did not give it to himself. He waited for everyone to complete the mission before giving it out. The next day, Sect leader Jun gathered all the disciples and said loudly, in view of Lu Qianqian and the rest's outstanding completion of the mission, I will reward each of them with a qi-gathering elixir. Qi-gathering elixir? The disciples looked at each other. Jun Changshao said, after taking this, the speed of gathering spirit energy will increase by 2 times for 12 hours. No way! Everyone's eyes widened. They had heard of supplements that could increase the speed of spirit energy absorption. But most of them were in the rich and powerful sections. Did our Ironbone sect have them too? Jun Changshao placed more than 20 qi-gathering elixirs on the table and said, every qi-gathering elixir has your name written on it. Disciples who have completed the mission, come and collect them. Li Qingyang and the others walked up one by one and received the qi-gathering elixir according to their names, their eyes shining with excitement. Increasing the speed of spiritual energy absorption by 2 times was definitely the best cultivation aid for people like them with ordinary aptitudes. I have sinned, Jun Changshao said. Why didn't you claim it? Xiao Ziji stood where he was and said bitterly, Sect leader, I have not opened my meridians and am unable to absorb spirit energy. Give the qi-gathering elixir to the apprentice brother who needs it. Shua. Jun Changshao flicked his sleeve and threw the qi-gathering elixir over, saying, this is your reward. Even if you don't use it, you have to take it. As for the other disciples, if they want to get it, they have to complete the mission. Xiao Ziji caught it and said, I understand. Su Xiaoma, here. In view of your outstanding performance, I will reward you with another weapon. Su Xiaoma's eyes lit up. However, when he took the wooden sword, the corner of his mouth twitched. Sect leader, isn't this sword a little light? Jun Changshao said, you can try its power. Su Xiaoma came to the training field and activated his 4th stage meridian opening strength, brandishing the sword. Shua, shua. Streaks of sword shadows spread out in the training field. Lu Qianqian thought to herself, the quality of this wooden sword is probably not inferior to a low-grade, high-grade one. Su Xiaoma channeled spiritual energy into the wooden sword and slashed it at the stone outside the field. With a bang, it shattered on the spot. Oh my God! So powerful! The quality of this wooden sword is definitely not ordinary. The disciples exclaimed in unison. Su Xiaoma, who had tested the sword, was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the sword, sect leader! He was born poor and did not have much aptitude. To have such a powerful weapon was definitely something he had never dared to imagine. Qingyang. Jun Changshao took out a low-grade cold-edged sword and said, During this period of time, you have done a lot of things for the sect. This sword will be your reward. After the 100th sect recruitment ended, Li Qingyang took a fancy to the cold-edged sword. However, Jun Changshao did not give it to him. Instead, he wanted to see his future performance. Giving it to him today meant that his performance was not bad. Not only did he rebuild the sect, but he also brought his junior brothers to cultivate. He even acted as a chef. How could this kind of disciple's performance be bad? Li Qingyang stepped forward and took the cold-edged sword. He said excitedly, Thank you, sect leader, for giving me the sword. Jun Chang glanced at the disciples and said, As long as you wholeheartedly serve the sect and work hard to become stronger, there will be resources, weapons, and martial skills. Yes, all the disciples shouted in unison. Lu Wansher, who was sitting in front of the cafeteria, held her chin and muttered, When can I become a disciple of the Iron Bone clan? After dismissing the disciples, Jun Changshao called Xiao Ziji to the main hall alone and asked, How is the cultivation of the body metamorphosis scripture going? He was still very concerned about this disciple. After all, he had already been in the sect for a few days and had become one with the other disciples. However, he still had a dispirited aura. Xiao Ziji said, reporting to sect leader, I haven't comprehended it yet. Nothing can be done in one go. Don't worry, take your time. Jun Changshao said. Xiao Ziji said, this disciple is working very hard. Can you tell me about your past? For example, why did your cultivation level fall and your spirit root degenerate? Jun Changshao asked. A trace of pain flashed through Xiao Ziji's eyes. The past was like a nightmare to him. Jun Changshao said, if you don't want to talk about the past, it doesn't matter. Who? Xiao Ziji took a deep breath and said with difficulty, this disciple opened the 12 meridians and gathered the energy to break through to the martial disciple realm. In the end, I failed and fainted. When I woke up, my spirit root and cultivation no longer existed. Did you feel any pain? No pain, no feelings. When you fainted, was there anyone beside you? This disciple was in the family's seclusion room. There was no one else. Jun Changshao first let Xiao Ziji go back to cultivate. Alone in the main hall, he thought to himself, breaking through to the martial disciple realm might have been too hasty. It's normal to fail. It's strange that his spirit root and cultivation are gone. Could it be that there was an old grandpa in that kid's body? That's not right. If there was an old grandpa, he would at most absorb spiritual energy to nourish himself. How could his spirit root disappear for no reason? Could it be that someone poisoned or dug it out? Jun Changshao thought about all the plots in the novels he had read that could turn the main character into a cripple. However, the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now is to increase his strength. I hope the body metamorphosis scripture can help him open his meridians. The next day, the disciples came to the training grounds for their routine cultivation. Many of them were overjoyed. After taking the chi gathering elixir, they had all opened a meridian after a night of cultivation. Opening 2 meridians in less than 2 months after coming to the sect was something that they would never have dared to imagine. It was still too early to be happy. This was because when Jun Changshao brought them to the beginner disciples' spiritual energy array and told them that it had the effect of doubling their spiritual energy, the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. Lu Qianqian did not care about the chi-gathering elixir. However, looking at the array flashing with blue light, she thought to herself in disbelief, the sect leader knows how to set up a spiritual energy array? The array opens once every 7 days. 20 people form a group and enter in batches to cultivate for 4 hours. Jun Changshao said, Ding! Array opened. 1 contribution point consumed. Ding! Sect contribution points. 69,100. Lu Qianqian was the first to enter the array. Feeling the double spiritual energy inside, she thought to herself in disbelief, he really knows how to set up arrays. Li Qingyang also walked in and exclaimed, I didn't think that the sect leader was also a master of arrays. Chapter 57. After the spiritual energy array was activated, the disciples entered in batches. Although it was only 4 hours, their cultivation was comparable to a day's worth of cultivation, which made them extremely happy. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged in the main hall and activated Yi Jingjing. The disciples had a spiritual energy array, but he could not enter. He could only cultivate in the normal way. I have enough spiritual energy. Break through the meridians. Jun Changshao gathered the spiritual energy in his meridians and tried to break through the last blocked meridian. In the end, he failed. He sighed. I'm afraid my luck is all used up on the shop. The system said, although Yi Jingjing can increase the probability of opening the meridians, it is still very difficult for the host to open the last meridian. Oh, Jun Changshao replied and took out the modified Desert Eagle. He played with it and said, should I go to Qingyang City to buy some beast cores? My realm is not enough. I can make up for it with equipment. Oh, right. He slapped his forehead and said, "There is a mission to kill an earth flame wolf in the Sect mission. This should be a relatively strong beast. If I let Qingyang City kill it, I might be able to get a core." The system said, "A 3-star Sect mission requires many disciples to work together to complete. If one person goes alone, it is equivalent to suicide." "It's that serious?" Jun Changshao pondered for a while and summoned Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and Su Xiaomu. He said, "There is an earth flame wolf outside Qingyang village. The 3 of you will come with me to eliminate it." "Earth flame wolf?" Li Qingyang said with a serious face, "Sect master, that is a fire-type beast comparable to a martial disciple. It is a bit tricky." Jun Changshao said, "That is why I asked the 3 of you to come with me." "Yes, sir." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma cupped their hands. As for Lu Qianqian, she had already walked out of the main hall and headed for the mountain gate. Ding. Receive Sect mission. Mission introduction. Please help the villagers of Qingyang Village eradicate the earth flame wolves in the Western Slope Valley. Incomplete. Receiving disciples, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma. Mission reward. Upon completion, the host will receive 5 achievement points and 5 contribution points. 5? There are quite a few of them. To the west of Qingyang Village, there was a valley shrouded in fog all year round. The villagers called it the Wolf Valley. If it was just an ordinary wild wolf, the villagers wouldn't be afraid. However, a few years ago, there was an earth flame wolf that could breathe fire, and it often entered the village to disturb the villagers. Later, the former sect leader of the Iron-Bone sect, Wang, came down from the mountain and tortured the earth flame wolf. After that, the earth flame wolf became obedient. However, the wolf was cruel by nature. During this period of time, it began to attack the livestock in the village frequently, causing considerable economic losses. Today, at this moment, Lu Qianqian's 3 disciples, who represented Iron-Bone, were in the valley. 2 of them held sharp swords, while the other held a wooden sword. They were facing off against an earth flame wolf that was on fire. "Come on, you can do it!" On a tree outside the valley, Jun Changshao encouraged his disciples. The corners of Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma's mouths twitched. "My dear sect leader, didn't we agree to accompany you to get rid of this evil? Why are you standing on a tree and making us face off against a ferocious beast comparable to a martial disciple?" Roar. The earth flame wolf, whose physique was like a Tibetan mastiff, roared angrily. Its sharp teeth were bared, and it was even breathing fire. It looked very frightening. "I'll be the main attacker. You guys assist me from the side." Lu Qianqian poured her spiritual power into her 3-foot-long sword. It flashed with a dazzling light, and she attacked with a mysterious movement technique. When she was serious, she looked even more extraordinary. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "This woman should be using some kind of movement technique." Swoosh! Li Qingyang strode forward and attacked from the side. He and senior sister were attacking from the front and the right. Su Xiaoma did not attack. It was not because he was afraid of death, but because he had only opened 4 meridians. Even if he had a primary-grade wooden sword in hand, it was not enough to face a ferocious beast comparable to a martial disciple. "I must seize the opportunity and attack," he secretly said. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang rushed to the front of the earth flame wolf. Their long swords pierced through the air, forming several sword auras to attack. Swoosh! The earth flame wolf's 4 limbs kicked, and it immediately jumped out of the intertwining sword auras. It then stopped in the distance and turned around to spit out a ball of flame. Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang hurriedly dodged. The flame exploded on the stone wall, and a charred hole immediately appeared. It was obvious that the flame was very powerful. Bang! Bang! The earth flame wolf opened its mouth and spat out 2 more flames, respectively attacking the 2 people. Although the power of the flames was strong, They were slow and could be easily dodged. Bang! 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 However, just as Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang dodged, the earth flame wolf's mouth was like a cannon, continuously spitting out several flame cannonballs. Damn! The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. You're even better at shooting than a keyboard warrior. Several flame cannonballs attacked. Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang could only continue dodging. They could not get close to the earth flame wolf at all. Here's the chance. While the earth flame wolf was attacking his senior brother and senior sister, Su Xiaoma circled around from behind. He poured his spiritual energy into his wooden sword and suddenly slashed forward. Ding! The wooden sword, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, slashed on the earth flame wolf's back, and the sound of iron striking rang out. Su Xiaoma's hand was even numb from the impact. He said, "Damn, its skin is so hard." Swoosh! At this moment, the earth flame wolf angrily turned its head. Su Xiaoma smiled foolishly and said, "I'm just testing your defense. Don't mind me." As he spoke, he ran away with his short legs and shouted, "Oh my God! Senior brother and senior sister, save me!" Huff, huff! The earth flame wolf opened its bloody mouth, and scorching flames quickly gathered. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao hurriedly shouted from the tree, "Xiaomu, move quickly!" Move? What the hell was that? Although Su Xiaoma did not understand, he looked back and saw that the earth flame wolf was condensing a flame cannonball. He immediately changed from running in a straight line to running in a Z shape. He silently prayed, "I can't hit it, hit it!" Bang! The flame cannonball shot over like cannonball. Fortunately, he moved quickly and just happened to sweep past his, but it only burned a small hole in his pants, and there was even a small flame. It's on fire! Su Xiaoma ran while patting the flame on his, but looking very funny. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang seized the opportunity and instantly approached the earth flame wolf. One chopped at its head, the other at its body, and cold sword energy spread out instantly. Roar! The earth flame wolf realized that something was wrong, but it could only dodge the sword that was aimed at its head, not the sword that was aimed at its back. Puchi! The cold-edged sword, which had been infused with spiritual energy, slashed at his body. Immediately, a deep and long sword wound appeared on his body, and flame-like blood flowed out with a hua-hua sound. Li Qingyang secretly exclaimed, "This sword is really strong!" Puchi! At this moment, Lu Qianqian's second sword slashed at the earth flame wolf's neck. Although it did not cut off its head, it still left a bloody wound. Swoosh! Li Qingyang did not hesitate at all. Holding the sword with both hands, he infused spiritual energy into Cold Edge and slashed at the wound left by his senior sister. Puchi! After the second slash, the earth flame wolf could not take it anymore. Its head flew out and rolled in front of Su Xiaoma. "Damn it! I'll let you breathe fire. I'll let you breathe fire at me." Su Xiaoma raised his foot and stomped on the earth flame wolf's head. Ding! Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and Su Xiaoma have killed earth flame wolf. Sect mission completed. Ding! Sect contribution points 74100. Sect achievement points for 1100. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao shouted, "Check if there are any crystal cores in its body." Li Qingyang raised his sword and cut open the earth flame wolf's chest. A red crystal core rolled out and said, "Sect leader, there's a crystal core." Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "The gun has bullets." Chapter 58. In front of a trickling stream, Li Qingyang dipped his sleeve in the water and wiped the blood-stained cold-edged sword. Using the sword given by the sect leader for the first time, he was very satisfied and secretly said, "If I had such a sharp weapon in hand before, I wouldn't have been seriously injured by the beast." Su Xiaoma sat on a stone and looked enviously at the cold-edged sword in second brother's hand, saying, I must perform well and get the sect leader's approval to change the wooden sword to a sword like senior brothers. Lu Qianshan leaned against a tree, her bright eyes looking into the distance as if she was enjoying the mountain scenery. Occasionally, she glanced at Jun Changshao and saw his sad face. Puzzled, she asked, "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing. He just encountered a little trouble. How to load the Desert Eagle with a crystal core to form a bullet." Inside the space ring, the thought turned into a human form, holding a gun in one hand and a red crystal core in the other, back and forth several times, but there was still no effect. Jun Changshao was speechless. "You don't even give me a manual. How do you let me load the bullet?" The system said, "The host can use spiritual thoughts to communicate with the crystal core, draw out the energy, and integrate it into the groove at the bottom of the gun." Groove? Jun Changshao turned his wrist and found an inconspicuous groove at the bottom. He immediately sat down cross-legged and tried to communicate with the crystal core with his spiritual thoughts. He easily fused with it and felt the violent spiritual energy inside. There is a majestic source of spiritual power in the crystal core, but it is too violent and must be refined before it can be used. There are many uses for the crystal core, such as refining elixirs or enhancing weapons, so the price is very expensive. Ordinary martial artists can't afford to play with it. Jun Changshao shrouded the violent spiritual power. Slowly, the spiritual power flew out like a trickle of water, and then integrated into the groove at the bottom of the Desert Eagle, and a red dot flashed. Ding! About a moment, the handle of the gun formed a light similar to a bullet, which made Jun Changshao guess that it should be loaded with a bullet. Ding! Ding! The spiritual power continued to pour into the groove, and the shape of the bullet gradually accumulated at the handle of the gun, and soon 7 bullets were arranged. At this time, the spiritual power could no longer go in. Obviously, the bullets have been loaded, and the energy in the crystal core has been absorbed by more than half. 7 bullets isn't enough. Jun Changshao retracted his thoughts and muttered, "If only I had an extended capacity magazine." Shwa! With a thought, he summoned the Desert Eagle. Holding the gun with both hands, he aimed at a rock and said, "Don't move, I'm a police officer." Lu Qianshan said indifferently, "What an idiot." Su Xiaoma leaned over and placed one of his eyes on the muzzle of the gun. He grinned and said, "Sect leader, what is this?" "This is a gun." Jun Changshao hurriedly raised his gun. He was afraid that he would accidentally fire and kill his disciple. Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. "Is this a gun?" In his understanding, a gun was a weapon with a handle and a spearhead. Jun Changshao said, "To be exact, it's a hidden weapon. It can shoot darts, making it impossible to guard against." With this explanation, Su Xiaoma immediately understood. He smiled and said, "Sect leader, can you shoot it for me to see?" Jun Changshao shook his head. "There aren't many hidden weapons inside. Unless it's a crisis, you can't use it casually." "I see." Su Xiaoma scratched his head and retreated. Li Qingyang said, "Sect leader, what is a police officer?" Jun Changshao said perfunctorily, "I'm just saying, don't mind it." He looked up at the sky and said, "Let's go back to the sect." He strapped the Desert Eagle to his waist and walked majestically. After all, he had a gun, so there was no need to worry about safety. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast came from the direction of the Wolf Valley. Li Qingyang frowned. "Sect leader, it's the sound of a wolf beast. Is there more than one earth flame wolf in the valley?" "It's here." Lu Qianshan put her hand on her sword, her eyes cold. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma also became alert. Swoosh! Not long after, a fiery red shadow rushed out from the bushes and stood a few dozen meters away from the 4 of them. It was a ferocious beast very similar to an earth flame wolf, but it was much bigger. It was almost 2 meters tall, and the flames under its feet were even more intense. Li Qingyang said seriously, "Earth Flame Wolf King." Lu Qianshan frowned. "Low rank 7 ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts in the Falling Star continent were also divided into low-rank ferocious beasts, middle-rank ferocious beasts, and high-rank ferocious beasts, which corresponded to the martial arts realm, martial disciple, martial master, and wuzong. Above the ferocious beasts were the spirit beasts, which were also divided into low, middle, and high ranks, which corresponded to martial king, Wu Huang and Wu Sheng. As for the martial emperors, they were called sacred beasts. Regardless of the rank of the beast, there were ranks from rank 1 to rank 9. The earth flame wolf that Lu Qianqian and the other two killed earlier was a rank 2 ferocious beast, and this earth flame wolf king was a rank 7 ferocious beast, which was equivalent to a rank 7 martial disciple. Rank 2 ferocious beast, rank 7 ferocious beast, the difference was quite big. We're in trouble. Li Qingyang frowned. He held his sword in front of him and said, "You guys go first, I'll hold it back." "Go my ass." Jun Changshao put his palm on his face and pushed him back. He stood in front of the disciples and said, "Remember, the number 1 motto of the Ironbone clan is to be indifferent to life and death, and fight if you don't accept it." Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "Leader, isn't the number 1 motto of our clan to be an Ironbone clan person, and to do things with Ironbone clan person?" "It's just been changed," Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma almost fell over. Changing the Sect's motto just like that, wasn't this too unserious? "Everyone back off. Today I'll kill this beast," Jun Changshao said as he took out the desert eagle from his waist. However, he realized that the 3 disciples had already retreated. Su Xiaoma stood in the distance and said, "Do your best, leader, you can do it." This line was a bit familiar. Jun Changshao shook his head and aimed his gun at the Earth Flame Wolf King. He said proudly, "Beast, you don't have much time left." Roar! The Earth Flame Wolf King roared angrily. Flames instantly spewed out from its fur, and it charged forward. "You're courting death." Jun Changxiao's index finger was on the trigger. He heard a bang and fired. In the end, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Damn it. What's going on? Jun Changxiao hurriedly fired 2 more shots. In the end, only soft bang sounds were heard, and no bullets were fired. Roar! The Earth Flame Wolf King charged forward. Sharp claws popped out from its thick and long forelimbs, and flames instantly rose. The arrogance on Jun Changxiao's face disappeared. He hurriedly rolled to the right and roared in his heart, "Is this AF* King gun or model?" The system said, "Host, the bullet is not loaded." Damn it, I forgot. Jun Changxiao hurriedly rolled back a few more times. Taking advantage of the Earth Flame Wolf King's missed attack, he pulled the gun's barrel back. Bastard die. He half knelt and pulled the trigger again. A bang sound was heard, and no bullets were fired again. Damn it. What the F***CK is going on? What's leader doing? Why isn't he shooting any hidden weapons? If I'm not wrong, leader should be practicing his reflexes. Damn it, he's practicing his reflexes in front of a 7th grade vicious beast. Leader is simply too amazing. Su Xiaoma's face was full of admiration. Roar! The Earth Flame Wolf King turned its head and opened its mouth to spit out a large fireball. Its power was much stronger than the Earth Flame Wolf King's. The downside was that it was still slow. Jun Changxiao rolled to the side again and barely dodged the fireball. He said frantically, "System, what the F***CK is going on?" The host did not pull the safety. Damn it! Although Jun Changxiao was on the verge of breaking down, he still saw that the barrel of the gun was facing his direction. There was a small plate where the hammer should be, so he hurriedly removed it. Roar! The Earth Flame Wolf King charged forward again. This time it was extremely fast. Flames erupted from its claws and teeth. It seemed that it was determined to tear the human in front of it into pieces. Leader is in danger. Su Xiaoma's expression changed greatly. Clang! Clang! Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang both drew their swords. Just as they were about to charge forward, they heard a bang sound. Their eardrums buzzed, and they were dumbstruck. Chapter 59. Boom! The huge ground fire wolf king fell from the sky, its limbs paralyzed. The fire in its feet dissipated, and there was a grape-sized hole in its forehead. Blood and brain matter immediately flowed out. A lower 7th grade vicious beast dead. Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang, who had drawn their swords to assist Jun Changshao, stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. Su Xiaoma also opened his mouth. What did they just see? They saw the moment the ground fire wolf king pounced on the sect leader. A silver hidden weapon shot out a stream of light with a bang, piercing through the sect leader's forehead at an extremely fast speed. How fast? It was so fast that they couldn't even see what kind of hidden weapon was in the stream of light. Don't be in a daze, come help me. Jun Changshao's voice was heard. The three of them came back to their senses and looked at the bushes in the distance. They saw the sect leader lying there with his arms raised high. The hidden weapon in his hand was smoking, and his entire body seemed to be stiff. How could he not be stiff? The strong recoil from the shot sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away. The arm holding the gun was also shaken to the point that he couldn't feel it. Was that a pistol or a rocket launcher? Although he complained, Jun Changshao was still in pain and happy at the same time. A pistol could kill a vicious beast comparable to a 7th grade martial disciple. What was the point of cultivating in the future? He might as well just carry a gun and go into the martial world. Gentler. Io, my tender waist. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma carefully helped Jun Changshao up, but his arm was still straight. It seemed that he needed some time to recover. Lu Qianqian walked to the ground fire wolf king's corpse and cut open its chest. A fiery crystal core rolled out. Whether it was the size or the color, it was obviously much better than the ground fire wolf king. Sect leader, do you want the crystal core? Yes. Jun Changshao was carried back to the sect while maintaining the shooting position. After resting for half a day, his stiff muscles finally relaxed. He broke down and said, "This recoil is too strong." The system said, "Strictly speaking, the host's body is too weak." Jun Changshao was speechless. This is just a handgun. The bullets fired are similar to cannonballs. Who can withstand such a strong recoil? The system explained, the magically modified Desert Eagle is enhanced by the crystal core of a high martial realm. It has already surpassed the limits of the host's previous handgun. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. I want to spawn a magically modified rocket launcher. Wouldn't its power be comparable to a nuclear bomb? This is hard to say. The system replied. Jun Changshao didn't pay any more attention to it. He hurriedly opened the purchase tab and discovered that the Desert Eagle had been magically changed. The Desert Eagle was now gray, and the purchase time was limited to 2 months. If we don't limit the number of weapons, we can buy one for each disciple. Who would still use a sword in a fight? A hidden weapon killed a 7th grade Earth Fire Wolf King in one shot? Senior Brother Su, what kind of hidden weapon is the sect leader using? It's so powerful. On the martial arts practice field, many disciples surrounded Su Xiaoma, scrambling to ask about the previous incident. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoma stepped on a stone with one foot and made a shooting posture. He said, "The hidden weapon the sect leader used is called a gun." Gun? It's not the long weapons we use. It's a hidden weapon that's only the size of a slingshot. Then, with a bang, it killed the Earth Fire Wolf King. Don't be fooled by Su Xiaoma's eloquence. Thinking about how one of his eyes was stuck to the hole of the gun, he felt a chill down his spine. Oh my God, I actually leaned in. If an accident happened, wouldn't my head explode? The sect leader is too powerful. After the disciples understood the cause of the incident, their eyes were filled with even more worship. If the system had data, like worship points, their worship of the sect leader would have already broken through 10,000. giving pointers to everyone in Qingyang City, severing an arm of a spirit spring sect elder on the grievance platform, annihilating over 200 bandits with the strength of a single person from the Black Wind sect. And now, using a hidden weapon, he killed the Earth Fire Wolf King, which was comparable to a martial disciple of the 7th rank. Everything that Jun Changshao did to the disciples could only be looked up to and worshipped. More importantly, the sect leader had yet to become a martial disciple. The next day, Jun Changshao continued to assign tasks to the disciples who had not done them before, telling them to go to Qingyang village to complete them. Then he began to immerse himself in cultivation. With the Desert Eagle in hand, although he was safe, the recoil was too great. If he wanted to control it perfectly, he had to quickly increase his cultivation and physical strength. Ding! Host has spent 20 contribution points. Obtained Muscle Building Room X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 54100. Jun Changshao came to the side room, took out a tent that looked like a camping tent, and placed it in front of the strength testing machine. The muscle building room was a supplementary item for tempering the body. Although it would not increase the realm of martial arts, it could increase the strength of the muscles. At first, Jun Changshao did not plan to buy it. After all, 20 contribution points was a bit expensive. However, he could not withstand the recoil of the Desert Eagle and realized that his body was too weak. Just relying on the I Jinjing to build his body was too slow. Phew! Exhaling, he opened the door of the muscle building room and went in. The space inside was not big, just enough to accommodate one person. The 4 walls were soft cushions, making it very comfortable to lie inside. Jun Changshao said, "Could it be that it's used to temper the body through massage? That seems interesting." He closed the door and started it up. Bang! 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 The muscle building room suddenly shook. Muffled sounds of punches could be heard, accompanied by screams of agony. Inside, Jun Changshao was squeezed into a small space. The soft cushions turned into a hammerhead, taking care of him in all directions. It could be said that every punch hit his flesh. Damn it! This muscle building room was poisonous. Stop! Stop! However, no matter how hard Jun Changshao tried to control his mind, the hammerhead still came. Not only did it not intend to stop, it hit harder and harder. The system said, once the muscle building room is activated, it will last for 2 hours. Damn it. Quickly pull out the power. Bang! 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 2 hours later, the door of the muscle building room opened by itself. Jun Changshao slid out from inside. His face was bruised and swollen, and he was foaming at the mouth. Damned muscle building room, damned system. Feeling the soreness and pain in his muscles, Sect leader Jun, who was lying on the ground, had a look of despair on his face. The system said, when heaven bestows a great responsibility on a great man, it must first make his will suffer and his muscles and bones toil. Scram! Jun Changshao said weakly. Although the muscle building room was a little brutal, after a night of rest, his waist was no longer sore and his legs were no longer painful. His muscles were much stronger than yesterday. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "It's taking effect so quickly." He went to the strength testing machine and punched it. It showed that his strength was 1,900 pounds. Yesterday he tested it and his strength was 1,850 pounds. After 2 hours of tempering, it actually increased by 50 pounds. This effect was very significant. Continue. Opening the door of the muscle building room, Jun Changshao went in again. After being tortured for 2 hours, he slid out like mud. The next day, after the pain dissipated, he was full of energy and his muscles were more solid. Sect leader. At this time, Xiao Ziji walked over with his head lowered and said, "I have already comprehended I Jinjing." "This is a good thing. Why are you looking so sad?" Jun Changshao said. Xiao Ziji said bitterly, after a night of absorbing, I didn't gather any spiritual energy. It seems that I am destined to be unable to cultivate in this life. Jun Changshao wanted to comfort him, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Come, come, I will bring you to cultivate. Saying so, he led him to the muscle building room. Go in. Oh. Xiao Ziji lay down and said foolishly, Sect leader, is this a bed? Pa. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers, and the muscle building room suddenly trembled. The time shown on it was 4 hours. Pum, pum, pum. Ah, ah, ah. Chapter 60. Outside the side room. Xiao Ziji was lying in front of the stairs like a puddle of mud. His entire face was beaten up so badly that even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. For hours. Jun Changshao was beaten up for 2 hours. He already had nothing left to live for, let alone him who had no cultivation base. Of course, the muscle molding room carried out rigorous and scientific tempering according to the different physiques of the martial artist. It wouldn't kill anyone because of excessive force. Junior brother, what happened to you? Who beat him up? They were too heavy-handed. I heard that the sect master is carrying out special training for junior brother Xiao. The disciples passing by all looked at him sympathetically. Jun Changshao walked over and sat on the stairs. How do you feel? It hurts. Xiao Ziji said weakly. Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, It's still the same thing. When the heavens give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his mind suffer and his muscles and bones tired. Xiao Ziji didn't say anything. His eyes were full of decadence. After being beaten up by the muscle molding room, it only hurt on the body. He couldn't condense spirit energy even with the help of a divine-grade mental cultivation method, but it hurt to the heart. Sect master, I'm really a waste, a useless waste. Xiao Ziji seemed to have accepted the arrangement of fate. He became even more depressed. In this world, how could one become stronger? Only by absorbing spirit energy. It was difficult to absorb, to strengthen oneself, and to open up blocked meridians. He was no different from a waste. Xiao Ziji. Jun Changshao looked at him and said sternly, Remember this, there are no wastes in iron bone. Sect master, don't say any more. From tomorrow onwards, come here every day to mold for 8 hours. 8 hours. Xiao Ziji spread out his limbs and turned into mud again. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he found that not only did his body not hurt, but his muscles also changed significantly compared to yesterday. What's going on? Xiao Ziji was confused, but he still followed the sect master's instructions. He went to the side room and entered the muscle molding room. Jun Changshao had already set it in advance. As long as he went in and closed the door, it would automatically open. The molding time was 8 hours. This time was really long. After it was over, Xiao Ziji was once again a pile of mud, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. After eating the food cooked by Lu Wanshi and sleeping, his tiredness and pain disappeared. His muscles were even stronger, which made him very excited to go to the molding room. Junior brother seems to be in a good mood today. It can't be, right? After being tortured by the sect leader for 2 days, his heart has soared? All the disciples shook their heads. If they knew that the molding room could quickly strengthen their bodies and muscles, they would definitely fight to be tortured. Xiao Ziji was tortured during the day, while Jun Changshao was tortured during the night. The two of them had staggered their times. Speaking of which, why didn't he let the other disciples temper it? After all, having a good physical body foundation would be of great help in the future. Jun Changshao's intention was very simple. If Xiao Ziji could not absorb spiritual energy, he would first undergo special training to temper his body to the extreme, thus establishing his confidence in cultivating martial arts. Needless to say, after 3 days of training, Xiao Ziji tested again and again on the testing machine. His strength slowly increased from the previous 20 to 30 kilograms to 50 kilograms. Because he had not opened his meridians and his aptitude, although the increase was slow, it gave him hope to become stronger. His depressed eyes flashed with hope. Sect leader, disciple wants to increase the time. How long? 12 hours. Okay. After Xiao Ziji left, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Do you want to buy a muscle molding room?" This item was limited to 5 pieces per month. Ding! Li Fei sent a letter to Ox Village, completed the Sect mission. Ding! Sect contribution points, 84100. Sect achievement points, 71,100. In the 3 days that Xiao Ziji was tempering his muscles, there were disciples who completed missions one after another, and both values increased by 30 points. Jun Changshao said there are still 20-plus missions that have not been released. If you finish them all, your achievement points will be full, and your contribution points will overflow. Buy it. Ding! Host spent 20 contribution points, received Muscle Molding Room X1, has been transferred to the Spatial Ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 64100. Jun Changshao placed the 2 muscle molding rooms side by side, then renamed this room as the training room. The disciples who completed their missions gathered together and gave out chi-gathering elixirs and rudimentary wooden swords as a reward. There were mantras, formations, training rooms, and professional chefs. Only the 9th-rate Iron Bonjing sect was developing in a good direction. But Jun Changshao knew that the sect had just started, and he still had a long way to go. Sect leader Li Qingyang came to report, "The inner yard has been reconstructed." "How much did you spend?" Jun Changshao asked. Li Qingyang said embarrassedly, "Of the 10,000 taels that sect leader gave me, there are still 2,000 left." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, he's really generous. The more money you spend, the better the results. When he came to the inner yard, he looked at the rows of buildings and nodded with satisfaction. Li Qingyang pointed to the luxurious courtyard in the distance and said, "Sect leader, this is your residence, an independent courtyard with a pond, a backyard, and a study." "Not bad, not bad," Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang continued, "To the north is where the male disciples live, and to the south is where the female disciples live. There's a small practice field in each." "Sai," Jun Changshao said, "I forgot to remind you the female disciples' rooms should be closer to my courtyard." Li Qingyang was speechless. "Oh, right." Jun Changshao said, "Pick a few disciples with good potential and let them enter the training room in batches to train with Zue Ji. Each one will have 2 hours." "Senior brother, what is this?" Li Qingyang brought Su Xiaoma and the other disciples to stand in front of the 2 muscle molding rooms, staring at each other. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Ziji walked in and punched the strength testing machine, and the number displayed was 300 kilograms. Note: displayed as 300 kilograms. Numbers are substituted for convenience. This. Li Qingyang and the others were tongue-tied. Junior brother Xiao had not opened his meridians, and his punch did not have any spirit energy. Yet he could produce a strength comparable to a second-stage meridian opening martial artist. It was simply terrifying. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma walked over and touched Xiao Ziji's fur muscles and said in surprise, "Are you born with divine strength?" "No." Xiao Ziji looked at the muscle molding room and said, "It's all thanks to this." As he spoke, he opened the door and went in. The muscle molding room immediately shook, and the sound of punches could be heard. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others leaned in and heard the commotion inside. Their expressions immediately became interesting. No wonder Junior brother's face was bruised and swollen these days, so he was beaten up inside. Let me give it a try. Li Qingyang entered another muscle molding room. As Jun Chang Shao had said it beforehand, it was activated the moment the door closed. 2 hours later, the #1 genius of Qingyang City slid out while foaming at the mouth. In the main hall, Jun Chang Shao was cultivating the body metamorphosis scripture. For the past few days, he had been molding for 4 hours every night. Not only did his strength increase, but his muscles also showed beautiful lines. Phew! Jun Chang Shao exhaled and said, I hope I can succeed in unlocking my meridians this time. Perhaps it was due to the tempering of his muscles. He gathered spiritual energy to attack his blocked meridians and finally open them. Huff, huff! The majestic spiritual energy whistled through his meridians like a surging flood, and he enjoyed the feeling very much. Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded. I finally opened them. This meridian opening had an extraordinary meaning for Jun Chang Shao, as he did not rely on experience points or elixirs. He relied entirely on his own efforts to open them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Unceasing self-improvement. The reward is 10 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 74100. Jun Chang Shao muttered. As expected, I can complete the hidden mission by relying on my own efforts to open a meridian. Ding! Host has opened 12 meridians. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. Jun Chang Shao was stunned. He hurriedly opened the data panel and saw that there was an additional epic mission under the Sect mission. The content was, Qingyang County will be holding a martial arts competition in 10 days. Bring 5 disciples to participate. Incomplete. Chapter 61. Jun Chang Shao had opened 12 meridians and met the requirements, so the epic mission was activated. However, when he saw the mission, he said in disbelief, It's just a simple competition. He clicked on the mission details, and a complete introduction appeared. Epic mission with mission details. Azure Sun County will hold a biennial martial arts competition in 10 days. Host needs to bring 5 disciples to participate. Mission conditions. Disciples must take the top 3 places. Mission failure. Disciples will be eliminated in the first round if they do not register for the competition within the time limit. Mission rewards. The 3 question marks were a little naughty, so naughty that Jun Chang Shao broke down and said, What the hell are the 3 question marks for? The system said the reward for the epic mission is based on the host's completion rate, so it's impossible to determine what the final reward is. Isn't the mission condition written? Disciples must take the top 3 places. Jun Chang Shao said. The system explained the mission condition is just a definition. If only one of the host disciples reaches the top 3 or exceeds the quota, the reward will change. Jun Chang Shao said, If a disciple reaches the top 3, it'll be considered as completing the mission. But because the completion rate is low, the reward will be less. That's right. If 5 disciples reach the top 4, it's equivalent to exceeding the quota, and the reward will be higher than the definition. Yes. Jun Chang Shao said, Can I not participate? The system said, If you don't participate, it'll be equivalent to failing the mission. Host will be punished and cannot break through a major realm within the specified time limit. How long? At least 10 years. Jun Chang Shao spread his hands and said, In that case, I have to do the epic mission. Li Qingyang dragged his bruised and swollen body and walked in step by step. Sect Master, do you have any orders? He was very satisfied with spending 2 hours to shape his body. Jun Chang Shao said, Have you heard of the martial arts competition in Azure Sun County? I've heard of it. Li Qingyang rubbed his painful face and said, It's held every 2 years. This time, it'll start in 10 days. Suddenly, he realized something and said, Sect Master, our sect won't register for the competition, right? No, that's good. But I'm planning to sign up. Li Qingyang twitched his mouth and said, Sect leader, that's a martial arts competition for the high-level sections. If we send Iron Bone unyielding, we will only be reduced to cannon fodder. Jun Changshao rested his arms on an armrest and rested his chin on the back of his hand. Do you have so little confidence in yourself and your sect? Li Qingyang said seriously, according to what this disciple knows, each sect will send their most outstanding disciples to participate in this kind of competition. Most of them are at the martial disciple level. Is that so? Jun Changshao frowned. The disciples of the sect were all at the pulse opening stage. If they were to fight with a martial disciple, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, not to mention entering the top 3. Li Qingyang continued. The champion of the last tournament is a disciple of the 6th-rate Hualing School. His strength has already reached the 3rd grade of martial disciple. Jun Changxiao's frown deepened. If there were rank 3 martial disciples participating in this year's tournament, how could their disciples fight against them? Epic quest? I think it's a hell mission. Jun Changxiao asked, where can I register for the martial arts competition? The sect leader still wants to participate? Although Li Qingyang was speechless, he still said, this year's martial arts competition will be held in Liang City. Liang City? Isn't that the city where the Sini clan is located? Yes, sect leader. Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment, then said, inform Lu Qianqian, Su Xiaoma, Tianqi, and Xiao Ziji that tomorrow I will begin the devil training for the 5 of you. Devil training? Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. Jun Changxiao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. He said in a deep voice, in 10 days, I will send you to participate in the martial arts competition. You must take the top 3 places. Ah, Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. If they failed the epic quest, their realm would be sealed for 10 years. Even if Jun Changxiao knew it was hell mode, he still had to do it. He was more optimistic about Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang. One hid her strength well, while the other had an extraordinary aptitude. Although Su Xiaoma and Tianqi were a bit lacking, they might be able to improve a lot after undergoing the devil training in 10 days. As for sending Xiao Ziji, Jun Changxiao hoped that he could use his strength to prove to the Xiao clan and the world that he wasn't trash. This was a bit difficult. The next day, Jun Changxiao distributed the remaining sect missions to the disciples. Then he brought Lu Qianqian and the other 3 to the beginner disciple spirit energy array. He said, you guys go in and cultivate for 4 hours. Su Xiaoma and Tianqi's gazes immediately became heated. Lu Qianqian said, sect leader really wants to send us to participate in the martial arts competition in Qingyang County. Jun Changxiao said with a serious expression, not only do we have to participate, but we also have to take the top 3 spots. Lu Qianqian said, it's a bit difficult. Jun Changxiao said, it's only challenging when it's difficult. Tell me loudly, can you guys do it? Yes. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma shouted in unison. Go in and cultivate. Yes. The 4 of them entered the activation array and began cultivating. In the training room, Xiao Ziji lowered his head and said, sect leader, it's better to send other senior brothers to participate. This disciple isn't up to the task. Although the muscle building room gave him hope, he didn't have much confidence in competing with the other sect's disciples in Liang City. Jun Changxiao said, are you running away? Xiao Ziji said painfully, this disciple doesn't want to drag the sect down. Go, he didn't mind losing face or being spurned by others, but he didn't want to represent the Iron Bone sect. He didn't want to bear the shame for a trash like himself. Jun Changxiao pulled Xiao Ziji over and said in a deep voice, in 10 days, become stronger for this sect leader. Use your strength to prove to them that even if you, Xiao Ziji, don't have a spirit root and don't have a cultivation base, you're still a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. He was a little emotional, and his saliva flew everywhere. Looking at the sect leader's eyes, Xiao Ziji's heart gradually warmed. It was a feeling of being trusted, even if he was just a trash now. Crack! Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and said loudly, This disciple understands. Swoosh! Jun Changshao swung his hand and threw him into the muscle building room. The activation time was 20 hours. While being greeted by the hammerhead, Xiao Ziji activated Yi-Jin scripture and achieved a double enhancement of his physical body. I want to become stronger. I want to prove myself. I can't let the sect be humiliated. With this belief, Xiao Ziji ate 1 meal a day, slept for 1 hour, and spent the rest of the time in the training room. Jun Changshao spent another 40 contribution points to buy 2 muscle building rooms. After Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma finished cultivating in the spirit energy formation, they began to build their muscles. The 3 of them also ate 1 meal a day, slept for 2 hours, and spent the rest of the time in the spirit energy formation and the other in the muscle building room. Lu Qianqian didn't enter the training room. She sat cross-legged in the formation to absorb spirit energy. The 5 disciples' devil training officially began. It lasted until the eve of the Sect tournament, Liang City. While the disciples were undergoing their devil training, Jun Changshao rushed over. At the southern practice field, where the tournament will be held a few days later, a few scattered sect elders gathered around a table, reporting their sect's name and participating disciples. Next, the middle-aged man holding the brush called out. Jun Changshao walked over. The middle-aged man didn't raise his head. He dipped his brush in ink and said, "Sect. Iron Bone Zheng Sect." Ga. The middle-aged man's hand holding the brush suddenly stiffened. He raised his head in surprise. The sect elders who had already signed up stopped and turned to look at Jun Changshao in disbelief. Iron Bone? Isn't it just a 9th-rate sect from Qingyang village? The sect tournament is held every 2 years. The participants are all 8th-rate sects and above. Why is Iron Bone here? Chapter 62. When Jun Changshao mentioned his sect, the surrounding martial artists all looked at him and whispered, their words full of disdain. This was normal. In every sect competition, the participants were all 8th-rate and above sections. For a 9th-rate sect to sign up was a bit outrageous. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. He did not think that he was born with a mocking face, but the falling star continent believed in martial arts was too cruel. In the ancient times of the world, people were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Servants and slaves were often regarded as lowly people, and they would definitely be scolded to death if they entered large places. Although Iron Bone was a sect, it was only a 9th-rate sect. In a world full of sects, it was not much different from a lowly person. Just wait. I will let my sect become the most dazzling existence in the falling star continent, and let all living beings worship it. Jun Changshao did not care about the eyes of the world, but he would work hard to walk the path of a stronger sect. The middle-aged man holding the brush said lightly, "Although the sect competition does not limit the level, the applicants must be the upper echelons of the sect. What trouble are you, a disciple, causing?" Pa. Jun Changshao pressed the sect master seal on the white paper on the table, saying, "Iron Bone Sect Master, Jun Changshao." He was very arrogant. Others can look down on him, but he cannot look down on himself. The middle-aged man glanced at the seal on the paper and said indifferently, "So it is Sect Master Jun. Sorry for the disrespect." He is the sect master of Iron Bone in Qingyang City, who instructed the elders of Tsang Mountain Sect? I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard that his cultivation is only at the 4th or 5th level of the channel opening, but he cut off the arm of the Spirit Spring sect elder who was at the 12th level of the channel opening. I also heard about it, but I always felt that it was a rumor. How can a 4th or 5th level of the channel opening seriously injure a 12th level of the channel opening? The martial artists of Liang City had also heard about what happened at the 100 sect recruitment, but they did not witness it with their own eyes, so they only treated it as a rumor. Jun Changshao ignored the crowd and said, "Since there's no rule that the 9th-rate sects can't participate, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and ask. Fill in the form. Are you sitting here to drink tea?" The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened, but he still had to do his job, so he suppressed his anger and asked, "How many disciples are participating?" 5 people. Name, age. Lu Qianqian is 16 years old. Li Qingyang is 17 years old. Su Xiaoma is 16 years old. Tian Shiqi is 18 years old. Xiao Ziji is 17 years old. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, "Who was the last one?" "Xiao Ziji," Jun Changshao repeated. "Xiao Ziji?" A cultivator standing in the distance said with a smile, "Could it be the trash expelled by the Xiao clan?" "Shua." Jun Changshao turned his head and said coldly, "Try saying that again." His eyes were very cold. When the cultivator looked at him, he immediately stopped smiling and took a few steps back. The hair on his back stood up. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "The former direct descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiao Ziji? Please remove the direct descendant of the Xiao clan. My disciple is not rare at all." Jun Changshao said, "The former genius who brought countless honor to the family was expelled at the age of 12 because of the regression of his cultivation. Such a family." Jun Changshao felt that Xiao Ziji was not worthy. He could only use 2 words to describe it: pooh. The middle-aged man understood and filled in the names of several people. He threw 5 bamboo plates and said, "On the day of the competition, you must let the disciple bring the identity token to the venue. Otherwise, it will be considered as forfeiting." Jun Changshao took the bamboo plates and turned to leave. However, he stopped in front of the cultivator and said gloomily, "If you dare to say that my disciple is trash again, next time I will let you roar." This fellow suddenly let out a strange cry, which scared the cultivator to the point that he fell to the ground. "TSK," Jun Changshao said disdainfully, "you are already scared, and you still have the nerve to call others trash." Damn it! That cultivator was ashamed and angry, but he did not have the courage to rush up. Firstly, fighting was prohibited in the city. Secondly, this fellow's gaze was a little scary. Jun Changshao left. However, not long after he left, the cultivators at the registration venue began to talk. The Xiao Ziji that fellow mentioned must be the Xiao clan's Xiao Ziji. It seems that Trash joined the Iron Bone after being expelled. If his talent and cultivation were still there, not to mention 4th or 5th-rate sects, even 2nd or 3rd-rate sects would fight for him. Unfortunately, he can only eat and wait for death in a 9th-rate sect. I wonder how the Xiao clan will feel when they hear that the expelled direct descendant joined a sect lower than the Xiao clan? Liang City, Xiao clan. It could be considered an old clan with a few hundred years of history. In terms of overall strength and industry, it was much stronger than Qingyang City's Li clan. On this day, the Xiao clan's grand elder walked into the hall angrily. The Xiao clan's patriarch, who was sitting at the head of the table, put down his teacup and smiled. "Grand elder, what's wrong?" The grand elder said angrily, "I just heard from outside that the expelled Trash joined the Iron Bone and even signed up for the sect's martial arts competition." Oh, the Xiao clan's patriarch was surprised. The grand elder was so angry that he almost slammed the table. "My Xiao clan has been in Liang City for more than 200 years. In terms of foundation, we are not inferior to an 8th-rate sect. That Trash joining a 9th-rate sect, isn't he deliberately throwing our Xiao clan's face?" The Xiao clan's patriarch drank a mouthful of tea and said, "He has already been expelled. Even if he becomes a beggar, it has nothing to do with our Xiao clan. There's no need to consider so much." That's true, but some families with ulterior motives in the city purposely spread the news, wanting the entire city to see our Xiao clan as a joke. I have already advised the patriarch to give that Trash a cup of poisonous wine and let him reunite with his parents in the underworld. But the patriarch only expelled him. From the grand elder's words, it wasn't hard to tell that he was venting all his anger on Xiao Ziji. The Xiao clan's patriarch put down his teacup and played with his thumb ring, smiling. "Isn't it easy to let a Trash die? In my opinion, There is no need for the Grand Elder to be so angry. Xiao clan's inner court. Have you heard? Xiao Ziji, that trash, joined the Ironbone and signed up for the Sect's martial arts competition. He will be coming to Liang City in a few days. It can't be. He has no spirit root and no cultivation and still dares to come to Liang City. The sect that the cousins are in is also participating. Will they meet that trash? There seems to be a lot of disciples participating in the martial arts competition this time. I think it will be a little difficult for the cousins to meet that trash. No matter what, we must go and take a look on the day of the martial arts competition. I haven't seen that trash for a few years. I really miss him a little. Ha ha ha, they want to bully him again, right? The younger generation of the Xiao clan disciples gathered together to discuss Xiao Ziji. Their eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Little did they know that the trash they kept talking about was currently in the Ironbone clan's training room, undergoing the cruelest of muscle tempering. Not enough aptitude? Work hard to make it up. Become stronger, become stronger. Late at night, Xiao Ziji circulated the body metamorphose scripture while crazily bombarding the strength testing machine. The sweat on his forehead and the blood on his fists dripped down together. Jun Changshao lay on the roof of the main hall and heard the light sound of punching coming from the training room. He muttered, "Let's vent all the humiliation and torture on the day of the Sect's martial arts competition." Chapter 63. In order to become stronger, Xiao Ziji was giving it his all. More importantly, it was not for himself, but for the sect. He wanted to live up to the sect leaders' expectations. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyan, and the rest were not idle either. They spent the entire day either in the formation or in the training room. The Five's craziness stirred up the atmosphere in the sect. Many disciples worked even harder to cultivate. Sometimes they did not even have time to eat. Could they keep up with the nutrition? If it were other sects, their bodies would have collapsed after a few days of crazy cultivation. However, the Ironbone sect had Lu Wanshi. This golden chef would not let them not keep up with the nutrition. She matched their meals perfectly and nourished their bodies well. Jun Changshao sat in front of the main hall, eating delicious snacks while watching the disciples cultivate. Thanks to your meals. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. Lu Wanshi placed her hands behind her back and giggled. Sect leader, this is what Dudu should do. Jun Changshao swallowed the snack and clapped his hands. After a while, I will accept you into the sect. Really? Yes. Lu Wanshi jumped up and down happily. She had always hoped to become a disciple of the Ironbone sect and not a golden chef. Ding! Shi Tianhao cut 500 pounds of grass. Sect mission completed. Ding! Sect contribution points 53100. Sect achievement points 91100. The disciples in the Qingyang village were still completing missions. Their achievement points were close to breaking through 100. There are still 6 missions left. I should be able to complete all of them by tomorrow. Just enough for 100 achievement points. Once the achievement points were maxed out, the sect could be upgraded. Not only could it increase the upper limit of the sect's disciples, but it could also unlock the medicine refinery pavilion. Jun Changshao was looking forward to it. The next day, there were only 8 days left before the sect competition. The 5 disciples were still undergoing the devil's training. Jun Changshao was not idle either. He was constantly cultivating I Jingjing. He had already formed a habit. As long as he was free, he would circulate large and small circulations. His body, blood vessels, and internal organs were all changing subtly. The advancement of martial arts was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required a long time of accumulation to become stronger. Ding! Li Tianwen carried 20 buckets of water and completed the sect's mission. Ding! Sect contribution points 62100. Sect achievement value 100,100. It's full. Jun Chang Shao stopped cultivating and hurriedly opened his stats panel. He saw a upgradable button behind Sect Construction, Level 1. Be careful. Ding. Sect Construction upgraded to Level 2. The upper limit of Sect members' contribution points and achievement points has been increased. The Sect's Medicine Refinery Pavilion is open. The data panel in front of Jun Changshao changed. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changshao. Sect rank, 9th rate. Sect construction. Level 2 Sect function, Medicine Refining Pavilion. Sect cultivation method, Yijing Divine Grade Early Stage. Sect members, 100500. Sect contribution points, 62,500. Sect achievement value, 0/500. Sect mission, none at the moment. Sect main mission, within 100 years, omitted. From the changes in the data, after the Sect was upgraded to Level 2, the upper limit of Sect members' contribution points and achievement points was increased to 500, and the original achievement value was reset to 0. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Even if my contribution points are full, I can't afford to buy the goods in the mid-tier store." The system said the host's focus should be on the Medicine Refining Pavilion. This is the biggest benefit of upgrading the Sect's construction. Makes sense. Jun Changshao had a thought and clicked on the Medicine Refining Pavilion. A brand new panel appeared in front of him. On it was a 3-dimensional pill furnace that was shaped like a gourd. Damn, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this a pill furnace? It looks like a projection. Under the pill furnace, there were 4 types of pills. Jun Changshao was stunned when he saw the first one, because the words beginner grade healing pill were written on it. Damn, isn't this a pill from the store? The system said the pills sold in the store can be refined in the Medicine Refining Pavilion. That's good. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Although the beginner grade healing pill in the store was very effective, there was a time limit. If he could refine it, he wouldn't have to spend any contribution points and wait. How do I refine it? Click on the pill you want to refine. Jun Changshao clicked on the beginner grade healing pill, and a small panel popped up. Pill, beginner grade healing pill. Effect, meridian opening, martial disciple, martial master, martial disciple, martial master. As long as they still have a breath, they will recover quickly. Ingredients, green leaf grass 0/3, red lotus leaf 0/3, earth spirit fruit 0/1 fire seed. None the last button was the refine button, but it was gray, so it couldn't be refined. Jun Changshao said, "I know what ingredients mean, but what the hell is a fire seed?" The system said, in the falling star continent, only fire seeds can be refined. So, the host not only needs the ingredients, but also the fire seed. Where can I get a fire seed? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, there are many powerful fire seeds scattered around the falling star continent. The host can find them or buy them directly from the store. I have to take care of the Sect, so I don't have time to find them. I'll definitely buy them from the store. Jun Changshao muttered. The system said, in view of the host upgrading the Sect to level 2, a fire seed will be sent. Please check the purchased items. You should have said so earlier. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the purchased item store. The original grid showed a flame with the words exquisite fire seed, priced at 50 contribution points. It's so expensive? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. He only had 62 contribution points now. If he bought the exquisite fire seed, it would be the same as hitting rock bottom. The system said, with the fire seed, you can refine pills. The host is recommended to buy 5 stars. 5 stars again. Although Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, he knew that the system's recommendations were usually good. But he still didn't buy it. It wasn't that he was distressed about the contribution points, but that the Sect competition was about to start. He wanted to save it for emergencies. What's more, the purchased items wouldn't disappear. He could buy them at any time. Jun Changshao looked at the other 3 pills. One of them was called Body Shaping Pill. As the name implied, it was used to strengthen the body. The second one was called Qi Gathering Pill. It was exactly the same as the one bought from the store, but it had more ingredients than the healing pill. The third one was even more awesome. It was called Qi Whirlpool Pill. When consumed by a level 12 meridian opening martial artist, it could increase the success rate of condensing Qi Whirlpool by 50%. If it weren't for the fact that his contribution points were too low, Jun Changshao would have bought the exquisite fire seed and looked for the ingredients to refine the pill. Ding! Side mission activated. Jun Changshao, who was worried about the lack of contribution points, heard the notification and hurriedly returned to the front page of the status panel. Side mission: deal with the assassin who tried to assassinate the Host 03 elite mission. Shua. Jun Changshao jumped up from his seat. With one hand on the Desert Eagle at his waist, he looked around and said vigilantly, "There's an assassin who wants to assassinate me." Just at this moment, he noticed a trace of dust floating in front of his eyes. He hurriedly looked up and his eyes widened. Pung! A loud explosion came from the main hall. The disciples cultivating outside were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. Chapter 64. A hole of about 10 centimeters was punched through the roof of the main hall. Tiles fell down and dust splashed everywhere. The 2 black-clothed men, hiding on the roof beam, waiting for an opportunity to attack, only had their exposed eyes flickering with shock. Their other companion was attacking from above. They should have been determined to win, but they didn't expect that the other party would suddenly raise his head and raise the shiny silver object in his hand. With a bang, a stream of light shot out. The stream of light was so fast that the 2 simply couldn't see what it was. Then they saw that their companion's chest was pierced, and the light followed the momentum and blasted toward the roof. Plop! The black-clothed man who was shot fell to the ground, blood flowing out. A cold song was sent to him. Ding! Eliminate the assassin hiding in the dark to assassinate the Host 13 elite mission. Jun Changshao turned his arm and aimed the muzzle at the other black-clothed man on the roof beam. He said coldly, "You dare to assassinate this lord. Your guts are really not small." With a gun in hand, he really was safe and worry-free. Swish! The black-clothed man who was targeted hurriedly dodged to the other side, murderous intent in his eyes. As he moved, several concealed weapons appeared in his hands out of thin air. Jun Changshao directly swung his gun, his finger pulling the trigger. Boom! The muzzle sprayed out bullets again, penetrating the man's head at an extremely fast speed. A hole was punched in the roof again, and the man also fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ding! Eliminate the assassin hiding in the dark to assassinate the Host 23 elite mission. Swish! Jun Changshao turned his body and aimed the muzzle at the third assassin. He said indifferently, "If you think you can be faster than my concealed weapons, why don't you try moving?" The black-clothed man who was about to attack stiffened, and the shock in his eyes became increasingly intense. The first companion rushed down and was killed by a concealed weapon, which could be attributed to carelessness. However, the second companion was directly killed while moving, which made one's scalp go numb. Swish! Swish! Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyan rushed into the main hall from the spiritual power array. They first saw 2 black-clothed men lying in pools of blood. Then, following the muzzle of the Sect master's gun, they saw the third black-clothed man on the roof beam. This was an assassin. An assassin was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, always spying on its target. Once it seized the opportunity, it would suddenly jump out and bite. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, like a ghost, was the common understanding of assassins. However, the black-clothed man standing on the roof beam was undoubtedly an insult to the mysterious profession of assassin. This was because a group of disciples were discussing him in the hall below. So this is an assassin? Wearing black in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being eye-catching? From the looks of it, he should be a martial disciple. Everyone discussed while looking at the assassin. It was like watching a monkey in a zoo. The blood in the black-clothed man's body was boiling, and there was a possibility that it would spurt out from his throat. However, he didn't dare to move because the silver hidden weapon was still locked onto him. The iron-boned disciples were all present, and they had sealed off the entrance. Even if there were no guns, it would be impossible to escape. If word got out that an assassin had done what he did, it would be a disgrace to his peers. Jun Changshao sat down and crossed his legs. Is it cool up there? Why aren't you jumping down? The black-clothed man could only jump down from the roof beam. Jun Changshao said, Throw out the hidden weapons from your sleeves, put your hands on your head, and squat on the ground. Ding-dang. A few pentagonal hidden weapons were thrown out, and the black-clothed man obediently squatted down with his hands on his head. Shua. Li Qingyang walked over with large strides, the cold edge sword pressed against his neck. The assassin had already been subdued, but Sect leader Jun still raised his arm like a gun. It wasn't because he was too cautious, but because, after firing 2 shots, the muscles in his arm had stiffened again. The first time he fired a shot, he was knocked back 3 to 5 meters by the recoil. Now, after firing 2 shots, he could stabilize his body. This was a huge improvement. What a joke. After being tempered in the body molding machine for so long, it wasn't for nothing. Ding. Eliminate the assassin hiding in the dark to assassinate the Host 33 elite mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 30 Sect contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 92500. When Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma used a thick rope to tie the assassin into a dumpling, the side mission was completed. The so-called solution can be to kill, to injure, or to capture. Jun Changshao pursed his lips, secretly saying, giving 30 points, not bad, not bad. Sect leader, what do we do with this assassin? Li Qingyang asked. Jun Changshao walked in front of the assassin and removed the black cloth, revealing a middle-aged man with a square face. He said, Speak, who sent you to kill me? The first rule of an assassin is to not reveal the identity of the employer. The assassin clenched his teeth. Jun Changshao squatted down and said, Actually, even if you don't say it, I know that the one who sent you to kill me must be the Spirit Spring Sect. A strange look flashed through the assassin's eyes, but it was easily concealed. Jun Changshao caught it and got the answer he wanted. He stood up and said, Seal his meridians and lock him up. Yes. Tian Qi and Su Xiaoma took the assassin and left. The disciples retreated one after another. On the way, they were all discussing the explosion just now, regretting that they didn't see the shooting with their own eyes. Jun Changshao sat on a wooden chair, secretly saying, No wonder there was no movement, so they spent money to hire an assassin to kill me. The city lord killed Wei Yile and Su Xiaoma, so he knew that his relationship with the Spirit Spring Sect was like fire and water, but he didn't think that the other side would play such a trick. First you paid the bandits to kidnap my disciple, and now you hire an assassin to assassinate me. Your dirty tricks are really endless. Jun Changshao's eyes gradually filled with killing intent. If it was just ridicule, he could turn a deaf ear. But if they wanted to kill him again and again, it would offend his principle. If people offend me, I will definitely retaliate. The sect competition is over. I must return the favor and let them know that I can't be offended. Jun Changshao made a decision in his heart. Opening the purchased items on the data panel, he clicked on the exquisite fire. Ding! Host spent 50 contribution points to obtain the best quality fire seed, Exquisite Fire X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 42500. Schwa! Inside the spatial ring, Jun Changshao pinched his finger and a flame appeared. This was the exquisite fire. Because he bought it from the store, it was easy to fuse with it. With the fire seed, he could be considered a fire-type martial artist, and with the support of spirit energy, he could form the power of fire. Now that he had the flame, he must refine pills. Jun Chang Shao gave 2 disciples 1,000 silver notes and ordered them to go to Qingyang City to purchase 4 kinds of pills and herbs, while he continued to cultivate in the sect. At dusk, the disciples returned from the purchase. Although they brought a lot of herbs, it was only enough for 5 kinds of beginner healing pills and 2 kinds of beginner body shaping pills. The Qi gathering pill and Qi revolving pill were far from enough. Jun Chang Shao didn't dwell on this and pulled out the alchemy pavilion to start refining pills. In the detailed introduction of the pills, the herbs were automatically matched, the exquisite fire was automatically matched, and the refining button was also bright. Click. The refining began. Ding, ding, ding. 30 minutes later, 5 healing pills and 2 body-shaping pills appeared in the spatial ring. Jun Chang Shao said, the main characters in novels usually need 1 or 2 chapters to describe how difficult it is to refine pills. I didn't expect to succeed so easily in the system's alchemy pavilion. The healing pills were temporarily useless, so he stored them in the pill bottle and swallowed a body-shaping pill. The pill took effect, and his meridians, blood vessels, and muscles suddenly changed. Pum! Jun Chang Shao punched the strength testing machine, and it showed a value of 2,200 Jin. After opening 12 meridians, his tested strength was 2,000 Jin. After eating the body-shaping pill, it was equivalent to an increase of 200 Jin. Creak. At this moment, Xiao Ziji slid out of the forging room like a pile of mud. Jun Chang Shao walked over, opened his mouth, and threw the remaining forging pill into his mouth. He muttered, "This disciple of yours really made me put in a lot of effort." 6 days later, Li Qingyang and the other 4 disciples finished their devil training and stood on the training field, ready to go. Jun Chang Shao, who was dressed in white, walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "I only have one request for going to Liang City to participate in the sect competition this time, and that is to take all the top 5 places." "Yes." Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the other 3 shouted in unison. Jun Chang Shao snapped his fingers and led them out of the door under the gazes of many disciples. They took the first step of the Iron Bone clan's fame in the Falling Star continent. Chapter 65. Jun Chang Shao brought his disciples to Liang City after ending their devil training ahead of time. The main reason was to give them time to rest and adjust their condition to face the upcoming sect competition. Qian. On the way, Jun Chang Shao said, "I saw that you've been cultivating in the array formation for the past few days. How's your strength improving?" Lu Qian said indifferently, "It's all right." Used to this woman's indifference, Jun Chang Shao stopped asking for a snub. He looked at Xiao Ziji, who had been following with his head lowered. This guy must be thinking about how to face the people in Liang City and how to face the Shao family that he might encounter at any time. "I've sinned." Jun Chang Shao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "If you're a man, you should face everything bravely." Xiao Ziji took a deep breath. His dark eyes flashed with determination. They walked all the way and finally arrived at the gate of Liang City at dusk. However, before they entered, the martial artists coming in and out cast their gazes and locked onto Xiao Ziji. "Isn't this the trash from the Shao family? He really came to participate in the sect competition. I thought it was a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. TSK without a spirit root and cultivation. Such trash dares to participate in the competition. Isn't he afraid of being tortured to death?" Hearing the crowd's ridicule and private discussions, Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and lowered his head. "Xiao Mu," Jun Chang Shao said. "Su Xiaoma sat here." Jun Chang Shao pointed at the 2 martial artists who called them trash and said, "Someone humiliated your junior brother. What should you do?" Su Xiaoma understood and dashed over like a rabbit. She leaped into the air halfway and kicked the martial artist on her left, sending him flying. Swoosh! His body turned around, and with a tap of his toes he dashed out again, sweeping his leg across the other warrior's face. Plop! Plop! At the same time, the two beaten martial artists fell to the ground. One charge, one stop, and one charge again. He attacked at different times and took down two people at the same time. It could be said to be clean and efficient without any sloppiness. Su Xiaoma landed steadily on the ground and clapped his hands. Shitty is like a brother. Humiliating him is the same as humiliating me. Not bad, Jun Changshao said with satisfaction. Li Qingyang whispered, Sect leader, this is Liang City. Isn't it a little inappropriate to fight here? Jun Changshao said, We're not in the city. It's not against the law to fight. That makes sense, Li Qingyang said. Why didn't he think of that? If he had known earlier, he would have made a move first. The two martial artists who had been kicked away covered their faces with footprints as they stood up. Although their eyes were filled with anger, they did not dare to say anything. They were city dwellers, but they didn't have much power. They had to pay the price for their foul mouths. Jun Changshao glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, If you dare to humiliate my iron-boned disciples behind my back again, I will make sure you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. With a wave of his sleeve, he led his disciples into the city. On the way, Xiao Ziji's clenched fists gradually loosened. Sect leader, Shitty, thank you. Su Xiaoma leaned over and put his hand on his shoulder. He grinned and said, We're all from the same sect. Don't be so polite. Xiao Ziji smiled. Since he was registered for the sect's martial arts competition, this was the first time he smiled. His smile was very bright. It doesn't matter if the people of Liang City look down on me. I have the sect leader and a group of Shitty. They have never despised me. That's enough. After passing through the dark city gate, when the sun appeared in his field of vision, Xiao Ziji's innate decadence and the haze in his heart weakened a lot. That short teenager's movement technique is so fast. When he attacked, he didn't use any spiritual power at all. It shouldn't be so fast. Is that person an iron-boned disciple? In my opinion, he might be the top disciple in the sect. Could he be the #1 genius of Qingyang City? Yes, the genius of Qingyang City joined Ironbone. If it's him, it's understandable. When Jun Changshao brought his disciples into the city, the warriors at the city gate discussed heatedly. They mistook Su Xiaoma for Li Qingyang, the #1 genius of Qingyang City. Among the group of people who came from the official road, a teenager in a gray robe smiled and said, I hope we can meet in the competition. The old man next to him said, that kid's movement technique is vigorous. His strength must be extraordinary. If you meet him in the sect's martial arts competition, don't underestimate him. I know. The teenager called answered impatiently. Elder, that Ironbone only has one disciple, Li Qingyang. How much courage does it take to send a disciple to participate in the competition? A teenager joked. The old man was more cautious. He said in a deep voice, Since he dares to participate in the sect's martial arts competition, he must be capable. If you meet that kid just now, you must be very serious. Yes, several disciples said. However, these people didn't know that the short guy called Su Xiaoma was not the #1 genius of Qingyang City. The sect's martial arts competition would be held the day after tomorrow. Jun Changshao brought 5 disciples to find an inn to stay. However, because of Xiao Ziji, they attracted a lot of attention on the street. The words trash and direct descendant of the Xiao family were often on the lips of the people who were talking about them. Some warriors even had strong disdain and contempt in their eyes. I've sinned. Jun Changshao said, Don't care about their eyes because they are just a group of dogs following the trend. When they see your strength, they will wag their tails and kneel down and lick your feet. Xiao Ziji said firmly, Sect Master, I will use my strength to make them kneel down and lick your feet. Sect Master, junior brother, don't insult dogs, Su Xiaoma said. Jun Changshao said, dogs guard the house and are loyal. They are good friends of us humans. They should not be insulted. The warriors who were talking behind them heard this, and their eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Su Xiaoma glanced at them and said with a smile, Sect Master, this disciple likes it when some people don't like me but can't kill me. They look as if they have eaten a fly. Jun Changshao said, they must have eaten sh*t. sh*t? Su Xiaoma really didn't understand. Li Qingyang also didn't understand, but judging from the sect master's tone, sh*t was certainly not a good thing. Jun Changshao and Su Xiaoma echoed each other, and the warriors who had repeatedly said that Xiao Ziji was trash became angry. However, the city had a rule that prohibited private fighting. Fortunately, there were rules. Otherwise, with sect master Jun's temper, he would have already led his disciples to beat them up. Soon, the group stopped in front of an inn. They were just about to enter when a yo-yo sound came from behind. They saw a man in embroidered clothes, surrounded by servants coming over. Beiwen. Xiao Ziji's eyes became gloomy. Beiwen? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched as he said, isn't that the same as the AI family's AI Shua's name? The youth called Bei when swaggered over and said, Yo-yo, isn't this the Azure Sun County's rare genius? I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more impressive. Sect Master, let's go in. Li Qingyang was too lazy to pay attention to him. Beiwen said, Yo-yo, old acquaintances are meeting. Aren't you going to say a few words before leaving? Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, Sect Master, this person has been yo-yo nonstop. Is he sick? Jun Changshao said perhaps. As he spoke, he led the 5 disciples into the inn. Bei Li, who was standing outside, said, Great prodigy Xiao, this young master is also participating in the sect's competition. If we meet at that time, we must have a good spar. Who is that person? Jun Changshao asked. Xiao Ziji said, he's a direct descendant of the Bei family. 5 years ago, he took liberties with a girl in broad daylight. I beat him up. Jun Changshao rubbed his nose and said, Hearing that fart catchphrase makes me annoyed. If we meet in the sex competition, beat him to death. Beat him so badly that even his parents won't let him out. Yes. Chapter 66. Because Xiao Ziji was in the city, it was easy for people to roll their eyes and mock him. Jun Changshao ordered him to rest after staying at the inn. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others did not leave the inn either. They cultivated in their rooms and adjusted their states to prepare for the Heavenly Gates Sect Martial Arts competition the day after tomorrow. Jun Changshao was bored and went to the martial arts market to buy medicinal herbs. In the end, he found several sets of beginner healing pills, but did not manage to gather a single set. Sigh. Mass production is a bit difficult. He hoped to refine enough qi-gathering pills, body-shaping pills, and qi-whirling pills to provide cultivation resources for his disciples. He's the Ironbone Sect Master. He looks quite young, but it's a pity that there's something wrong with his brain. He insisted on bringing his disciples to participate in the Sect martial arts competition. It's not surprising that there are cannon fodder sects in every competition. There are many disciples participating this time, and most of them are above stage 10 meridian opening. A 9th-rate sect like him will probably be eliminated in the first round. Without Xiao Ziji following him, Jun Changshao sadly became the target of ridicule and discussion among martial artists and passers-by. A piece of trash from a 9th-rate sect. If they were to walk down the street and attract the envious gazes of others, that would be really strange. Jun Changshao ignored them and walked around the market for a while before returning to the inn. He only walked out with his 5 disciples on the day of the Heavenly Gates Sect Martial Arts competition the day after tomorrow. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the streets were already bustling with people. The Sect Martial Arts competition held every 2 years, was a grand event in Azure Sun County. Many foreign martial artists had come as early as 3 to 5 days ago. The Iron Bone Sect's disciples are out. TSK, they're dressed quite brightly. I hope they'll still be as elegant as before when the martial arts competition starts. Xiao Ziji doesn't have any spirit energy around him at all. He's definitely looking for trouble if he goes on stage to compete with the disciples of other sections. And that girl, she doesn't seem to have any spirit energy either. Sending such a disciple, are you sure it's not a joke? It's just a ninth-rate sect. To be able to send out Li Qingyang is already a blessing. Do you expect them to send out any decent disciples? Facing the whispers and disdain of the crowd, Jun Changshao turned a deaf ear to them and strode towards the venue with his disciples. He looked calm, but in fact anger rose in his heart. He wanted to take an AK and kill all these talkative people. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Tian Qi were also holding back their anger. They could only wait until the martial arts competition to vent it out. South of the city, the location of the Sect's martial arts competition. When Jun Changshao came to sign up, it was still a spacious martial arts practice field. Now it was surrounded by walls, forming a circle, a bit like the Roman Colosseum. At the entrance of the venue, martial artists from various sects had gathered. The middle-aged man who had previously held the brush was examining the bamboo tiles one by one. When Jun Changshao walked over, he caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye. He immediately put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, Iron Bone Sect leader Jun is here?" Although it seemed like a greeting, it was actually a reminder to the martial artists of the various sections. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, the higher-ups of various sects standing outside the venue turned their heads to look. Although these people had smiles on their faces, their eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Those who came to participate in the martial arts competition were all from 8th-rate sections. Naturally, they looked down on the 9th-rate Iron Bone. Jun Changshao also didn't care that they looked down on him. He brought his disciples to the entrance and handed the bamboo tile that represented the disciples' identity to the middle-aged man holding the brush. The higher-ups of various sects deliberately kept a certain distance, as if they were afraid of being tainted with bad luck. Senior brother, isn't Iron Bone a 9th-rate sect? Why did they come to participate in the martial arts competition? Maybe they're looking for excitement. Ha ha ha, in my opinion, they're looking for death. The disciples of various sects also couldn't see through Iron Bone from the bottom of their hearts. It couldn't be helped. Who let the sects level below? If it was a 7th-rate sect or above, they would have already nodded their heads and bowed their heads. After the identity verification of the bamboo tile, Jun Changshao said, "Let's go." Xiao Ziji didn't leave. He stood at the entrance of the venue, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the other entrance. Jun Changshao and others noticed it. Following his gaze, they saw a slender young man in blue walking in front of them. "I'm sorry, cousin," he greeted, but the smile on his face was very hypocritical, especially with a touch of pride in his eyes. "It's Xiao Linya, the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Xiao family. I heard that a few months ago he was accepted as a personal disciple by the great elder of the 6th-rate sect, Jian Valley. Could it be that Jian Valley also sent disciples to participate in the martial arts competition?" Everyone whispered, "Xiao Linya?" Jun Changshao's mouth twitched, and he secretly said, "If the word long is added, the 4 strongest surnames of the novel's protagonist will all be occupied by this kid." Xiao Ziji said, "I'm no longer a member of the Xiao family. I can't afford to be called cousin." Xiao Linya said with a smile, "If you hadn't helped me open my meridians back then, you wouldn't have been chosen by Jian Valley, and you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. So whether you're expelled or not, you'll always be my cousin in my heart." Jun Changshao didn't see the slightest gratitude in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule. "Chief, let's go." Xiao Ziji didn't want to have too much to do with the Xiao family, so he turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Linya blocked the way and whispered, "Cousin, it has been proven that it was a mistake for the family to cultivate you with all its strength back then. I, Xiao Linya, am the future of the Xiao family." Xiao Ziji lowered his head, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He, Xiao Linya, he used to take care of his cousin, and even used his weak spiritual power to help him open his meridians. Their relationship was closer than that of brothers. However, after his spiritual root cultivation regressed, he was the one who mocked and humiliated him the most. "Cousin," Xiao Linya said with a smile, "do you still remember? I once said that one day I would surpass you and become stronger. Now it has come true. And you?" The smile on his face became wider, and his smile was hideous like a madman. Jun Changshao furrowed his brows. It wasn't easy to cultivate confidence for his disciple, and you're looking for trouble here? Do you believe that I'll shoot you right now? At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who had his head lowered, laughed, and his shoulders were shaking. "Cousin, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Linya asked. Xiao Ziji raised his head, and a smile hung on his angular face. "I'm laughing at your naivety, laughing at how you take yourself too seriously." A trace of anger appeared in Xiao Linya's eyes. Xiao Ziji patted him on the shoulder and said proudly, "Linya, remember, your brother will always be your brother. Even if you don't have a spiritual root, even if you don't have a cultivation base, you can't surpass me." With that, he strode into the venue. Jun Changshao walked over with his disciple, deliberately stopping in front of Xiao Linya, and said with a smile, "Did you hear that? Your brother said that you have to live in his shadow for the rest of your life." "Damn it!" Xiao Linya's face was hideous as he shouted, "Xiao Ziji, in this Sect tournament, I will let you, the Xiao clan, and everyone know that I, Xiao Linya, will never bow to anyone." "Dream on." Xiao Ziji's voice came. Jun Changshao smiled with satisfaction. At first, he was quite worried that Xiao Ziji's self-esteem would be hurt by that guy, but in fact he worried too much. The venue was similar to a gladiator arena. There were many fighting platforms in the central area, surrounded by spectator stands, which could accommodate 200,000 people. When the various sects entered the venue one after another, the spectator stands were already full, and all the martial artists were looking forward to the upcoming Sect tournament. After Jun Changshao entered with his disciples, they were placed in the waiting area, where there were almost 100 people, including the upper echelons of various sects and participating disciples. Of course, after entering, there was a lot of rolling eyes. This was only one of the waiting areas, and there were 3 others in different directions. The upper echelons of all sects, please go to the spectator stands. The participating disciples will stay and wait for the first round of grouping. A middle-aged man came over and said. Jun Changshao glanced at the 5 disciples and encouraged them, "Don't be affected by the noise outside the arena. Bring out your best state, and don't give up easily." "Okay." Li Qingyang and the others nodded. Jun Changshao left the waiting area and was led to a high platform with a wide view. The fighting platform below could be seen at a glance. Sect Master Jun. Just as he found a seat and sat down, a fat elder of a certain sect next to him cupped his hands and smiled. "If my disciple and your disciple meet in the first round, please forgive me if he is too heavy-handed." "Oh," Jun Changshao responded. The upper echelons of the various sects on both sides whispered. They all hoped that they could meet the disciples of Iron Bone in the first round, at least to guarantee that they would win. All in all, the elders of the various sects present all regarded the disciples of Iron Bone as stepping stones for their own disciples to advance to the second round. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlaced, as if he didn't hear the whispers of the crowd. A good show was about to begin. P.S. Announce the group number, 702-705-427. Welcome to communicate.